He's still on 3 kills, and I feel like he's been on 2 or 3 for a majority of this game so far.
Yeah. Yeah, this is now an issue. Like before, as mentioned, like he should be towards the bottom half, but that is worrying. Modem has been great in clutch situations, once again able to take it through. Going to get tagged very early into this round. Of course, Astralis, they come back in with a purchase, but it's just as weak as the one we saw in the last round. Even more limitations on their utility this time. But they know that this is a crunch round. If they can win this one, they send Cloud9 right back to Rags and set themselves up into the CT off. If they lose this round, well, Cloud9 have the chance to build.
There we go, the utility being thrown in. JT down to 14 health. I think that was another nade coming through. Maybe there's a scout shot coming out of Zipex. Just in sight does not, unfortunately, take down Floppy. And Device, fortunately, trying to back away, but not going to work out for him either. 4 on 3. Still not a very safe round for Cloud9. You can see JT on 4 HP. Dupree does have the M4 to push up with. But at least they know they have a hard clear on the backside because Sonic's there. He's preventing anyone from flanking in from behind. And maybe if you're Dupree, you should just save the M4, but trying to make it expensive, I would guess. Oh my gosh, Galay just walks around the corner. Zipex gets the shot as well. There's a chance that Astralis can win this round. And Sonic, who was the safe man watching the back, he has to be the one to clutch it. He has to one to come around the corner from the smoke. Aims a little bit too high. Still sticking the defuse. He comes through, he gets the kill. And I think that actually might have won the round for them because Astralis are turning tail and running. And that's going to be a round 1 for Cloud9, but they've lost all players.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird scenario because 2 of the players were looking to save because I'm not sure they actually had enough time for that defusal anyway. I think it was going to be very, very close whether or not Sonic got the kill. But the issue was that meant that it was actually very, very easy for Sonic to deny that. They maybe needed to dedicate a little bit more, but I kind of understand that if you kind of think you're already potentially going to lose the round off the timing anyway, to keep your weapons. So it ended up being quite a weird scenario. Again, another round where only 1 player survives for Cloud9. I think they're looking to set some sort of record on that one. And this is actually going to be another force buy investment coming up from the CT side. And it has not started well. JT, he's finally back on the board after a long hiatus. A double kill with the Galil and leaves just 2 players remaining. Device, this would have to be probably the most impressive play we've seen so far. And it's not going to be happening. He'll be backing off. I think Zipex has to do the same with this rifle.
Well, that's 2 players now on low HP. And when we talked about Cloud9, we talked about their T side on Train. And we see them do some crazy things against G2. The Astralis really haven't had that like strong buy-up just yet. We haven't really seen them get any sort of semblance of control. Cloud9 have been just running away with it so far, even though last round was very close indeed. But yeah, I mean, we've got Modem. He's starting to hit some shots. Floppy doing well. If JT can step up like we mentioned, you know, if he can start to get some kills trickling through every round, like this can be a very formidable force for Cloud9 to potentially take us on to map 3.
Oh, 11-9. Cloud9. This is their opportunity to build into things. The thing is, Astralis have kind of left themselves in a weird position where because they've force bought a couple of rounds in a row, which is fairly uncommon, just because of the amount of damage they were able to do, it now leaves them in a spot where their finances are actually really poor going into these next few rounds. Sure, you have Zipex on an M4, which, with the way he's been playing in this map and the last, you can't really look too lightly on that. They need to stay focused in this scenario if you're Cloud9. And he's going to be getting aggressive, in fact, pushing all the way through. The flashbang leaves him completely blind. However, Modem starts that off perfectly. That's something that Cloud9 have been excellent at, even throughout the last map as well, was the pot flashes that they throw for their teammates just seem to leave somebody blind almost every single round.
Very true. And that's kind of where I think that Cloud9 really struggled on Overpass. They started off well with the with the flashes to open up these kills, but then as it progressed further, we didn't really see any assists coming through. We didn't really see the flashbangs, yeah, to clear angles, but not to really net themselves the kills they needed. Smoke comes in. More of a fake towards the inner site, though, as we can see 2 players over towards Popley to push in, and you see Astralis with 3 players on inner. This might work out for them. However, Dupree gets 1, gets the AK. Looking to slow them down if he possibly can. Floppy charging with the bomb, and he will get the kill. So we should see Cloud9 get the plant. You can see this time not allowing anyone to dive from their toes.
Boost up, nice shot from Floppy again. Another round where his kills seem to be the most impactful. Device not really connecting with the scout at all and leaves Magisk alone to just save this final rifle. Give them something extra for the next round, even though this will finally be the purchase coming up from Astralis. I think as well, like, it was so important for Floppy to get the kill onto Dupree with that AK. Because if he survives even for an extra 5-6 seconds, they're going to have a full rotation. There'll be pressure from other angles. Instead, he clears that spot, even with the bomb, as you mentioned, a little bit risky. And that gives them the round. There's no worries from that point onwards. They even clear up the remaining weaponry, make things a little bit more costly for Astralis. But this is where the big boy buy comes in. The double AWP setup, Magic's going to be manning the second. No surprise, Device has his primary, and he was so good in the first map. If he's even close to that level in this one, it's about to get a lot tougher for Cloud9.
Yeah, it was, what, 26-8 on Overpass. I do want to say that Floppy, like, we're starting to see the confidence out of him. I think since that 1v4, he's been really kind of feeling himself. Able to push up aggressively again. Device gets the first on OC. There's no follow-up, though, out of Cloud9 to return that frag, unfortunately. Let's pick up the SG from OC, who fell. And again, Astralis had the early 3-man hold on the inner site, too. So we've seen Cloud9 do something similar on their CT half. And now the double ops are starting to reign supreme. I think this is where Cloud9 are going to start to struggle. They need to some way to figure out how to dismantle the double ops setup. Especially if they're just peeking like this, not able to get any of the return frags. Then it's like, all right, well, we just handed over a 2-man advantage to Astralis, and we've not done a single point of damage.
Yeah, and in the last few rounds, they've been able to take like individual battles a little bit more because of the weaponry that's on the other side. And I think this round is going to be that kick up the backside and go, okay, we can't do this anymore. We can't just individually face a duel. We need to have pop flashes every single time. We need to make sure that we're not just caught out, but a decent entry kill. If they can find Zip, there's a chance Floppy will at least manage to get that kill, and he's back in this position once again. A 1 versus 3. A flank going to be coming in from Dupree. Needs a kill relatively quickly to try and stop them pushing in from behind before he's actually managed to clear out some spots, but isn't going to find anything just yet, and Glaive straight through the smoke is going to make sure there's going to be no repeat from the previous half. Astralis right back onto the board. The double AWP setup should be retrieved as well. It's going to be a relatively long defusal, so they'll have plenty of time.
I can respect the attempt out of Floppy, though, trying to look for a kill. I mean, 1 on 3 is already difficult. 1 on 2 makes it more manageable. Though I guess if you'd say that before, he had this one before, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for something in that round. And now Astralis, like I said, save the double up. Cloud9 started to dip into their funds, unfortunately, as Sonic, I think he had about 750 before that round ended. But I don't know, that was such a convincing round out of Astralis. Like, they got the early kill towards inner, on the OC. The Magis gets one towards outer. Which means Cloud9 have to invest a lot of utility to just allow them an opportunity to get out of these corners, to get out of these positions, to look for the shot. Dupree, look at that. Quick little double spray down. I think Modem has been spotted, but now he's pretty much lose his teammates left and right. Oh, he doesn't look up. He doesn't see him. He sees him now. And now his position's given away.
Yeah, even still, though, they've turned it back into a 2v2. It's only really Zipix on the rotation back that could catch them, but I like this from OC. He's fallen back. I don't think he's going to be expected. Zipix sort of checks the angle, but not properly, and they've turned this back from a 2v4 into a 2v1. Device, the solo B player, the man aggressing early into the round, which allowed Astralis to have this 4-man stack, is now all that stands between Cloud9, a 13th round, and setting Astralis back down to pennies. You can see how patient OC's currently being. Now the smoke is going to give away his position and also actually give a little bit of extra ground over to Device to have an idea of where the remaining couple of players are. Looking for the spot, spots the rifle. Now he has all the information. That's the first kill. Knows that Modem's here, and I don't know if Modem knows the opposite. The Device is still around, still knowing that he's in this position. The peek coming back in from the Dane is perfect. He hits the shot, but it doesn't actually kill off Modem, even though he was low on HP. Down to just 30 remaining. Bomb on the deck, 25 seconds, and Device is going to be pulling out his USP, maybe a little bit risky. He'd need a couple of shots to land. Incendiary going to go down towards the bomb, or even picked up by the opposition. He could just try and gain, and that's the problem now. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Smoke going to go down, which will allow him the chance to peek. Modem actually off the bomb. He just has to wait now. He doesn't need to do anything, and that is perfect from Device. Played like a master of the clutch, and he's not going to get the final kill. That would have been the icing on the cake.
To be fair to Cloud9, though, what, it was a 2-on-4, and they're able to pull that back into a 1-on-1 situation. Well done by Device, but Cloud9 really had some firepower out of Modem and OC in that round. So at least able to rescue the op. Modem doesn't fall with it, gives it back over to OC. They're able to invest back into this round, but Astralis, like, again, yeah, they lost the double op. They're not going to have it this round, but they still won the round nonetheless, and they're still keeping the momentum going on the CT side.
Yeah, I don't think having Magisk on a rifle is really that much of a detriment. Floppy running straight out, sprayed through the smoke a little bit. A bullet did connect, so if the sound cue was given, CTs might have an idea. I think they're going to know this anyway, but Floppy peeks out. That's Magisk gone already, rounds the corner and is met with Xyp9x. Everybody seeming a little bit lost around these smokes at the moment, and OC's going to capitalize off the back of that. Device quickly wraps around. He's on spot a little bit sooner than the previous, and Sonic can't really afford to challenge him, and unfortunately, his teammates are so desperately low on HP as well that there's not really a good fight to take, but he gets the timing correct. Finds Xyp9x. The Device is just going to be waiting on the corner, holding for this cross to come in. Drops the bomb as well, leaves it into a 2 versus 2. The nade could even close out another, which it will. And once again, it's going to be a 1v1 duel to decide this round and potentially give somebody the lead, because Cloud9, they could confirm it here, or Astralis are back level pegging.
I see OC checking every angle. He has no idea where Glaive is. Then again, neither does Glaive. Still a lot of time to work with, though, for OC. And we saw Device doing this exactly in the last round, peeking every corner with the scoped in op. 21 health in the same amount of time. He's actually moved away from the bomb here. I'm getting a little bit worried now for OC. Glaive, he's obviously going to be able to hear the bomb being planted. He's going to hear OC running now around the corner. Does get onto the bomb train, does get the bomb down, but Glaive is playing for the round win here. And OC has no idea he's coming over the top, but it doesn't matter because he misses the first shot. OC almost able to connect the follow-up on the Glaive, but Glaive will clutch it out and get Astralis at 12-12.
Yeah, now as well. Astralis are almost in an identical position that we saw from Cloud9 in the last half, where they're managing to win a few rounds now, but they're so desperately close. That's back-to-back clutch situations coming out from Astralis, Device, and Glaive, bringing it through and leading things to 12-12. And the T's now actually have an interesting position, because they don't have enough money for a full buy. But they do have enough money to either go for some sort of half investment, where maybe they try and bombard the B site and just put pressure onto Device, who's basically just been able to peek there every single round and find nothing. Or they go for a risky, like AK, maybe drop a couple of head armors to get AKs on every single player, and then pull in some Galils and some utility, and then things really could get that little bit more interesting, because they know the CT side economy is on the brink. No matter what it was before, if you have 2 rounds where only 1 player survives, your economy is going to be dicey. So they're going to take the risk. It's understandable. They're against Astralis. They want to put the numbers right back on the board. They want to break that economy. And it all comes down to this, Jason.
You know, credit to Cloud9 nonetheless, though. I mean, considering how one-sided Overpass was with the 16-7, they've come into train and done really amazing work. I want to see them continue this, though. They're not quite done just yet. We still have Inferno as a 3rd map if we can get there, but Cloud9 still need those 4 rounds to secure the 3rd map, and they're going to be looking to hit in towards the inner site. They've actually been able to push 2 players out from Team Main. Trying to go for a little bit of a pincer hit. B's a little bit open, but are they going to expect Xyp9x to be here with the Mag 7? He can completely swing in from behind. Potentially take down Floppy. There's the first shot. There it is. Bomb now down. In the meantime, Magisk Device is able to get 2, and now it's going to be in a 3-on-2 situation. OC's by himself.
He's bought time. That's all that Xyp9x really needed to do, was just buy enough time for the full rotation to come in. Device going ham with that AWP once again. And now we sit in just as tough a clutch situation as any other. 1 versus 3, missed shot completely. And, well, Magisk will say thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the kill. It's going to be another round on the board. Another bomb plant. This time the pressure not so much on Astralis' economy, but it may just be down to the fact that Cloud9 want to keep the pressure on. I kind of hope they go for a half buy here, get some pistols again, maybe go towards that B site once more. I just worried that if they continue this and it doesn't work out, Astralis have the game.
I've almost wanted to see Cloud9 get very aggressive, like very quickly in the round, but I have to think back to Astralis. And when we talked about Floppy's utility damage, Astralis as well has been able to do some significant damage with these grenades fairly early in the rounds, preventing Cloud9 from really going for any of these rushes. Bomb's going to be back down towards T-spawn, so we're not going to see any super aggressive play. Device changing up his position, gets the first kill, gets the second as well. Xyp9x with a great flashbang as well to help assist into this one. And now Cloud9 left with 3 players, so Not looking too well here, Tom.
Yeah, this round comes down to damage, because this was the issue on Overpass, was that when Astralis did get going, they managed to just make so much money that they could rebuy whatever they wanted, be it the double AWP. So, and that was something that Astralis did really well on their T side, is even when they weren't winning rounds, it was a 1v1 or a 2v1 or whatever, where they at least managed to reduce the deficit. Even still, 4 players survived for the Danes in a strong position once again. But there is going to be a bolstered buy now for Cloud9. It's been a few rounds in a row. They've got a decent loss bonus, and they're going to have whatever they desire. So this basically is it. If they can win this round, or at least get a bomb plant, they're still in the match. But if it's as clean as the last few, then Astralis have got this.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see if OC would go for a pick somewhere, try to punish someone on the side of Astralis. The device has been hitting quite a few shots, 22 and 14. Looks like OC not say be going for a peek just yet. Xyp9x with an early incendiary to help buy some time in case they were rushing into the B site. But it almost seems a little bit similar to, what we saw at a Cloud9 Overpass, where Astralis were able to get so much real estate. Though on the CT side here, you're going to expect that. Even had a man push in towards Ivy. That was glaive to look for some early information and spots out basically no one. But it seems pretty default for Astralis. 3-2 split. Wait for them to come to us. No need to get super aggressive. We know we're in the lead. They still have so much utility left. 4 smokes left to help delay any sort of push from coming through.
That's a lot of utility into the B side, considering the position of the bomb. It still lurked very far back. Modem is sent in as the one-man fake, but no one's rotated. It's not worked at all. They haven't baited players forward. OC and Device both missing their shots here. And actually another one missed for OC. He's had opportunities to kill both players. Finally, he gets one down, the second as well. Looking for a clutch of his own, but glaive is going to stop it before it even begins. 15 to 12, an attempted fake, but I'll be honest, that really didn't sell anything. Like, Modern being the only man that pushed forward, being so far behind some of the grenades as well, I think it was fairly obvious for Astralis. And also, the big thing was Dupree. Like, if he was going to eventually take pop control, that would be his rotation. So he was just well placed to close that down. 15 and 12, last ditch pause going to be coming in for Cloud9 to try and muster up something. They don't get a bomb plant, so it's kind of what I was saying. It leaves them with limitations, a couple of Galils, no head armor for Sonic, and just not a particularly pretty buy. They have 1 Molotov in this whole round.
I really want to see them maybe get some like deep smokes, if I can speak, in towards the outer bomb site, try to eliminate Magis with the op, try to like force some close quarter fights if they potentially can with some flashbangs to open things up. Again, that's what we talked about Cloud9. They're really good at getting these flashbangs in to allow someone to pick up kills. But on this T side, we haven't really seen too much of it. Fop, in the meantime, looking to charge straight out in towards the outer site, and he has gained a lot of ground, similar to what we saw out of glaive when Astralis were playing T side. Speaking of glaive, pushed out towards Ivy, spots up Modem, gets down to 29 health, and Fop, unfortunately, as he was aggressive, does get dropped.
Yeah, Modem actually, almost the martyrdom onto him, as you see the trade coming out, just back and forward all the way through, but it's left onto Sonic in a clutch situation. We've seen plenty of these from his side. Good flashbang leaves him blind, and HE tags him further, and it's going to be the AWP holding on to him. They have him pincered into this position, and with the bomb down, he can't really go anywhere. Does have plenty of time to play with. Trying to somehow find an individual duel, but you can see both players just set up for any sort of trade, and it's not going to be happening. Astralis, they will take this series in a 2-0 fashion. Definitely a tougher time when it came to train, and there were opportunities for sure for Cloud9. I think they looked a lot better. The only real problem is when they were winning rounds, finances didn't really go their way.
Well, Cloud9 will still have another chance coming up in the next few days to continue their journey in the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We're going to head to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to break down this game a little bit more and then give you guys some information on the next game coming up.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Well, the first match out of 3 on the B stream here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Master Championship is now done and dusted. Astralis have taken the 2-0 victory up against Cloud9. Jason Kappen still joined by Tompus here. And let's kind of be honest. We expected Astralis, even with the performance they've recently had over at Blast, to still win this series. But credit to Cloud9, they looked much better on Train than they did on Overpass.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about this series, is that Overpass has been one of their best, if not their best map for quite a long time. Before they played Renegades at Leipzig, they had a ridiculous streak on it, arguably against some weaker teams, obviously weaker than Astralis, but whatever.
So that made teams better.
Yeah, but I think it just came down to economy never really worked for them. Astralis were all over the map on Overpass, and they never really came back from that. Like, even from the get-go, I think it was at the pistol round, I think it was Magisk, just pushed all the way out long and just headshot 2 people in mid. Like, it's hard to just counter someone doing that because it's one of those situations where it seemed like they knew what was going to happen, but they couldn't do anything about it, and they never were able to do that all the way throughout the map. And that was after starting off 4-1 and then losing 10 rounds in a row. That's going to hit you hard. In the second map, it started relatively similar, like it didn't go too well, but then they managed a 7-round streak. They got going. Some of their individuals played really well. I think Modem in a couple of clutch situations was fantastic. Obviously, the main man to highlight is going to be Floppy because that 1v4 was disgusting, and I think we saw some real life in the team. The issue is, again, when it was like an eco round for Astralis, they would get 2-3 kills. Like, they would do damage. They'd force rebuys. They'd make it tough, especially when it came down to a double AWP setup. Finances is massive. When it came to Astralis on the T side, they won 1 round, then 2, and then a 3rd, and they were all squeaky clean, and they had like 8,000 in the bank after those few rounds. So when they did finally lose, they rebuy, the pressure straight back on, and they get it back to an 8-7 half, which it's not great when you're on the CT side. Sure, for Cloud9, it wasn't bad, but if you're 7-3 up, you want better than that. And then going into the T side, it was just a tougher time. Device hitting all of his shots. Not a lot you can do. Yeah,
I think we saw not an adaptation, but we saw them kind of warm up into the series a little bit for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, when it was an Overpass, they lost so much real estate on the map. Like, it was always Astralis in middle or connector. Wherever Astralis wanted to go, the Cloud9 gave it to them, kind of to say. On Train, I think they were Astralis were being forced to be more respectful. Like Floppy on the utility damage, I think it was like 3-4 rounds in, if not 5.
Like 200 and something.
Exactly. Yeah. He had a lot of nade damage done. He really put his foot down on the B site, and I think Cloud9 put a lot of faith in him to hold that B site alone. OC would rotate around every once in a while to help out, but they really put that emphasis on the outer bomb side. And eventually, Astralis did overpower them, even though they did lose the half in that one. It's kind of unfortunate because we had some moments of glory within Cloud9, like Floppy's 1v4, Modem's 1v2 clutches, like back-to-back rounds practically. But we didn't see it all come together throughout the entirety of the match. It was just like those little sparks we saw, but no flame, no fire.
Yeah, I agree. I think
I don't mean in a bad way. Let me clarify.
Yeah.
No flame, no fire. But they didn't have that consistency of like those standout rounds, like time and time again.
I think it was more that you didn't seem to have all of those players stepping up at the same time.
True.
So
True.
it wasn't like there was a round where they survived with 5 people alive, so they could build a bank and keep that double AWP setup going. I think a lot of the double AWP in general on their CT side had issues. Like, you'd see quite a few missed shots, which again, I don't know if that's down to nerves or whatever, but if they'd hit them, then who knows what would have happened in the match. And you would see people like Glaive able to get away with quite a lot just running out into the site in early portions of the round on Train. So, yeah, I think there's definite work to do, especially if they're going to get to anywhere near the level of an Astralis. But a 16-12 defeat after something that was like that close and could have gone either way, not bad for Cloud9. And I think any team coming up against them in the lower bracket should be worried, because I think they could easily win that next match, whoever they come up against.
Well, speaking of brackets, let's actually take a look at the brackets, see how they developed over the course of today. If we have results in from other matches as well, you can see here, Astralis taking that victory will play against the winner of NIP and Vitality, which I believe is currently going on over on the A stream at the moment. And then we have Cloud9 dropping down to the lower bracket, where I believe they play against the loser of that same match. But yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I think NIP maybe would be a better matchup for Cloud9 than Vitality.
I think they could win that.
But there's definitely a chance, I think, to progress further on in the tournament. I'm really curious to see when we get to like Renegades Fnatic, because there's a little bit of question marks around Fnatic in terms of how their form is, because they have not played in such a long time.
It's more just the unknown. Like, you'd still expect Fnatic to come in and be one of the better teams at this tournament, because that's just what they do. They come up when the big matches are around. Katowice has been very, very good for them and their organization. Yeah. Even when their team looked weaker at times, they would come into Katowice and they would be fantastic. So this is a tournament that they care about a lot. I'm sure there's been a lot of practice. I'm looking forward to see Golden continue to be at the helm. I think he's a great in-game leader, and I think he's got the pieces he needs. So, but at the same time, this updated Renegades roster is one I enjoy watching a lot. I think that Dexter is going to be massive to witness, but I don't want to delve too far into this, because then in about, what, half an hour's time, I'll have absolutely nothing to say.
No, at 2:25 CST, because we're not actually into European Standard Time just yet.
That is soon.
So about 10 to 15 minutes we'll be going live with that next match. I'm curious to see what the map's going to be as well.
I have food to eat, Jason. We need a break.
We can't go to break just yet.
Otherwise, I'm going to be sassy, you know?
I don't want a sassy Tom.
To be fair,
you've been much. Thom is even worse.
You've been much sassier than me, like during the matches, you know, because you're back. You've been.
We don't need to talk about that.
It's very interesting casting with someone who's constantly going.
I mean, okay, what's worse, me trying to correct my back or me putting my leg up on the desk?
Can you still do that?
I will practice in the break
yeah, I was about
to make sure, because I don't need to hurt my back any more than it is. But yeah, no, for like Renegades as well in particular, like they're into Pro League Season 11. Like they have a lot to play for, a lot to like momentum to build up. I'm really curious to see how they do over time with obviously the new edition of hats. But this is a team that like has a big shoes to fill from their other Aussie brothers, right? And we have 100 Thieves still to play yet today. There's a lot of pressure on them, especially like if they're going to be able to come into the Pro League and be able to perform and finally kind of break that curse of being locked away in Australia, playing against just Australian teams or the South Asia teams.
Well, I think they're also, at least for me, and probably a lot of people at home, they're one of the most likable teams. I think you just have to want them to do well. So going into this match versus Fnatic, I think Fnatic over the years have always been like a villain almost. Like people want to, like there was a time where they were the best where most people wanted them to fail at that point, and they never did. So I think it's definitely going to be like the rising stars of Renegades facing off against those villains once again to see if they can like just beat them out. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but I think Renegades are going to surprise people. At least I hope they do. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to that short break. And when we come back, we will be kicking off Renegades up against Fnatic. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. And we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes time, so don't go anywhere.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of...
This is your chance to rise. A chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Did I say 10 minutes? I meant about 3 minutes. We're about to get underway with our next match, our second of the day. It's Renegades up against Fnatic, and it's going to be a really interesting one. We got the Renegades bringing in the new boy hats. We got Fnatic coming in after a long hiatus of playing. Those 70-something days isn't really that long if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, but to not play Counter-Strike in an official match, that's a lifetime.
Well, yeah, it was Pro League Finals. It was the final of Pro League Finals that they played and lost versus Mouse Sports. But, you know, Mouse Sports right at the top of the ESL rankings at the moment. They're one of the teams to beat in this tournament as well. And I think Fnatic are definitely going to be one of the ones, like, they're going to be up there. There's no doubt about it. But it's just interesting where they actually come into this. And I like the first matchup they've got. It's a team that realistically they should be able to beat. But at the same time, Renegades have been sort of like grinding their way through. They've been playing in a lot more tournaments. They've been beating better and better teams as they go. At Leipzig, they managed to get to the grand final. Unfortunately, they fell a little bit short. They've been slowly building up their map pool over time. And that's sort of the interesting thing for me, is where this is going to end up. Because there's a few maps that, like Fnatic have they started banning Dust 2 over a time. So maybe we'll see it edging away from there, which is one of the maps that Renegades quite like to play. Both teams play Inferno. So is that going to be a pick for either side? Nuke could come up as well. Like,
just so you guys know, he's not
options.
looking at the monitor right now. You guys see him looking down. It's not like he's actually looking at the vetoes. He's actually doing this like kind of predicting
I have a notepad.
Yeah, so there actually are vetoes coming up. We do see Dust 2 being picked by Renegades. We do see Inferno being picked by Fnatic. And then
so
last
Fnatic have
and
gone,
final map,
that's the interesting thing. They've got, so they started towards the end actually banning Dust 2. So the fact that they've gone away from that leaves it open for Renegades to actually pick, which obviously it's been a few months. Maybe that might be one of the maps that they've worked to bring back into the pool. And they can take Nuke out of there, which is a map that Renegades probably would have picked instead. So I guess it was a pick your poison scenario for Fnatic. Like, which would you rather play? And to be honest, like, we actually saw that match where Crims went absolutely nuclear on Dust 2. So I guess you have, well, so much so he broke a record. So I guess you could say that if you have a few players that can play the map very well, like JW in the past has been someone renowned for like his AWPing. So I wouldn't really be surprised if it edged in that direction as well. So it's understandable that they've gone that way, but yeah, I think the rest, I actually didn't witness. I'm guessing Inferno was the map choice of Fnatic.
And then Overpass last.
That's actually a map which is interesting for a different reason. It's not been massively played by either side, but they both currently have 100% win rate after the last 3 months. But
maybe not after today.
I would almost,
if we get there.
Yeah, I would say not if we get there, because that's impossible. But if we don't get there, then maybe it'll remain intact.
I do also want to point out, for instance, people like Brolin and Crims. You talk about Crims as record-breaking game, but over like the last 4 tournaments that they played, and they actually had top 4 places in those 4 tournaments. Brolin is at plus 135 in his KD, and Crims is plus 121.
It's surprising looking at this team. Well, it's not surprising so much anymore, but when this roster was formed, if you'd looked at it, to say that Brolin is the best player in the team would almost have been unheard of, but I think it's a fact. I don't think it's even arguable at this point. Like, the kid is nuts, and I can't wait to see him play today. Renegades, though, they've, again, managed to get a very decent map pool. We've seen some strong performances on this in the past. JW already going to be kicking things off. Golden as well. Picks off 2 from the door, and Crims chimes in. This has been an absolute slaughter in the pistol round, leaving Mortar all on his lonesome.
Well, I know something Fnatic has been doing in their downtime since their last tournament of Pro League. Clearly AIM USP maps.
I'm sure there's a lot that they've been doing in their past times. But yeah, it's looking good, really. Flusher going for a knife kill in the first round of the series. First round in a few months, so clearly they're feeling pretty confident going into this one. Of course, as you can see, the maps are on your screen there, if you missed it as I did, because I was looking at my notepad like a fool. But yeah, Inferno.
How dare you look at your own prep? Terrible person.
Well, it is silly to look at your prep when someone's revealing the answers to what you're trying to predict.
No, it's the funny thing is that people at home are like, he's looking at the map vetoes on the screen. But no, he wasn't. I can confirm that. Either way.
He doesn't even have them on that screen.
He's got pictures of me on that screen. Fnatic, we're at the early lead. I need someone to Photoshop like my face or my head on your body and your face or head on my body.
Sounds horrible,
just
to be honest.
See like what Tall Tom would look like. And Hairless Jason. Actually, no, I don't want to see that because that's probably my life coming up in a few years. But we see Renegades. They do have a scout out of Sicko. You have a big grouping up in towards the middle as well. And you can see Fnatic kind of just giving some space to Renegades. Not sure exactly what they're going to bring to this round. Crim just easily going to back off if he gets the early spot. The bomb, though, in the meantime, still over on Dexter outside of B. So I'm imagining they're going to rotate back around and maybe try to sell a fake so they can get the bomb down and plant it. But Golden's still going to be tucked away in the back of B with his own scout.
I do wonder if this was the classic matchmaking strategy of you go AI, plant bomb B. Like, it's not the most in-depth strategy in the world, but you normally see this short plant made to get the bomb down. So the fact that they don't, it just depends how quickly the realization is going to come in for Golden, and he has realized now this is where it comes into his head, and he's right there. He just has to push in. This should be the kill, but he gets the plant. It's going to make absolutely no difference of whether they win the round or not. They would have got a bomb down, in fact, on the A side because they took it completely.
Right.
But at least if you're Dexter, you can go, well, it worked. I got the bomb down. Like, you know, everybody died and no one died on the CT side, but what was the plan? Get the bomb down. Did it work?
I did my job.
Yeah, what
did you guys do?
Where was your
Come on.
rotation, guys? Come on.
Get a kill. Jeez. Either way, 2-0 for Fnatic, looking pretty confident, looking pretty good. JW on 4 kills. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I wonder if Renegades did go A with a bomb, if they actually would be able to like defend it at all. But as we saw, JW picking up those kills, probably not too likely there. But let's see what Renegades have. I mean, the thing is, I always love like the story of Renegades, even the old Renegades, back when Sponge was playing, and of course the 100 Thieves now, of like playing out of a region and having to play against a completely like different level. It feels like almost when they get to these international lands. You can think of some Brazilian teams as well, back into the MIBR, before the SK, before that Luminosity days, even Furia nowadays. I always like to see the drive that a lot of these teams do have, and our Renegades, they have the fate in their own hands. You start taking some rounds here on Dust 2, and you start hitting some shots as well. You can see In's already being tagged up, off to 51 health. And do they even know JW's here?
No, they don't. That's actually going to lead to Sicko going down. Now, they could boost on top, and that leaves JW very vulnerable indeed, but Hats isn't going to be able to trade the kill back. Inns should, and that will at least leave things into a 3 versus 3. Crims, however, finds the man on short. In fact, it's Dexter now rotating from short to actually help out on long. The issue is Brolin starting to get aggressive through this mid push. The T side trying to slowly make their way forward. This is all going to come down to timing. You can see they're checking their backside just to make sure that if anybody is coming in from behind, they're aware, but I think Brolin has got the timing absolutely perfect. Going to hit the headshot as well onto Inns. That's the AWP drop to the floor, and it leaves Dexter now alone. 25 seconds left on the clock. He does at least have the bomb, but making this cross is going to be very difficult, even though it's a scout on the other side. But the missed shot gives him an opener. It's the second as well, and now he's just got to be careful of the man coming in from behind, but he can now plant a little bit safer. He doesn't. He chooses for a more open one, but Brolin doesn't see him. He'll get the kill anyway. And, well, considering what was invested for Fnatic into that round, that was just all the weapons they carried through from round number 2. That's going to be a big bonus. A free AWP, some extra money as well. But at a bare minimum, Renegades get a bomb plant. So they could go for an investment into the next round if they wanted to try and force the issue.
And again, Dexter's like, I got the bomb down. Where were you guys? No, well done. I still think like Renegades getting those 4 kills was phenomenal. Getting Hats boosted over the top. Able to get those kills after they lost Sicko right off the bat. And Fnatic looking to continue that steam. I mean, like, you can't deny like the reign they did have towards the later parts of the year. Like, top 4 finishes in the last 4 tournaments they played. And I think all questions about what kind of form they're bringing into Katowice are definitely going to be answered by the end of this series. And it's looking to push through the smoke. He's getting tagged up by Flush, who's just looking to back off now. And they're still leaving Dexter. I mean, this is kind of like typical Renegade style, even with a slight change up of roster, just leaving Dexter to kind of do his own thing. Kind of similar to like Blame F on Complexity, I can see, where he just kind of lurks and looks for some kills. Kind of locks down that lower B position. He also has the hero AK too.
Short control. Gathered up. We've seen some already dynamic setups coming out from the CT side. Early long control in the last round, but this time not wanting to get up in the faces when they have the advantageous weaponry. So just going to sit back passive, take short control just early into the round, not allow for that potential of the same short push, which normally guarantees a bomb plant and can also get you quite close to the player on site, which is going to be JW with that AWP. Dexter has managed to lurk his way out middle, though, and the team are just waiting to see what he can do. Doesn't realize there's a second player just a little bit further around the corner. I'm sure he would have waited to try for the double. JW as well, just going to have that firing range onto long, and they've cleared out that singular AK-47, leaving it all onto the pistols. Nice shot from Mortar, at least going to try and make this that a little bit more costly, but they'll peek him together. JW even gets the kill with the USP, and Fnatic go 4-0 up.
JW 8-0. Sorry, 8-1. He is hitting some fantastic shots and playing so well so far. I mean, then again, it was Renegades with just the one AK bought up. But still, having someone like him to be so strong early on in the match and so confident has to really put fear into the eyes of Renegades as they progress through further into this. And again, Renegades going back into the buy-up. Sicko with the op. Yet to really make any presence so far in this first half on 0 kills. Even Fnatic going for like an early cat push here, and I think this is just the confidence out of them, right? Oof, Shoots a little high over Sicko, just ducks under the bullet. And there we go, Dexter gets one too, so they're at least able to have a man advantage, maintain it even after Flushy gets the kill on the Malta. But can they get into a round when Brolin's coming around and look at his head cleanly taken off by Dexter.
He's done well fighting into middle, but even still, the trade comes back once again from Flusher. However, the B site now firmly in the control of Hats. JW, oh, he can get past the Molotov. They will have heard it, but he doesn't connect. And that's going to be Hats putting this round to bed. Flusher, been renowned for his plays around the smoke, but this will be a bit too much to ask for. And you can see in the meantime, if he does go anywhere near the rotation background to the back of B, there is a man waiting in the form of Inns just watching into the tunnels. And this is just going to have to be the save. And even still, the last few rounds weren't necessarily the most costly. Of course, the one where Brolin survived on his own, they had investment of SMGs and some other weapons missing. So this round now for Renegades is going to call into question what Fnatic will actually buy. The T's not going to be in a bad position whatsoever. And again, we start to see what Dexter is renowned for. This is the man that, although he is the in-game leader for the side, he's also one of the best to watch because he's just going to grind out kills. He's going to find picks where they need it, and he's going to be integral for them actually playing into this one. I think Sicko also just punishing Crims early enough, it might actually force the CT side to show a little bit more respect to Renegades, because if they were able to continue to like rush out and just peek angles like they were in the early rounds and take that upper mid control, that would be a real issue for the Renegades.
I mean, hopefully, like, Dexter's been able to do a decent job with mid control. Able to be like really sneaky in a couple of rounds earlier on, and then able to do some decent damage with the SG as well. You can see that Fnatic with just the SG out of Flush who saved it, and the Scout, it's really not a big investment out of them. JW on 4K, so saving up for the op into the next round. And I think this is a round that like Renegades need to win, but more importantly, need to win it cleanly. They need to really prevent Flush from getting 1, 2, maybe 3 kills.
Yeah, he's going to be the problem child. Smoke going to be set up early. They do look to make this split onto the A site happen once again. It's JW alone with a P250 out towards long. The flashbang as well from Sicko leaves him completely blind, so no real chance for the Swede. And the T's, although they've thrown out a fair bit of utility early, they're just being patient. Nice work from Flusher, though. He's going to go back for a little bit more, and he gets both players. Now this comes down to just the long push, which actually leaves them quite isolated. Crims goes in for the peak with the Deagle. Not a whole lot to lose, so he can take these risks and try and distract as Flusher goes back for a little bit more. A third kill for the Swede as Hats now tries to take him down, and finally will, and leaves it onto just the pistols, or so they thought, as that SG then gets picked up. Or an SG gets picked up by Brolin. He's going to peek him for more. And Fnatic, they win the round out of very little. You spoke about keeping it clean. They didn't keep it at all.
Yeah, with Flushy getting 3 kills. Insane stuff out of him. And that's really unfortunate for Renegades, because they were starting to build up some momentum, right? They were starting to look pretty good. There was a couple of rounds that they were able to do some really good damage. Like you mentioned, Brolin surviving with just himself, able to get a relatively decent round in the one prior. But one and done, unfortunately, is going to be the name of the game for Renegades. And now Fnatic back in the driver's seat. They have a lot of money, at least in JW's hands. So if they lose the op in this round, they're going to have it into the next. Trying to rush straight out from long. Renegades able to get Dexter pushed out. They're not going to expect him this close. He gets the first kill as well. And the spray through. It's going to be out of Malta through the smoke to get the kill. Flush is still alive, and Flusha, he wants more blood. He wants more kills. He halts the push in towards long and keeps things equal at 3, though Malta's on 4 health.
Yeah, once again, there's been this early battle for long, which the T's have been able to come out on top at least the majority of the times. They get the control. It's almost just looking at what cost. What have you lost in this scenario? JW as well. He's off to a great start, which is always worrying for any team on the other side. Clearly feeling confident. A minute left on the clock. And again, they're going to try and pressure down long. It hasn't really been too successful for them, however. And JW, that's as easy a kill as he's going to get. Nice trade from Malta, the low HP player, able to do the work with the Krieg. You can see a slight rotation coming in from Brolin, but maybe a little bit hesitant as there's already the peak coming in around that long position. He just wants to try and find another avenue. And just in case they do rotate, maybe look to hold them in.
Yeah, I mean, they had, what, like 50-something seconds left when they got that kill onto JW. Easily time to rotate back towards B if they want to. They do not... Actually, they do have 1 smoke out of Inns. Gonna be hard to cover the cross completely, though. With 25 seconds left, they're gonna have to make their move. Brolin's backed off in towards tunnel, so he's now gonna know it's not towards B. And they're actually just gonna walk across. I like this. No investment with the smoke, no trying to give away their position. I don't think Flush even spotted it either. But he's gonna hear the bomb being planted momentarily, and Brolin's over towards short, so they're gonna have a nice little pressure coming through, and Flush is just gonna walk up in towards the A site. Malta on 4 health, on 0 health now. Now Inns in a 1-on-2.
Back towards Goose. He's also been spotted now by Flusher, so all the information is there, trying to set out a pop flash, which does at least mean that Brolin has to look away, hits the headshot through the box, but it isn't quite going to be enough. And again, in these clutch situations, Fnatic come out on top. AWP going to be retrieved in a comfortable defuse in the end, but still these rounds are actually coming fairly close, considering the positions that Renegades put them in. Like in the 3v3 with one player low HP, I didn't really think they would get as far as they did. The sneak that they managed through long as well to get onto the bomb site, just basically counting on the fact that their opposition thought they'd rotated back the other way. It was a risk, but it gets them onto the site. Unfortunately, they just lost it in the remaining duels. 6-1, double up setup retrieved as well, so there is going to be a secondary pulled in here. And I wonder who's actually going to be picking it up. There's a few different candidates. We've seen Crims do it in the past, but at the moment, it's being held by Golden.
I would imagine Golden, since he's been the one generally holding like back a B, like we saw earlier on with the Scout, I think in round 2. I think Brolin, yeah, get him like the SG. Actually, they didn't save an SG, so get him like an M4. Or in a hug. That works as well, because he's been performing really well. He's been doing well, I feel like, so far in this match when he's been like free. Like he's been allowed to just push things and get aggressive in positions and catch people off guard. Like he flanked around towards long A, you know, I think that was in round 3. Pulled off the 1v1 clutch too in that situation. Fnatic are looking damn good, honestly. Like JW, Flusha, Brolin, can't really knock any of them so far.
Once again, a patient round, but okay. We thought that Golden would be more towards the back of B. Instead, he's actually taking the fight in mid. Definitely not renowned for his AWPing, but it's one hell of a start. And Inns also, I think he just got peeked through the long doors, has been tagged up to 43 HP. Similarly to what we saw Astralis doing in some of the early rounds of Overpass, just getting these aggressive faces and peaks and winning the duels and just leaving Renegades in positions where even if they had a sound strategy or a good idea going into the round, they're already facing it with a deficit. Now, looking like they're going to challenge for short once again. It is only JW here, but with that AWP on the cross, even if he just hits one and they fall back for the retake, Fnatic are going to be in such a strong position.
Exactly. I mean, Flush is pushed up aggressively as well. He has a smoke to help assist in towards A house. I mean, that's unfortunate, but even if JW only misses the shot, like, you're still going to have such a strong potential with all 5 players left alive, knowing that Inns is a little bit tagged up down to 43 health. Flash going to come through to help stall this one. JW going for the peek. Kind of catches himself a little bit with the flashbang, but still, he's alive. He's not dropped it. What a shot on a Sicko. I could barely see a pixel. I had X-ray. And now Crims comes in from short just as quickly, and now it's going to be a 5-on-2.
This is an impossible scenario for Renegades. They've got so much left to do. They almost need to try and get aggressive. And I'm saying Inns has already died. Nice shot from Hats at least, but we need 4 more of those, and he's only got 4 health. Both players dunked out by nades. Good utility usage from Fnatic. And they've been doing that quite regularly in these retake scenarios, just like bouncing a grenade onto the site. 7-1. Ridiculously strong start now. Even finance is starting to build up for the Swedes. And the T's, well, again, they get a bomb plant down. It will give them some money if they wanted to go for the buy, but so far, we haven't really seen too much of them. It's mainly been what Dexter has been able to achieve in mid. Sicko's had his AWP a couple of times, and I think the only time it's really been too impactful is when we've seen aggressive faces actually coming out from the CT side.
And even then, I mean, it's worked, like, what, once?
Yep.
Sicko again on the scout now, trying to accomplish something with it in middle. Again, early utility use out of Fnatic to deny them any sort of long A take right off the bat. I think they know they're up against just some pistols and armor here. And JW going over in towards middle, where Golden was holding previously. So they definitely banged a lot more people over towards this B site, maybe expecting a push to come through.
I wonder if this will be the first time we actually see some real challenge into mid or B. Because it's been fairly one-dimensional for Renegade so far. It's been short and long. Those are the two positions they've challenged in the majority of rounds. Okay, there was the round they won where Dexter managed to peek into mid. JW, however, already going to be getting that opener. Of course, it's only pistols in this round. It's going to be tough for them to get anything done. Nice shot from Hats, at least. We'll find one within the B site, but it seemed like Fnatic were more than aware of what they were about to attempt. They had a bolstered B site defense, and they make that one look very easy indeed.
I swear, I mean, as an observer, Fnatic must be one of your favorite teams at the moment, because you just keep the camera on JW or Brolin, and you're like pretty much going to catch most of the kills. I guess Flush just some love in there too. Yeah, you're right. Like the success Renegades have had in towards middle has just basically been Dexter, and there was an opportunity for him to pick up like those 2 kills into the 2 players in towards CT spawn, but I guess he didn't hear the second player run in. But has not really been able to find that magic equation. That might have been it, but Crims is going to get the kill into in still. Man advantage back to Fnatic, and I feel like if you're Renegades, like with these buy rounds that you've been having and being forced to save every so often, you can't afford to lose a player right off the bat without returning the kill as well. They've lost now 2. It's a 5-on-3. And we're only, what, 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah, this is actually looking a little bit sloppy now from Renegades. Like, there has been 3, maybe more rounds where 20 seconds in, they've lost a man. And it, like, sure, the peak on long is more down to timing and spawn, so you can understand that one, but the peak into mid, like, it came with no flash, it came with nothing, or short, or whatever it was, just trying to take that fight raw versus an AWP, and the chance of you winning that is slim. It basically just comes down to timing and a little bit of luck, so I'm starting to worry a bit for Renegades. Like, this is not looking like the sort of structured unit we've seen before, and a lot of their, as I said, aggression has just been failing miserably.
And what kind of is even more worrisome, Tom, is that this is their map choice.
Yeah. And this is one, as said, towards the end of last year, Fnatic seemed a little bit more hesitant to play in comparison to some of the others they have on the list. So the fact that if this comes back as a strong map within their pool, there's real issues. And maybe that's one of the reasons they haven't faced into the B site so much. Brolin is an absolute master of the site. It's going to be 9-1 now in favor of Fnatic. And as of yet, they haven't even had to break a sweat.
14-4 for JW. 10-4 for Flusha. 10-1 for Brolin. Renegades need to figure something out. They need to figure it out fast. And I liked your idea about the like mid to B kind of play. But, you know, Golden, look at that confidence. Just peeks out middle, past the smoke, gets an early kill. Again, man advantage to Fnatic. Albeit Renegades are on just the pistols and a scout. It just seems like Fnatic have them read completely. Like even the incendiary grenade being thrown in like at the perfect position to stop them from getting out of lower.
Well, the last a few times at least that they've actually fought mid has been when they've had questionable economy. It's not really been in proper rifle rounds. Same with B. Like, there's not really been any pressure there. Like Brolin, he's got most of his kills while rotating or retaking. Like it's not been the toughest time for the B-side player at the moment. And sure, okay, he's a very good player. He's one that maybe someone wants to avoid, but the fact that it has just been people walking into JW time and time again. Crims now has his chance in the limelight and is going to hit all his shots as well. Fnatic now 10-1 up. They really haven't had any trouble throughout this match so far. We're going to get another buy round in for the side of Renegades. Even just looking at the ADR, it's just kind of depressing for the Aussie side, but
I mean, what Brolin has, I mean, like the highest on Renegades is the second lowest player out of Fnatic. If I can do numbers correctly.
Well, this time, once again, we're going to have the boost up onto short, so there's going to be an early aggressive play. JW is going to be so well placed. Malta had absolutely no idea. Again, 10 seconds into the round, there's an initial kill. Dexter is going to be able to find one back. As said, the small glimmer of hope has been his aggression. But even still, he's down to just 3 HP. Oh no, where's this going? Okay, it should go a little bit too far to actually kill him. I don't think they realize that he's just lurking within the smoke. That could be the one thing that saves them. He's going to net another frag, but he doesn't know that Crims is just behind. In the meantime, they switch things up. I like this from Renegades. Straight up onto short after the initial success. Crims is going to hear everything, spot everything, and in the meantime, Flusha goes hunting to spot if there's anything out towards long. which he realizes quickly there isn't. So this is going to allow for an easier time, at least in the retake. But if they kill him off, then it should be a Renegades round.
Yeah, they got 2 players trained directly on his angle. 2 members of Fnatic coming in from CT, trying to cause a little bit of a distraction, though they should know there's a player towards long. Brolin gets the first onto Ins. Pat's trying to respond, does get the kill, so does Sicko. So now it's all on Crims and a 1-on-2. He knows where Hats is. I think he has an idea where Sicko is. Unfortunately, knowing where he is not going to be enough, as finally Renegades do put a round on the board. And that was just basically off the back of Dexter getting 2, right? Pushes out middle, gets the first kill, pushes out again, gets a second with the help of the smoke.
I think the mid-round call as well to quickly push towards short after finding those picks was a really good call. If that was him or maybe someone just chiming in from their position, that basically won them the round because he forced Fnatic to go into mid. He forced them to go down and drop off of short and maneuver their positions away from short just to try and stop him. And that's basically his job. His job is to give space to everybody else on the rest of the map. He does it perfectly. They get an opener and then they get the bomb down without any real pressure. So much better from Renegades, but again, it's tough to rely on that. Like, sure, he's managed to get in a couple of times, but there was a little bit of luck in there, like hiding in the smoke, being on 3 HP after the first duel. Like, you can't rely on that. And I think that might be why we're actually seeing a pause called, I imagine, by Renegades. Because, okay, sure, Fnatic might be a little bit like, okay, let's not throw this half away. But they've got so much money to buy with JW's as close to 16K as you can get. And they can basically just crush Renegades straight back down to what will likely be a sketchy force buy.
The thing was, what opened up that, actually I think this is maybe even a tech pause, it's lasting so long, was that like Dexter just ran out middle and got the first kill, or got their first kill, right? And then we saw, was it JW get pushed over towards short and he was able to get the kill for himself, but like that aggressive play, just rushing, you can't, like you said, can't really count on that to win you rounds. Yeah, it looks like there was a disconnect indeed here for Renegades. So just gonna wait for him to get back on the server so we can continue this. I don't know if we're gonna be, no, there's no way we're remaking it, right? The round. I'm still always unfamiliar with how it works of when the call to remake a round is done. Is it you have to call it before the round starts or before there's a kill?
I'm pretty sure he would have dropped after the round anyway.
Okay.
I don't think it had any impact. Like, nothing's happened, so
right,
I don't know why they'd have to. I don't know why they'd have to do anything. No, the norm is if damage is done. That's normally the call, but not really anything.
What about self-damage? Like, what if you fall from high?
It's still damage.
Does that count?
I'm pretty sure if you take damage.
That would be rough if like someone crashes in front of you while you're knifing. You know, like people sometimes randomly do, and you knife them, and then you can't. I know, because then you would crash. I don't know. Anyways, let's just stop thinking about this because I always seem to make things more difficult and harder for myself.
As I said, well, unless I missed it, which is possible, I don't think that was during the last round at all. Okay. And also, you can't play the round, win the round, and then go, let's start that one again. Like, why would they do that?
We don't need this handicap. Come on.
We've been trying to win rounds the whole time, but we'd like to do that one again. Like, no.
We want to earn it.
There's absolutely no chance that that's happening here. But yeah, a fantastic start for Fnatic. There's no doubt about it. We've seen basically everybody have their moments as well, which is definitely going to be a bit more questionable.
The thing is, looking at like the group that we have for these two teams, right? We have Astralis, Cloud9 with Astralis advancing through, NIP Vitality, Na'Vi FaZe, and then Renegades Fnatic. Like, there's still going to be some like really interesting matchups. Whoever wins this match playing against the winner of Na'Vi FaZe, like that's going to be a damn tough match for any team out there to do.
Yeah, I think that this, if Fnatic do continue in the way that they're going, this will almost be their warm-up match. Like that will be the tougher match going forward. And Renegades, the likelihood is they will be falling into the lower bracket. I'm hoping there'll be a little bit more from them, of course. And as of what we've seen so far, this has been fairly underwhelming. They've been caught out by a lot of the aggressive plays that Fnatic have been throwing in, and even just like, when it comes down to what they've actually been doing, like it's been very, very heavy towards this A side, which it's going to be the case with a lot of teams, but it means that there can be further gambles. That's better though. Quick peek out, a timing shot that gives Sicko the opportunity to get the pick onto JW, who has been an absolute menace so far.
Look at Crimson mid though. So to cut you off, Tom, look how far he's been pushed up here. He's actually going to spot them out, but unfortunately can't get the kill. We see it come in. Golden actually helps him out. Golden gets a second, and that equalizes things with them losing JW off the bat towards long.
That was a true, like, sacrificial play from Golden there. Like, nah, you're not having Crims. They did kill him anyway, but let's move away from that. He's managed to get the trade. And look at the information he's found. He's gone all the way through, gone into T-spawn. Now, he's not actually spotted anything out yet, and the remaining 2 players are still just holding into mid, so there's still going to be a good opportunity to get the cross-off. There is 2 smokes available, so the T side don't have to take the risk we saw from them previously, but now Flush is getting aggressive as well, and this is where things are going to get much, much tougher for the Renegades, as it's clearly been realized where they have to be going. Brolin holding that cross. They go for the peak once again, but they do get the trade at least. However, I don't know if they're going to expect Flusher to be this deep within the site, and he's going to utilize his Molotov to buy Golden some extra time. It's going to be left now, all onto Sicko. The AWP managing to start off the round strong. Can he continue this into some sort of clutch? He's at least going to net the plant. But look at this. It's good from Fnatic. They're going to opt to actually play this one together. They know they're up against the AWPer. Unless they line up, I don't think this is going to work.
They got a lot of utility to use too. 2 grenades, incendiary grenade, and a smoke behind that as well. Sicko, he's in the perfect position to be naded down. There we go. First comes through. That's 44 damage. Spots on the second as the incendiary gets thrown in. It gets completely overwhelmed by Fnatic. Well done by them. And this will be Fnatic getting on to 11.
Their retakes have been impressive. Almost every single one has involved a nade kill or nade damage or someone being forced out of position. They have been really well structured. I think all the sort of riskier plays we've seen from them in the past, like the big clutch plays, haven't actually been needed. Like, we always talk about Fnatic, how they're phenomenal in like a 1v2 or 1v3. Like, any player can pull off a round. They haven't needed a single one, because when it comes to retakes, they have forced Renegades into the most awkward positions every single time. Like, Sicko, what can he do there? He's been naded, a Molotov forces him out, he tries to jump away, it gets really awkward, and by that point, Flusher's already right down his neck. Like, this is just good play coming out from the Swedes, and Renegades, it seems like they're struggling.
And also knowing that Golden was towards long, it's like, where can you safely peek as him? And again, Golden gets another kill. This one from the B site in towards tunnels. Again, confidence is something Fnatic is definitely not lacking. And again, like I feel like we're like a broken record at this point, but Renegades, you know, within like the first 20 to 40 seconds of the round, they're playing a man down.
I think 40's kind. I don't think it's been that late most of the time. JW not going to connect this time. And that does at least mean that the T's can gain some map control. Pick up short once again, which has been one of their go-to positions on the map thus far.
I'm still really confused a little bit, Tom, is that like they've walked around that corner so many times without a flashbang now, and JW's been in that same position so many times.
Yeah. The only problem is they need flashbangs for that.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I was looking at that, I was like, well, money's a little bit light.
And 35 seconds, and there's still so much to do. They're going to try and just take a dry peek into mid. Brolin is waiting. He lines them up and just wrecks them. Leaves only one man standing. Okay, Malta finally gets the trade, but it is too little too late. The push through mid as well is going to put Flusher in a position, and this, please, just end his misery after failing the jump twice. I think that was deserved. Flusher, he's been everywhere. And now that's 12 and 2. The T side don't even have a buy here, which is probably the most depressing thing of all. It's going to be a Mac 10. I wouldn't even mind them seeing just trying to blast through that B site. Smoke it, just try something ridiculous here. Nothing's working. Try and put some real pressure onto Golden, who hasn't had any. Instead, it's going to be back to what is a similar play to what we've seen previously. Brolin looking for the spot in middle. They're going to fight for long. Actually take a little bit more of an aggressive point, but there is no way Malta should get anywhere near winning that duel. Somehow it's a little bit close. And actually, I think we just saw Golden peek into lower tunnels and find that initial pick as well. There really is nothing that Fnatic won't try. Nice nade onto Dexter just to make things that little bit worse. And one by one, the Renegades are getting picked off.
I really wish we could see like the utility damage so far out of Fnatic, because you already mentioned before, like their nades on retakes have been phenomenal. Sicko's trying to look for a shot here, but not really giving him an angle for it. And Flush, in the meantime, takes down Dexter. That's a player towards long. He's tucked away in towards the car. They do have a Molotov to dislodge him, which they're going to be able to throw in, but he's actually just backs up a little bit, creates some distance. That's Golden to help watch the cross from the pit position. And Yeah, this is looking a lot like my matchmaking games right now. Everyone just coming long to look for the duel, to look for the fight. Sicko's going to win out on this one, but again, 1 versus 3 with the Scout. He has 2 kills, but he needs to find 3 more to get Renegades up to 3 rounds. And he just looks to peek towards the longhouse and gets his head clean taken off. So Fnatic, questions about what their kind of form would be coming into Katowice? Well, their form is looking damn good as they take the first half 13-2 here on Dust 2. We'll be back after a short break to continue half number 2.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship. That's a lot to say in a very quick amount of time. Jason Kappen joined by Tom Biz as we are well into our day here, our first day of 4 coming up over the course of this week. We still have 2 more casters. I swear, if you don't like us, well, too bad. You got to deal with us with equal amount of time because we're splitting with us 2, Vince and Wolfie, who will be joining you for the 3rd and final game of the day.
Might be soon, to be honest.
It might be very soon.
That carries on.
I hope they're awake. That's my question.
What time is it?
Yeah,
it is
it's
3 p.m.
A little bit after when they normally wake up, I'm guessing. But then again, Wolfie, you know, UK, Vince UK, 1 hour behind. Who knows? But yeah, 13-2 for Fnatic. I mean, there's really not much to say about how that first half went because it was almost flawless.
Yeah, it's one of the cases of Renegades where they do rely quite heavily on Dexter a lot of the time to do the dirty work, and it only really came across a couple of times. Like the opening jewels, the opening jewels that came out from Fnatic were phenomenal. Like the peaks from the orbs, Golden even taking fights in middle and winning them the majority of the time. Like every single player on their team in double digits. Like you can't really ask for much more in a first half from a team, and well, this tournament, it really is hotting up. Like Astralis winning their opening best of 3, like pulling up a great match of Overpass. Fnatic coming into this looking strong. Sure, there's only the first half of the first map of the series, but this really is hotting up. I'm getting more excited as we go along.
I mean, that's typically how tournaments work, right? You get better and better games, and no, it's fine. I like you excited.
Not
Tom.
all the time.
That's
Not
true.
all the time.
I like excited Tom. He jumps around a lot.
Well, CT side, nice shot from Sicko through the smoke. And they're actually still going to have a man at the back of sight. It's been a complete long push, but they've left JW behind. He'll be looking to come in on our flank. And considering they've managed to get the bomb down, and there are 4 players on shore, JW could be the most important player in the round, or he could get behind them and do absolutely nothing. We'll have to wait and see. But there's the flank, and it's exactly what happened. He's set up for the perfect play, but Inz is just watching, ready and waiting. It's a bomb plant, but no kills for Fnatic and Renegades. They're going to make that work in the retake. Really well done. I'm still a little bit disappointed that JW didn't get a kill.
So is 2020 the year of you having the commentator's curse and not me for once?
The thing is, I called it before it happened. So, you know, if anything, that just means I'm a genius. It is the classic, though. It's like, he could be everything or nothing.
How's it feel to be sitting on that fence? No, definitely true, and that's unfortunate. I guess if he didn't run as quickly as he did, he actually would have been able to flank around behind them without being spotted by Inz or heard by Inz. But you know what? They're still up 13-3 either way, so not too big of a loss for them in the end. And now Renegades, maybe they can have their chance. Maybe they can have their moment to start to string together some rounds.
Oh, here we go. New skybox available for the smokes. Going to be leaving CT side in a little bit of extra trouble here. The smoke going to go down just beside him. In fact, allows the potential wraparound around the door, which hasn't actually come in yet. They're still waiting patiently. The smoke's going to go down into middle. The CT side are completely surrounded, and Dexter has to go walking through the smoke, and he gets owned by Brolin. The same happens to Hats, and that is a perfect execution coming out from Fnatic. It left that B site completely isolated. There was absolutely nothing that those players could do, and the issue is, like, sure, you'd like to see more of a rotation coming out from the CT side, maybe somebody pressuring into middle, but they don't know that that's the play.
You know what's weird is that Renegades chose this map and we didn't see an execute like that on B at all.
Well, that is still one of the things that I've been a bit disappointed from the matches I've casted myself, which so far there have been like a few ESEA games here and there building into this, but I really haven't seen many like proper executions through the skybox of the map, which was one of the things that everybody was worried about, but it doesn't seem like there's too many. I know that Complexity, I think, utilized it a little bit when they were over at Blast, so that maybe there's a few teams that will still use it, but I'm hoping to see more and more as we go along. But already, Fnatic, that's exactly what you can do with it. Just smoking off the door, making things very difficult. Dexter taking a risk to go through that smoke, and because of it, he's met by his doom.
Yeah, what do you do in that situation? I mean, ditching the site to play for retake, that's
You needed someone in CT, really, to try and like at least fight something back, or yeah, maybe a flashbang out. It seemed like Renegades were just in an awful position there, but well done to Fnatic for basically just isolating them completely.
Well, Brolin's looking to get out long right away. Does get caught on the dumpster, though, and a little bit unfortunately in. That turns into a dumpster fire as he gets dropped right off the bat, and Renegades are the ones to get the man advantage within the first 20 seconds of the round. No, I still don't want to count them out just yet because, I mean, Crim's been hitting shots, Flusha, JW. I seem to be prepared to play on Dust 2 as well. Like, again, just think back to the first half, Renegades didn't do any sort of execute like that towards B. Fnatic do it in their second round. Maybe looking to do it again, as they are grouping up back in towards tunnel, and they do have 2 smokes up for it.
Yeah, both players actually over and towards the Truck as well in the corner, just sat back patiently. Smoke going to be coming in through middle. This time there is actually a player there though. Hats obviously knowing that he needs to try and help defend the team. Instead, it's just going to be a full push all the way through. Molotov's actually clearing out some of the back portions, but there's no CTs there. 40 seconds left, and there's still very little information for Fnatic how many players are here. And they're trying to boost over the top of the smoke, but, well, that didn't work. Golden just running into the site, did the Deeg, can only find one. Cross will come in from Flusher, a little bit of a tag, which will slow him down a little bit, but other than that, not much else. And a nice shot, at least from JW, will net one, but Hats is very quick to trade that back. Leaves us in a 2 versus 2 with no real utility for either side.
AK and Famas against the 2 M4s, and right now Hat's been able to get a big kill on a Flush, and a second as well. It's his third of the round, gets a Hat's trick. And Renegade's gonna go up to 4 rounds now to 14.
I feel gross.
Come on. I almost guarantee you have that in your back pocket ready to go.
I don't prepare puns. That's tragic. that really would be tragic if I was preparing them beforehand.
I'm going to make Jason laugh. I got this one nailed.
I don't know. I don't aim for laughs. I aim for the cringe.
Oh, no. There's plenty of those. We haven't had any of those out of you so far today where I'm just like, yeah.
It's only day 1.
We'll get there.
Still a few more to go.
So, where's Vince?
Ooh, through the door as well. JW is going to kick things off with Dexter now down, and I think he's just caught Sicko as well. That's a lot of damage done very early on into this. In fact, Sicko in the meantime is going to go fading back onto that A site. He still hasn't managed to get his AWP in hand, and considering that as an AWPer, he's normally someone you'll see like go a little bit aggressive peeking into mid, but mainly hold down the mid of the A site. Like he'll just be standing there and basically be someone that you have to try and remove from position. You'll see similar on Inferno as well on the A side. Like he almost uses the AWP as a shotgun. So the fact that he's not being able to get it, may not get it at all if Fnatic win this round, is going to be a bit of a disappointment on that CT side. Nonetheless, Fnatic now, they're going to have free roam of short control. It's more of an attempt to hold on to long here from the CT side. And bear in mind that Sicko is the only real defender. He will have support called, but it does leave positions open on the rest of the map. And that's the sort of gambles that Renegades are having to take, not only because that is just how you play Dust 2 in general, like risking rotations, but also because 2 of their players are so desperately low on health.
I mean, just even looking how they took towards short. Like, they flashed and boosted someone around the corner. Something we didn't really see out of Renegades too often. Like, the flash alone was missing, where JD was able to hit multiple shots. Ins, though, playing up close to the smoke. Might be able to catch him off guard. Gets out rolling. Not able to escape, unfortunately. JW takes him down. And Sicko, he gets a tag. Was that actually a double tag coming through?
I think there was a nade thrown in at the same time. And in the meantime, Flusher just peeks out long. Both players executed in this round. Quickly swings on its head. They're going to have just about enough time to get the bomb down. And now Flusher just waiting on that cross. Hats, I think he knows that he has to peek into the other angle, but actually just goes straight for Crims and leaves Dexter all alone. 14 HP. I don't really see a way that he gets back into this, just hoping that someone on the Fnatic side makes a mistake. And JW, you can see the temptation from him to go for a peek, but doesn't actually spot anything out. And now Dexter should just be able to run away and save that gun, at least bring something into the next round. But even still, that will put Fnatic onto map point on their opposition's map choice. And Renegades with the horrible task of trying to claim back 11 rounds in a row.
And that's just for overtime. That's not even for the map victory. Dexter, I mean, he's the only one with a real weapon coming into this round. The AUG. Fnatic not looking too great on money either, but obviously going to be able to drop around towards each other. And, you know, I'm honestly thinking towards Inferno already. Like, I don't want to count this one out just yet, but, like, I know Inferno is still a decent map for Renegades, but Fnatic, like, they've not been tested. They've not been pushed. They just do some simple executes. They're hitting their shots. I don't want to say Renegades are out, but they have to completely change things up going to map number 2.
Already long control going to have to be surrendered, and the CT side, we'll see how they actually adapt to this. A little bit more early presence into the B side, but nothing spotted. And in the meantime, boost up onto short to try and gather some control. As said, once this is lost, they almost have to try and take something else in return. Being fairly patient with it. You can see the temptation to try and look in this direction, but there's actually nobody here for now. It's Flusher, and more importantly, a little bit lower down is going to be Brolin. He's waiting to almost play that headshot angle to see if anybody is going to take that play. Dexter as well, maybe just going to try and team up with his, well, I was going to say remaining short players, but he's already dead. And now the Molotov's going to come in at the perfect time, leaving Sicko and his teammate just burning. They don't even have a smoke to put it out. They tried to pull out a flashbang, but that's just going to leave you blind. And, well, they're burnt down to a crisp. It leaves Hats alone, the defender of the B site that no longer needs defending. And this is done. This would be the greatest clutch I have ever seen in Counter-Strike history, and it's not going to happen.
I should really hope where that commentator's curse just randomly pop in and say hello.
I don't mind. I honestly don't mind. Like, it would be wonderful if this man could bring it back, but it isn't the case. And Fnatic have been absolutely dominant in this map. A 16-4 showing in their first map, or first official, in what is nearly 3 months. Impressive showing from them overall.
Impressive indeed, and that means we're going to be heading to a break. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off Inferno with Fnatic currently up 1-0.
Everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Damage, but a second by the Cherry. Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartentennis spielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
break my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship live from Katowice, Poland, and Cologne, Germany. We have our B stream here for you, and we still have another game to come up after this. We're still in the midst of Fnatic up against Renegades, where Fnatic had easy time, fairly easy time, 16-4 on Dust 2 as we go over to Inferno. I'm just Kaplan, he's Tombiz, not to be confused with Thombiz, as some people on Reddit keep putting. Tombiz,
it was one
no
guy.
H.
It was one guy. You know, my name is technically Thomas, and that is spelt with an H, but when you shorten it, it's not, because otherwise that would be Thom. And that
I like it, Thombiz.
I don't.
It has a ring to it.
I don't think
it rolls
does.
off the tongue.
A bit like Jeff Kaplan.
Yeah. Shoutouts to you, Papa Jeff. Yeah, so like there really isn't too much to break down with that last match, just because Fnatic just looked so damn good. I mean, there was questions about what kind of form they'd have. Obviously, with the long break they did have from their last official till now, when they were playing in the ESL Pro League Finals, they did lose pretty heavily handed in the finals. But this is a team that's still looking phenomenal. Brolin, like, carrying on his performance from the end of last year. JW hitting some crazy shots with the AWP. There's really nothing you could knock against them.
No, there really wasn't. I think the only things that went wrong was that she just Dexter making almost, I don't want to say silly plays because they work, but that is essentially what they are. Like, he will push into a smoke in mid and sit there and just wait and hope nobody sees him. And that seems to work out for them some of the time, which that was the only real rounds that we saw from them. You had a few nice shots here and there coming out from Sika, but he never really got into the game. And in the second half, I don't think he had his AWP once, which is a big disappointment. I hope that's not going to be the case going into Inferno. But in all honesty, like, it doesn't seem like Renegades have even shown up yet.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Tom? This is a tournament with the best teams in the world. And we have a little bit of time before we do kick off our second map. So why don't we take a look at some of the best players in the world in this nice little video.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the
ZywOo, he's just like a guy who he doesn't care. He doesn't feel that pressure. And then you have Simple, the X factor.
ZywOo and Simple, they're different kind of players. ZywOo, we kind of know how to shut him down a little bit, but against Simple, he's so unpredictable. You can never know, he's everywhere. He's literally everywhere with every gun.
Something that shows in all of them is confidence. They always know exactly what they want to do, and when they do it, they know it's going to work.
You need to have the talent, but you also need to have the positions. It's position where you will always have fight. Plenty of opportunities during a game to make the difference.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
All of them knows that they're the best player in the world. Like Coldzera was a monster when he was the best player. He had such a sick attitude, and I like that. When you're the best, you need to show it, and that's what they do when they're the best.
It's kind of different because Coldzera was in that system. The structure they had was unbelievably good. If you go back and look at their games, he was really good playing that type of system.
Coldzera was absolutely monster. At the time that he was playing, I was absolutely sure he was the best. But the level of CS was different. There were no Astralis, the teams that can counter you like they understand the game on another level. It's really hard to perform in these circumstances.
You fight on one side with your team to become a champion of a tournament, but you also have like a more individual goal of becoming a best player. So the mental fortitude that some of these players have are amazing.
And someone not listed, and that's some of the top players in the world, is my man to my left-hand side, your right-hand side of the screen. It's Vince on the other side of that wall. You guys can't see him. But no, that was actually really cool to see. Like, I liked hearing Zonic talk about, like, you know, back then there weren't these teams like Astralis, Kassad talking about, like, there weren't teams like this that could counter you on an individual level
as well,
and just be able to destroy you in this kind of sense. It was really cool to actually hear some of the players' thoughts, like, about some of the best players in the world. It's just really weird because it's like, hey, Tom, tell me about, you know, how much you enjoy Henry G and Machine. It's a little bit awkward to talk about other like commentators or players, but it's cool that everyone really has that respect for people like ZywOo, Simple.
I feel like it's easier for Zonic rather than anyone else because he's like, yeah, they're the best player, but we're the best team, so who really cares?
Yeah, it's true.
But no, it definitely is interesting to see it from their point of view, and obviously Astralis getting their first win of the year. Just an hour ago. That sounds crazy in February. That was their first win of the year, but
hey, they had to play some tough teams.
I don't know, not in comparison to them, at least from what we saw last year. But yeah, they're off to a good start. Fnatic off to an even better start, like a 16-4 win. Again, as we already mentioned, we can't really fault them. But now we move into their map choice as well, which is Inferno. Now, luckily for Renegades, the map choice that has come up against them is one that they play quite well. Like, it's a map that they like to play. The only real issue I find is the best team that they played on it is Cloud9. Up all the way back until, I think it was a while ago, they played some of the top teams. I think they lost to like Mouse Sports or someone like that, but in a dominant fashion. So in terms of their top tier like regular performances, there hasn't been that, and they haven't actually had a win versus anyone better than Cloud9, which, hey, Cloud9 are a team on the rise. They trounced them on Inferno when it came to Leipzig not too long ago, but at the same time, this is a different caliber. This is Fnatic going in on a map that they like to play. Their losses against all the best teams in the world, like they're the only teams that really beat them on it. And Dust 2 was a map where they were sort of sketchy at the end of last year. Still a map that they played to a result, but if you notice, say all the playoffs matches that they played Pro League Finals, they banned. They just trounced them on that map. Now they go into an Inferno, a map that they like to play. I don't really see that being any different. The only real saving grace, as said, is that Renegades like to play it too, and they are pretty good at it.
Yeah, I think we see maybe like a difference in preparation. I mean, maybe it's a little bit too harsh. Like, again, maybe I'm just focusing on like the B-side take that Fnatic did go with on Dust 2. Like, just having those smokes prepared and using them and execute onto the site well, and then Golden just, I mean, with the MAC-10. But then, like, I look at that and I look at, like, Renegades. They didn't really do a B play. I think they did, like, maybe once or twice, and it was kind of, like, onto Dexter to get some, like, crazy kills coming out middle. And then the rest of the time, they would just go towards A, and then sometimes go towards short without, like, a flashbang into the opping hands of JW. So there's, like, maybe a little bit of, I don't want to say they didn't prepare for the event, because obviously you're going to prepare for the event, but Fnatic just seemed to be really on point.
Well, I think the other thing as well is that Fnatic in that first map were everywhere. Like, you had JW peek into long doors, you had him peek onto short, you had Golden peeking into mid, then you had him also peeking into tunnels. So there could be an AWP anywhere on the map at any time. And Sicko didn't really have the best of games. I think he'll have a better match on this map, at least on Inferno. But I want to see him on the CT side, because I think that the way he plays the A site is almost like when Kenny used to play it, in a sense of like he'd be peeking the angles initially, but it wouldn't necessarily be overly aggressive. It would be the rotational AWPer. Like, he would be in position set up by his team, and then eventually he ends up on that default A site, and it's just, he's annoying to clear. And that's something I want to watch to see how Fnatic do. Like, they've been very good in the past of sort of adapting to, like, taking pit. Like, a lot of teams actually started using the pit smokes that I believe they came up with that allowed them that complete control. So if they've spent 2 months innovating again, then who knows what they'll be coming up with now. The only issue is, I don't know if they're going to need to use anything too innovative if Renegades are playing at the level we saw of the last map.
And I'm kind of wondering, how's Dexter going to fit when we get on to Inferno too? Because he was, I want to say, like, the playmaker. Like, he was the one able to, like, get the initial entry frags.
This map.
Yeah, I want to see how he's going to do. Because obviously on Dust 2, like, he was kind of lurking lower B, like we've seen a lot of, like, game leaders do. We've seen him try to push out middle. I don't know. Like, I feel like this can still be a very tough match. I feel like if Fnatic win, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a landslide. But if Renegades win, I feel like they almost have to have, like, a very close game. I don't think they can potentially upset Fnatic that harshly on a map like Inferno.
I would say that the way, so I'm looking forward to the CT side of Renegades more so than anything else, because I think that, as you sort of mentioned, I think the T side for them is going to be like a grind.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to have to be like breaking down the economy of Fnatic, not allowing them to have all that utility to dominate Banana, stopping JW if he does go for any aggressive AWP peaks, which is what he was renowned for in the past. But on their CT side is where things get a little bit more interesting, because Dexter is a menace on this map. Like, I watched back the match versus Cloud9, and the amount of rounds where he would do something where you go, well, that's a bit questionable, but it would work every time. Like, he would run down mid, like maybe like a few rounds in a row, like just really try and get in the faces of Cloud9 and not allow them to do anything. If there was a smoke down, he would play around arch side, and he would even almost look to push through it and try and play towards them and get in their faces once again. And he also plays that rotational role around to the B side if they need support. So he basically, again, is the focus of this team. Like, where the setup is, you have Hats thrown in. It's like their pit player, someone who's going to just try and basically just hold on as long as possible if things go wrong. But it does seem to be a little bit too much at the moment, where Dexter comes up as such a focus. And if Fnatic are able to shut him down like they did on Dust 2, and he's not able to get up to any mischief, you're then going to have to rely on someone like Sicko at the back of the side with the AWP, or your pit players and your B defenders to actually come up with these bigger plays. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that versus a team as good as Fnatic.
I mean, looking at Dust 2, Sicko hardly ever had the op in his hands as well.
That can't happen on Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's actually take a look at the brackets. You guys are wondering why we're still kind of talking. We haven't started the game. It's because Tom actually hasn't hit the play button just yet, hasn't hit the live command, so it's actually all on him.
Is it Control-Delete?
Yeah, it is actually. But you can see here, so we had Team Vitality take the 2-0 up against NIP. They'll be playing against Astralis in the winner side of the bracket. And we still have yet to see Na'Vi versus FaZe Clan actually begin. And of course, the match we're currently bringing you is Fnatic up against Renegades, currently the 1-0 lead. So Astralis versus Vitality, and then Cloud9 versus NIP in the lower bracket. That's going to be interesting.
I just like the idea of best team versus best player. Like, it's always just the most exciting thing that you can witness. So I think that game's going to be killer. I think it's likely to be Fnatic versus basically the winner of Na'Vi versus FaZe. And I think so that's what you have to consider. The route for those teams is mad. Like, FaZe or Na'Vi, they have to beat the other, then they have to go through likely Fnatic, and then they have to go through either Vitality or Astralis. You're basically going to have beaten out like half of the top 10 by the time you get to playoffs.
And also, just for you guys are wondering, if you do come out first in the group, you go straight to semifinals. Otherwise, if you get out of the group, you go to quarterfinals. So getting straight through the semis, like, it's a massive bump in
Top
prize.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, you get into the main event. You get into the big stadium, the big Spodek Arena, which is always a sight to be seen if you guys have never been there.
Yeah, that's one of the arenas I've got to go to a couple of times, and I would definitely say to anybody who can, if there are any tickets still left, go. But I doubt it at this point. Like, just beg anyone you can, because it's an experience for sure. I have to say, I do hope for the rise of a Polish team once again, just because nothing quite rocks like Katowice with a Polish side playing.
Seen like Taz like crying on stage in 2014 when we were there. Seen Pasha holding up the trophy. Yeah, it was definitely winning winning an esports title is amazing. Winning it in front of your home country is even better. That's a moment you could never forget in your entire life.
One day that will happen to a UK. You got to let Epic LAN. I think UK teams normally win that.
Isn't it only UK teams at Epic LAN?
I think other people can go. I don't know if they would.
Yeah, maybe we should put together a team one day.
We won't win.
No, well, I mean, not with that attitude. Not with that attitude. Again, we are waiting for one player, I believe, to sort out some issues and get into the server, which is why we're doing some talking here. Maybe we can talk about a couple of like other things coming up down the pipeline, because we're only looking at Group A today. We're a little bit of Group B. We do have Mouse Sports and Tyloo as our final game of the day. Yeah. Mad Lions, like we saw Hunden there talking a little bit in that last little video about like some of the top players. Like this is a guy who like, I'm trying to think of like most players in Counter-Strike has had one of like the toughest roads in CS. The fact that he keeps putting together these teams that start to like do really well and then someone gets plucked away from him.
I just imagine like them having like a little team house and basically every time he's like, yeah, guys, things are starting to go well. And he just hears the door open and he just has to like grab onto the heels like, not again, please. Like he's lost so many good players throughout the years. And it's nice to see that he finally has the backing available to him, because I won't lie, along with many others over the last few years, it started to just be like, okay, when does he retire? When does he become a coach? And then this team came up and it's been phenomenal. Like their rise has been massive. I think they're right up there in the rankings now. I think like 12th or something around there. Mm-hmm. They've been performing very well, and I don't know, they definitely deserve their place here. That's the thing.
I can't wait to see if they can qualify for the main event, then hear Pimp talk about them. So we had that good fun with them at V4 back in Hungary, getting to watch that unfold between Pimp and Hunden live on air was fantastic to see. But yeah, it's great to see like Hunden, who's been grinding away like for such a long time, to be able to finally make a breakthrough and finally have like the stability, you know, within the team to make something happen. Did just get informed, by the way, we're about like 30, 45 seconds out. I think this is wood, from getting into the match. Also, like, for instance, Virtus Pro, like we were talking about them a little bit before we came on air, like, you know, XIV. What is it about the VP name these days that just makes you instantly...
I put this on Twitter previously, but I do wonder if the Taz just did some like voodoo curse when they like when they left. He was just like conjuring it in a pot, and it's like, anybody who plays under the Virtus Pro name will be poor forever. It's just like, because they were fine in Avangar, they were doing well. It was looking like a good team. They joined VP, and it was straight down. And I'm hoping we see them come back, because their team, when it plays well, is really exciting. I think Kicker is a fantastic player. Jame, when he isn't saving his AWP, is also very, very good at playing Counter-Strike. And I think that I don't know many people in CS who don't want Adren to succeed. Like, he is someone who has been around for the longest of times. He's played within FaZe. That didn't go very well. He obviously has a major under his belt as well with Gambit. Like, this guy has been around forever. So if his team just drops off the face of the earth, I think that'd be really disappointing. But from what we've seen so far this year, it really is looking bad. Like, they're playing in events where they're expected minimum of playoffs, and they're not even getting close.
Yeah, and I guess I was a little bit lied to from the admins about when we were going to be starting the match. I thought we were going to be hopping in. I'm sorry to do this to you guys. And then again, I mean, looking at like Team Liquid maybe a little bit too. Like, they didn't have the best performance at Blast. A lot of teams didn't have the best performance at Blast, unfortunately. So maybe it's a question of them. Can they come in and maybe take a trophy away from the only 3 teams that have been able to win it here in Katowice with VP, Fnatic, and Astralis?
Yeah, it's a weird scenario actually that we're coming in, because you have teams like Mouse Sports who they won themselves the ICE event where they played well, but even like Rops, I think, tweeted out saying like, yeah, we actually came into this and like the practices weren't going very well, and I didn't feel that confident, but we won. And it's like, okay. And then Na'Vi, who like some of their players like in different matches were popping off like crazy. Like you had Electronic playing really, really well. Simple then stepped up to the mark, and they still didn't manage to take it through. Then they go to Blast and they play really well, and I think they get the like top seed in their group. FaZe came out of nowhere. From last year, I don't think FaZe was on many like people's lips, like going, oh, they're going to be the real title challenger at Katowice. But coming into the event, people are excited to see what they have. But either way, sorry for all the waffle. There's obviously tech issues happen sometimes, but we are into our second match. It's CT side start for Renegades, exactly where we want to be seeing them, but the pressure is going to be coming onto them very fast indeed.
Look at this, JW in towards apartments. We have the rest of them just bombard in the site. Brolin, unfortunately, not able to hit the initial shots, and it looks like it's going all blue for Renegades, as JW's the only one to pick up a kill, and now he has 4 more to 5, but as quick as that round started, it finished in Renegades' favor, able to take the pistol round here on map number 2.
Yeah, a strong setup initially from them. It seemed like they were more than prepared for that aggressive push on towards the A site, a wraparound onto short, and actually Fnatic managed to gain a lot of ground. It was just the positioning of the CTs was so good that there wasn't really anything they could do about it. No real kills, no bomb plant. Suggests that there's a very slim chance of a purchase coming in. So it's going to be the CT side with a good opportunity to make a lot of cash. You can see them go heavy into the SMGs to try and farm up the money, but it also gives them that extra utility so that if there is a force buy-in, it's going to be difficult for Fnatic to gain any real map control.
Yeah, and you can see Fnatic are just taking this as a pseudo timeout here. Even Flusher was back in T-spawn for quite a long time. I wonder if that was more of like a set strategy for Fnatic to kind of rush in like that, or is that maybe just like a no-respect play up against Renegades, considering how one-sided our first map really was. This nade can do some decent damage. There you go, Golden down to 32 off of that one. But we're not really expecting Renegades to lose this round.
No, I think if they do, we can just end the match here, because that would be atrocious, considering there is nothing invested for the T side. But yeah, I don't believe that's going to be happening. Nice utility damage already coming in from Renegades. And this is a map they're confident on. So I don't think that they're going to come into this too downhearted. I think going into the tournament, they know they're playing up against some top teams. So they've got to be ready for blasts like that to happen. And this is just wonderful. Sicko, of course, the man hoping to get that AWP ASAP. And he's just made enough cash that he could buy one straight away if he wanted to.
Well, now Renegade's going to be investing themselves. Will he go for the op?
I kind of don't want him to. I'd like them to play this as like a ludicrous bonus round where you just do something silly, like you push mid, or you really try and fight versus what is going to be the rifles, and then you've made enough money that you can buy into the next round. It would still be a little bit dicey, but he could still have his AWP, and if they can get a kill or two, of course, they'd make a large amount of finances. Nade down into mid, not really going to do too much, but they are challenging for Banana, and Flusher has just been wrecked early on. Even the Incendiary going to look to force him further back, and that is Banana completely under the control of the CTs, although they're not holding on to it. Sicko as well, the same double setup that they had in the last round. Looking good, but the real issue for the Ts is they can't actually force any of these players out of these positions. However, they have managed to get the site.
They have Brolin. He's the one that's going to force them out of positions as he gets in towards the site, gets the first kill, the bomb making its way through, should be planted. Brolin gets himself a second. Even Flusher there to lurk in towards apartments as well. Now Renegades, as you mentioned, trying to see it as a bonus round for them. They have not been able to pick up a single kill. Most likely won't get any either. But they'll still be able to buy up into the round after this. But Fnatic do get their first on the board, and off the back of the one player.
Yeah, that was just a good initiative in the end that they realized that there wasn't actually anybody within the site. That was the only hole within the defense of Renegades. Was Archside was stacked, but they didn't have anyone to defend A itself. And now they're left in a bit of a dicey territory, because they could have upgraded their guns in this round. Instead, they went for the bonus, which, again, I said I got no issue with. But now they're going to have a similar amount of money where they could, again, upgrade to rifles if they wanted to, but then they'd lose utility. So do you go for a force buy here, or do you go for a smaller investment once again and just continue to have these like weird SMG buys?
It looks like we'll get our answers. Sicko goes for the op, Dexter goes for the M4. Going for that big investment into the round. We still have 2 SMGs though for Ins and Hats. So I'm curious to see where they're actually going to be, you know, kind of playing from to force in those close quarter combat fights. And Sicko as well with the op invested. You'd hope to pick up a kill or two from this. Also just takes a chunk of damage from that grenade, and Battle of Banana, it's begun.
Yeah, obviously going to be a massive point of contention throughout the match, but it will be in any game of Inferno. Sicko, this is what I mean. He normally plays a fairly passive angle. You'll see him watching in towards the apartments for the majority of the game. But this is his prime position, like just around the site, difficult to force out. He's going to be waiting patiently, hits the first shot, and then is just happy to fall back. In the meantime, though, the T's have rotated their gaze towards this B site. And we'll see if Dexter is actually going to make any sort of rotation back just yet, or if it's just going to be down to Inns. And, of course, Malta still within the site itself.
Smoke comes in. Malta's going to fall immediately as Inns trying to spam through the smoke as he gets the first, but they've lost the site. Inns can't afford to go back in towards Coffins. He's have to give this one up for now. And now you have to kind of question, maybe do you save the M4 and the op here? You do have, you know, a 4-on-3. You do have a person pushed up at least over towards the construction area, but rotation is a little bit slow out of Renegades to get here. Crim's going to equalize things, taking down Sicko, so now they've lost their op. It looks like Renegades want to make this a little bit expensive for Fnatic. Foshman comes at the perfect time. Golden gets himself 2. And now it's Ellen Hats to run away. Gets the op, but I think he's going to escape this one. And there we go. Fnatic take the second round. Get 2 straight now. And now if you're Renegades, well, you don't really have the money to invest here. Maybe some pistols.
Yeah, this is the weird thing that's happened with their economy. This is now going into what will be round number 5, and we still haven't seen Renegades with a rifle buy. And it's because they went for those sort of weird force buy rounds, but still having some players saving a little bit of extra cash, and it will set them up nicely in the next, but it means that Fnatic have had the chance to face off against weaker buy and weaker buy again. And so they're now going to manage to build into this a little bit easier than maybe it would have been.
I do like Flusher on the MAC-10, by the way, for this round. I mean, not too heavy an investment. You know, their economy is relatively broken. Okay, well, the curse didn't leave you, Tom.
Not really a big loss, though. I like the gamble rotation, however. They get that 1 kill. Malta's left behind the smoke. Now there's 3 players and a 4th lurking around, ready for this CT side. However, already 1 will fall. Inns with a perfect timing is going to be able to break back with 2 kills. A 3rd already for him and a rifle retrieved as well. The T's now in quite a bit of trouble. JW hoping for a different weapon, but instead remains with his AWP, watching to see if there's any push down banana, but it's passive from Malta. He's just going to be waiting. Still time for Fnatic to play with, but not a whole lot.
Oh, this actually might be the play. Go in towards CT spawn. It's just all on Malta to defend. The B side he only has is a deagle. 20 seconds left to go, so Fnatic's going to have to pick up the pace momentarily. Malta's going to be able to spot them out, and ideally, he's looking to just stay alive or just get the headshot on a JW. No, it's all on Crims. Rotations from CT should be coming through. I don't really see a world where Crims can win this one. And there we go. Malta, maybe all he needs is the deagle. Gets himself 2 and gets Renegades the round.
That was 5 deagle kills as well. Like, every single kill in that round came in with the deagles. So Malta and Inns doing great work, rotating from the B site, stacking up on the other side, and the perfect timing from Inns to give them that advantage. And then from then on, it looked problematic. So Renegades bounce back. Of course, the T's have made themselves enough money that they can go for an investment. JW will have that all back, but this is a buy you don't want to see on a CT side almost ever. An AWP and 3 Kriegs are going to be ready and waiting to try and take this fight, and they're going to bolster their B defense, at least for the start of the round. But you can see Dexter just wanting to throw in that extra utility, help with the Molotovs, help with the denial, and this is risky. Inns going through the Molotov, doesn't have much support, but he is at least going to be able to get that initial frag, and then the re-smoke gives them position. Like, he gets away with a lot more than I expected he would.
Especially being cut off by the Molotov in between, like he was, like I said, separated between him and Malta. Catches Golden on the push. Now Hats, that nade could have been good, but Crim's just going to back away for now. I mean, Fnatic, they still have 3 smokes and 2 flashes left. There's really not much utility left on that B site. And they have Incendiary, and that's about it. So the B hit may actually be exactly what Fnatic needs.
And taking their time to make that rotation back. They struggled to get past them in the last round with pistols, but their previous entry into this site was massively successful. Blue's going to be in play. They're going to clear out 1 straight away, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Not enough for the CT side players, and rotation from Sicko will be in, but JW peeks above the smoke and finds that pick instead. Leaves the remaining players from Renegades to hold back. And, well, it's those two players who managed to get an ace between them in the last round rotating. They've actually really struggled when it comes to these B hits coming out from the Swedes.
I mean, we saw how much utility was invested out of Renegades off the bat, right? They went for the 3-man stack. They got the initial control, getting ins out there for the first kill into Golden, but they had no smokes left. They had really no flashes left to kind of stop any sort of push out of Fnatic, and then eventually just being overwhelmed. Brolin with a great shot onto the boost. Renegades will at least keep 2 players left alive. Still going to be a really off buy for them in the end of things. I mean, Inns does have 6.5k. Willie dropping off over to Sicko to allow him to do his own thing. Looks like he will indeed. So JW's going to have the op for Fnatic. We might see a battle in middle unless Sicko's going to continue to hold those soft angles, as you mentioned before. More passive angles.
Instead, I think he had the spawn for B, so he's going to be the one looking for that initial play. Has the smoke to put out the Molotov, but isn't going to be able to find anything just yet. Actually spots as well, and it's Malta who suffers because of it. He actually goes down through the corner, and that is not the early battle that Renegades were looking for. They were hoping that the AWP could do most of the work. He is still going to remain in this position, but you can see Fnatic clearly confident in their plays around Banana. They've left a couple just to make sure that they're not being cut off from behind. And in fact, the remaining CT players are so deep within the A side that if this B take comes in, I'm not really sure what they can do. But that is a nice Molotov. That was only seen on the map, but they actually bounced it over the top just to try and deny at least a little bit more time for the side of Fnatic.
Going on your point before about how far back they are, you have to imagine if Fnatic get into either one of these sites and get the 2 kills there, like the Renegades are just going to be saving. There's almost no point to go 2v5 or 2v4 and after plant. Sicko. Good little nade comes through. Perfect timing on this one, but 30 seconds left. It looks like the hit will eventually come through. Smoke's being thrown down. Sicko looking to get in towards the back of site to make this op effective. The problem is the bomb is actually rotated away. They've left Flusha there to cause a distraction, but Dexter here in the meantime is able to get one onto Brolin, call for the rotations to come through. Flusha will eventually fall, and it comes down to these 2 defenders at the A site.
Yeah, late smoke as well makes things that little bit more difficult. Dexter just lurking within the site. The crossfire there, but Crims has made his way around, but he doesn't connect initially. And actually, that's the bomb dropped on the site. That's all they needed. The time runs out, and Hats from the pit is able to get a triple kill. That round looked like it was set up for Fnatic, at least in the start of it. But the switch to the A site in the last few seconds, and some heroics, basically, from Hats, is enough to give Renegades their 4th round onto the board. And, well, definitely leaves some pieces missing when it comes to the finances of Fnatic.
This buy looks familiar for Renegades. 3 SGs and then 4 in an AWP.
It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, they earned it. They deserved it after that last round. I mean, having 2 players split like that, with Malta dropping like right off the bat. And again, Renegade's able to poise for that early banana control. Leave ins down there. Rotate Malta back towards A, which is seeming to be where the hit will be coming out of Fnatic. Do at least have pistols invested into this, so there is potential to do some decent damage to the economy out of Renegades if they could just get these kills. Crims does get tagged up down to 16 health, but Sicko's still going to be here just peeking away at the boxes, and so will his backup. And there we go, Renegades cleanest round to date, 5-3 in favor of them.
That's exactly what you want when facing off against the pistols. Make that money, make sure nobody has to rebuy, and also just don't even give any bonus cash over to the opposition. Like, even now, if you look at what can potentially be bought up by Fnatic, there's still going to be pieces missing. Like, they've actually had to drop an extra AK over to Crims just so he can afford to have one. Then JW with a glass cannon AWP. Like, it is not a pretty purchase, to say the least, from Fnatic. Once again, we're going to see this challenge for Banana. Deep smoke thrown in with the Molotovs behind it, and considering there are smokes available to Fnatic, it seems like they don't really want to waste them. Like, they don't have enough utility to fight it. Well, maybe a little bit of payback from the previous round. Malta going down early through the wall and smoke. And now they get one back in return, and this is looking clean. A sneaky Dexter in the corner, as said. He's going to be that irritating player, always sort of lurking somewhere, hiding in the corners, willing to push smokes, willing to push. Been a little bit more passive than normal, but we've still seen some off angles from him. We've seen him boosted up. We've seen him just in that corner multiple times around arch side. And this round is falling very, very flat for Fnatic. Golden, you can see, is trying to do something a little bit risky, but considering he has the bomb, I'm not really sure what he's hoping for here. It will be dropped, and now JW, 1 versus 5, no armor, a single smoke, and not really any hope at all.
I was actually wanting to touch on that point about Dexter. How you mentioned before, like, the mid plays out of him seeming to catch teams off guard and seeming to work so consistently, but he's been a lot more reserved, I feel like, so far within the actual map. I mean, granted, it's been very back and forth between the two teams. We've only seen, I think, 2 rounds in a row just now. Oh. JW able to get one. Again, the bomb not in his hands, though. Looking to save for the last 20 seconds of time. And Renegades with not a lot of money. I think making a smart call, just let him escape with this and no need to lose out on too much more.
Yeah, I think they're going to be more focused, at least at this point, on their own economy rather than anything else. So, yeah, just being a little bit patient. They'll allow Renegades to get to 6 rounds on that CT side, which is still the side we expect to see the majority of the rounds on. But it's been a much better performance overall. We've seen Sicko really get his groove back, especially now that he's actually been able to consistently get that AWP. It's much more enjoyable to watch. I think also Dexter, although he's not necessarily gone for those all-out brute force rounds, he's still been playing those irritating positions where someone will peek, he'll peek moments later and just get that kill. And that second kill is, if anything, more integral than the first, because it just leaves the CT side, or the T side, sorry, in such a detrimental position. JW, well, he's just been owned. Those nades have destroyed him at the beginning of the round, hoping for an early AWP pick. And Sicko even going to chime in with a second onto Brolin. It is mostly an eco round. The only issue is JW is still going to have no money in the next round.
Maybe looking at a double save, or maybe looking at an awkward buy-up for them. Oh, flush it. Spots out the head out of Malta, not able to quite connect the shot, though. Crit is so close, if only he knew. Just aim a little bit lower, he would have had the dome of ins. But yeah, I mean, credit to Renegades, considering how one-sided map number 1 is, or was. They actually got more rounds in the first 10 than they had in the entirety of Dust 2. It seems like they're just generally winning the little bit of a skirmish that happens towards Banana too. I mean, there's a lot of utility being invested. They sometimes put 3 players there to make sure to have that control. But you know, off the back of that, they've been able to like almost consistently be able to get at least 1 kill off of when they are aggressive towards Banana. Mostly towards ins, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, flush up. Just hoping to try and make things a little bit more costly. Not going to be happening. Ins, another triple kill for him. And a 7th onto the board. Renegades looking to try and drag this to our 3rd and final map. As mentioned, both teams over the last few months have had a flawless record, although I do imagine those are against slightly different opposition. Even still, waiting to see whether or not Fnatic are going to rise back into this one. The last map was pretty much a blowout, and a lot of the time the momentum alone on a map like Dust 2 can be enough to take you through. Inferno, they now have the issue of having to break the economy of their opposition, so there'll be lots of utility for at least the next few rounds. They are going to go for the investment, and JW is left with just a Deeg in hand. Nice nade coming out onto Inns and Malta. But in the meantime, again, we're seeing this passive default out from Fnatic, taking control of apartments, slowly edging their way up Banana and just making sure that the CT side aren't able to get too much map control. But the fact is, most of their plays so far from the Aussies have been very passive. Like the B-side players, they challenge initially on Banana, but don't really take too much control. They don't really opt to keep it. And on the A side, other than maybe Dexter and Sicko having a little peek into mid, it's just been passive holds again. They're forcing Fnatic into these execution-based plays, and so far they haven't worked too well.
Oh, Golden spot on Malta crossing towards the site. Might have been an opportunity to actually crack open. Even then, you got Dexter towards CT spawn. Just kind of hovering here, waiting to rotate into when the execute comes through, which will be towards the B side, it seems. Let's see, can Fnatic finally hit the shots they need? And Malta, well, he's able to get one. Not able to get the spray down to the second, though, as Golden and Flusha chime in together to open up the B site. Bomb now picked back up in the hands of Crims, and Flusha, again, through the smoke, takes down Dexter. Bomb will be planted. Now Fnatic should be able to get a fourth on the board here. Renegades, they have a good amount of money, so they could invest into this and go for it. Try to make it expensive for Fnatic's side.
Well, as easy as you like for Golden. Sicko not really wanting to rebuy that AWP, so it's just going to fall back. Also doesn't really want to give it over to the other side. But I think they have finally pinpointed the vulnerability of this CT side, and it is the B side. Like, I think they've really struggled to get anywhere near arch control. I think the one round that they had on the A side was actually just we saw the complete abandonment of short, which gave Fnatic the space through.
Right.
But these late plays into the B side, once the utility's gone, they're winning these aim duels. And that's the tough thing that I actually think Renegades have made maybe a mistake or two, is the rotation is not quite quick enough. So you basically have to gamble that those two players are going to be able to at least get 2 kills. And so far, I think each time it's been a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, remember they used the boost up in a prior round.
Yeah,
only able to get one off of that. I mean, but Renegade's not short on cash, so going to be invested back into this. Sicko is actually going to be the one to get aggressive here and towards middle. Goes for the peek straight in towards T stairs. Immediately backs away when he sees no one. And again, Fnatic still trying to fight for banana control early on. Nade comes through, doesn't connect. That one does a little bit. Truly is a war zone over here at banana. And Inns might go for the peek with help of flashbang. 1-for-1 trade comes through. Now Malta, he does have the backup of Dexter though, so they still have 2 more players left on the B site.
That was so close. Flusha gets tagged and then the nade follows up to take away 80% of his remaining HP, but he will survive on 2. Oh, this shot for Sicko. A bit uncharacteristic, and I think he's screwed here. Gonna have to peek out. Did he catch the shot anyway? Almost running into the face of JW. But a nice trade from Crims, and this leave Hats alone. Look how quick the rotation's been. There's players pushing up through mid. They don't expect it. Malta with 2. As said, they've been so good. The B player is actually retaking A. And this time, they didn't even really have it on the Fnatic side. Crims just hoping that someone walks into his crosshair. While they come looking for the site. Hats just shoulder peeking out. The SG's perfect for this position, and Crims isn't going to miss the shot. 2v1 opportunity for Crims, and there's not many people you'd want in this situation over him. The only real issue is the time. 20 seconds left. Fairly passive spot, actually, from Dexter, maybe expecting a rotation away from the A side, but instead it's going to be the retrieval of the bomb, and Crims doesn't really stand a chance here. If he goes for this bomb plant, Dexter will be waiting, and he doesn't even get the chance.
Fortunate part was because of how long ago his teammates were killed, the bomb was dropped in towards top mid, he just had no idea where anyone was going to be. Like the possibilities of apartments towards long, middle, boiler, like there's just too many options for him to check. He just had to make the play for it, and unfortunately it doesn't work out for them. But either way, Renegades 8 rounds now in the CT side of Inferno. Looking much different than what we saw on Dust 2. Maybe that's a map they should keep out of picking again potentially later on in the tournament, because they're looking like a completely different team here. I mean, Sicko alone, 11 kills. Currently is second for his team. Has really been able to step up. I mean, he saw that shot at JW. Like a little pop flash from himself to get out of the cubby. Pistols picked up for Fnatic as they're looking to push straight through, and Dexter, well, he talked about being annoying. He's there yet again. He gets himself 2. Maybe even a 3rd here in a few seconds.
It's almost one of those spots where you go, he's not going to do that again.
Surely he can't do it again, right?
But he always seems to do it when they don't have anything to clear him from there as well, which it probably makes it even more annoying. It's like, last round, I had a Molotov. But this round, I don't, and you're in the corner again.
I know what I'm going to do. Next round, I'm going to get a Molotov.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it there. He's not going to be there, but he'll know that next time after that, maybe he won't go there.
And then the second you don't check it, he's there once again. That's it. Like, he's one of those players that I really wouldn't like to play against, because I think I'd punch a hole in my desk.
How sturdy is your desk at home?
Not very.
Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping it was like just solid wood, and you're gonna like go Karate Kid on it or something.
Oh yeah, I've got like a metallic desk. That's what it is.
Oh, that would hurt.
Well, not much hope for Fnatic in this round. 35 seconds as they do look to build into B, and it seems like the CT side are aware of this possibility, so they've sent back their duo of defenders in Mortar and Inns. There's no utility either, so I don't really know how Fnatic will get away with this other than some crazy headshot fire from Brolin. Expected the fountain spot. Nice work from Malta, though. He needed to at least get the duo there just to make sure the bomb can't go down in time. Flusher, he just needs to die, really, just to make sure that he actually gets the bonus money for the next round. So a 9th will come up for Renegades. This is looking like the polar opposite to the previous map. They're looking strong, confident, and each player performing. And now for Fnatic, a tactical pause, and you can't really blame them at this point. This is going to be one of their last-ditch efforts to get a buy on the board. They've only really had individual rounds, except for the 2 that they managed to get in round 3 and 4. So it's been a long hiatus, a break in between each one that's allowed Renegades to build back up the cash. And there's a reason Hats is at the bottom of the board, and that's because he plays Pit on A, and they've only got there, I think, once, and he got 3 kills.
He's just lonely. He wants some company. I mean, the pistol round, that was pretty much it for him, right? And the other time they went there, he was just popping off heads, as you mentioned. And Fnatic not going for the op this time, sticking to the AKs and the 1 SG out of Brolin. And yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Fnatic. They've not really been able to get onto these sites easily. Like, they've been considering, you know, the 14th round here. They've gone towards B and taken a lot more damage, I think, in the long run. Way more often than Renegades. This time, though, Brolin. Okay. I don't know whether it's 2 in Boiler, but hey.
I think they were doing the boost that gives you vision over the top, but instead he just wraps around the corner and nets both opening kills. Sicko, this is the position he likes to play. Maybe not this far back, but he's going to be holding within the side. I don't think there's anything he can do. The Molotov forces him off the angle, and this has been a much faster pace round from Fnatic, and it has worked wonderfully. Obviously, they basically executed off their youngster getting the couple of kills, but even still, they left the remaining players without much hope on the site, and there's no point for Inns to really try anything here. 1 versus 5. Even though they have the money, I still think just making sure they keep the rifle because they won't have any loss bonus at this point. So just make sure that your buy is as good as it possibly can be for the next round. Although I don't know if Golden's going to allow for that. He's going to peek in. And Fnatic have their fits. A 9-6 half really wouldn't be too bad for either side. Like going into the T side for Renegades, I don't think they'd be too unhappy with that. But at the same time, I think it would give more of a chance for Fnatic to get back into the match.
I think Brolin just got tired of losing. Like, just went straight through like that in a Boiler.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm done. All right, guys.
This is my round. He had that face as well. I wonder if, like, the photographer goes, "Can you smile?" And he goes, "No." No.
But no.
No.
I would try to imagine what the players were thinking when they're taking the picture.
I'm probably thinking of you.
I really doubt that. Now, if it was Kenny, yes. All right, then 100%.
He's actually crying in his picture.
Because he misses me so much.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Fnatic, I mean, nice little round to get back. Very clean as well, not losing a single player. There's a lot of utility already taken out of the hands of the Renegades. I mean, look at this. I mean, I don't think they had necessarily full utility kit. It's still down to 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs. Yeah, Sicko over towards the B side, so at least have 1 smoke to delay there if they need to. It looks like the hit might come towards there, potentially even wrap in towards B if they can get in towards CT spawn.
Well, I think this, again, is a complete adaptation of what they did in the previous round. Like, Dexter, normally the Arch player, is deep within Pit. You've got Sicko now playing on the opposing site as well on B. So they have completely changed their strategy for this single round, maybe just expecting that, okay, we've had a couple of rounds now where they've just blasted through short, so let's stack it up so there's not really anything they can do about it. They have 4 players here as well. Malta is going to get tagged, but this late utility has slowed down Fnatic a bit. Even still, Golden with the initial entry into the site, but they've still got this pit position to clear, although because the bomb's already within the site, they can just plant. But for the retake, this couldn't be any better, really, for Renegades with the positions that they still hold.
Some great smokes coming down though, Fnatic, to like take away the sight lines that are Renegades from the pit. Thing is, Fnatic are obviously going to expect players to be there. JW, oh, he's got ins creeping up. Dexter's going to get one, though, from pit side. I 100% know his players here. JW's not able to quite connect, though, as he looks to back away. He's going to look to essentially wrap in towards CT, where there's going to be 2 players already waiting. Golden tucked away in sight, looking to get a couple of kills here or there. His position has been given away as he tries to get some support from the apartments. JW gets the first. The bomb's being defused. I don't think there's much he can do about this, even with the second shot coming through. Jumps through the fire, but unfortunately jumps into a victory for Renegades. 10-5 at the end of the first half for our lads. Let's see if they can continue this pace as we move into the second half after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship, as we're going to be finding out at the end of this week who will be crowned victor and take home a whopping amount of cash as well. $250,000 for first place, which is about 2 of Daham's day rates. I had to bring it in.
Wish.
Yeah. But currently it's Fnatic up against Renegades. Fnatic currently winning 1-0. As you can see, 10-5 though for Renegades on the CT side. JW getting very cheeky here and towards window. Not able to quite connect too many shots, but it's JW, it's Inferno. So get your popcorn. We're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, JW and apartments. Like, name a more iconic place on the map.
Pineapple and on pizza.
On the map?
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I got too excited.
You didn't have that on your pizza, funnily enough, so I am going to call you a liar.
it's a treat, you know?
Brolin actually going to be double naded. An interesting investment coming out from Renegades, and a nade back in return from Golden. Flush is going to be the first to take a shot to the dome, and Malta has just doubled entry'd around the side of Arch. This leaves Crims alone. He's got his trusty CZ, but multiple players to find. That's going to be easier said than done. The first will go his way, but that is all. Malta's going ham in this round, and with the B site under their control, it now leaves just 2 players remaining from this CT side. No kit, a smoke available. Okay, a kit. Thank you for making that glow. That's a nice little update from CSGO. We'll see if Brolin could do anything here. 3 players almost homed in, but I like the wraparound more so from Dexter. As said, he's that annoyance. He's the man that's just in the back, just to kill you as you think you've got away. And he's going to be looking for JW as well, not wanting to allow him to save not only his Kevlar, but the kit and the smoke. It seems like the remaining teams are going to look to hunt him down as well. But do bear in mind, every kill that JW gets is an extra $300. So he is looking to make a little bit of bank as he goes along, just popping heads. It means nothing to the round, but he's going to kill everyone. The bomb goes off just to signal his defeat. But even still, that was impressive from J-Dubs.
That's the face he's making IRL right now. The picture he has there is like, you challenging me? You coming at me? Oh, man. Great stuff, though. I mean, yeah, they lost the round, but still, he gets 4 kills. He drops an M4 over. Not ideal of a start for Fnatic, as Renegades can be happy about that, but still, something at least to write home about for them.
Yeah, it's extra money. Like, it's something for them to play with into this round. They've given Flusher the rifle, who hasn't had the best performance so far, but going onto the CT side, this is where we expect to see a rise out of them. Decent amount of utility actually invested into as well, which you don't normally see in these second rounds just because you don't have the money to do it. With the performance we've seen so far from Renegades, there was a quote out from Dexter prior to this event saying that he does believe they could make some playoffs at big events as a minimum, setting his goals for the year. They're definitely showing themselves so far in Inferno. Of course, a long way to go. We all know how prolific Fnatic can be at bringing back matches that almost look out of their reach. It's basically in their blood, it seems. I think the only people maybe better in the past have been their fellow Swedes of NIP, but maybe not quite anymore. Well, I guess we call them Dignitas now. Either way, it's going to be the push into the site. Nice spray from Flusher to start things off. And JW's actually managed to get another with the P250. This is getting a little bit ropey for Renegades. The bomb starts pushing down back towards middle. Now, with hats in the apartments, there's still potential of them getting onto the site, especially with how much Fnatic rotated. It's understandable. They only have pistols, but they might have given a little bit too much space over to the remaining players.
Oh, Crims. Important for him to stay alive right now to allow Brolin to rotate back in the site to help out. They're already low on HP as well. The bomb goes down. Brolin gets the dink and the finisher. And Fnatic, you can't count them out. You can't sleep on them. They take the next round with pretty much just an M4 and some pistols. Credit to JW. He got 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken, either in that round with the P250.
Well, yeah, that round was also financed courtesy of the JW Corp.
It's true.
Which managed to get all those kills off the back of a USB. I said at the time, like, just watch how much money he makes and then what it actually means. And, well, the investment that they managed to get into that round was a lot based off him. Now the T side have gone for an investment of their own, buying up a couple of Molotovs and a smoke, which is at least the first Molotovs just used to try and stop Fnatic from gaining all that banana control. Of course, they've thrown a couple of their own. They do have the SMGs, so their main goal in this round is to get up in the face of the Renegades players. And they do have to be a little bit careful because, well, we know that anybody on the Swedish side could just go all the way in behind them, so they are going to pick up the pace a little bit, use that utility to force some of these players back, smoke them out, and now they want to try and overwhelm JW.
I like that flash, actually. Has him a little bit of time. Golden gets dinked up, though, unfortunately trying to help out JW. Crims is there to help cut off the push in towards CT, and Dexter gets the headshot, but unfortunately not able to recover the weapon. Bomb's still back in the top of his, trying to rotate back in towards short. Brolin here looking to defend with the SG. That's going to be Hats now down. The bomb finally makes its way through. Might be actually planted here in the meantime, unless they can rush him down, and Sika will get the plant. So mission accomplished for them, but not going to be the round, ideally. Just trying to come around the side. Sika will take his head clean off, and now it's all on Brolin in a 1-on-2. There's very real possibility that Renegades can win this round now. Brolin now spots out Malton's going to be up in towards apartments, and he knows there's a player in towards site, but doesn't know exactly where Sika's going to be.
Sicko's job is just to stay alive at this point while his teammate goes for the rotation, hoping that Brolin will expect him to still be up above. Nice shot from the youngster, though, to find that final pick. And is he just going to fake out the defuse? He is. He baits in Malta, but Malta just far enough round the corner and hits the shot with the D. He gets back and forwards. Round we go. As the Renegades bounce back right away, that lifeline that Fnatic built for themselves is snatched by the Renegades. And again, it's those pacey pistol rounds up middle that just seem to cause issues, not only for Fnatic, but for Renegades and for any side. It just seems like the quicker you move towards that A site, the more difficult it can be for the CT side.
Yeah, and honestly, it was kind of opened things up with Dexter, if I'm not mistaken. Gets that initial kill over towards Library, if I remember correctly. Got a dink onto Golden fairly on the round too, but I mean, Sicko winning that fight, that 1v1, getting the bomb down and then just playing with it. Really help keep Renegades into this. And then, of course, we still have Overpass as a third map if we get there. Renegades looking to be on track to actually line that one up for us. We still have Mouse Sports up against Tai Lu as our third and final game of the day. Brought to you by Vince and Wolfie, who will be coming on into the studio. JW has invested into a scout. We got Brolin with an M4. We do have pistols and armor bought up for the rest of Fnatic. And if I didn't see 2 rounds ago, I would say this should be a relatively easy round for Renegades.
Well, these are always the most exciting matches to witness, where anything seems possible throughout any of the rounds. Like, there is no clean victories, and if anything, this force buy looks better than the one that they won with. So
true.
Who even knows at this point? JW's got a scout. We've got Brolin now on the rifle, which, no offense to Flusher, but I personally would give it to him. I think he is the star of the show. So once again going to be probing, and it's Renegades just able to take this map control, this time at least, without too much of a challenge. And most of that comes down to Fnatic not having the utility to really be able to do too much. You don't just want to be bombarding Banana without any HEs, without any incendiaries to really take control of it. It does leave their A site a little bit light, however. You've got JW with the scout. You have Crim stealing Dexter's position, which is something I might actually have to nickname it soon if he keeps playing there that long. To just add it to the list of player names we have on maps. Here goes JW. He gets aggressive, but doesn't expect anybody to be so close. Crim's in the corner. Sounds like his new podcast coming soon, but I think he's going to need to do an awful lot here. Nice shots onto Inns, who wasn't expecting anybody to be just around that spot. And look at the support. Fnatic have got players here so quickly. They managed to do the damage. It was actually the bomb peaking on Dexter, who had to try and fade away. And now they sit in a retake scenario, which is possible.
Especially with Crim's here. I don't think they've actually spotted and pushed up this far. Unfortunately, he's not able to get the kill, though, as Malta secures, and now Brolin trying to sneak behind with Golden and the scout. Spots out the first. But again, Renegade's playing this one slow, not trying to peek into anything. Do they know the player is in the pit, though? That's going to be my question. I think it's going to be Hats there. Just clean shots coming through. Brolin gets him down, but it doesn't matter in the end. Renegades take the round. I'm a little bit confused, though, because Inns came around the corner into Dexter's spot, we'll call it for now. And he had like a flashbang. He had like a grenade in hand. Didn't even have his weapon out, so a little bit of a misstep there, I'd say.
It might have just been the case of, because JW peaked, they would have expected the trade to come sooner from Crims. And because he just went, nah, he's dead. Just leave him. That was what surprised him so much. But either way, it's something that needs to be checked. But luckily for them, Malta comes up with a big triple. He has been fantastic in this series so far. And see you later, JW. Maybe a little bit too predictable about how you like to get aggressive. Of course, this round doesn't really matter for Fnatic. They don't have anything to play with. This is the chance for Renegades to really build up an economy, make some cash, even kill a player through your teammate.
Oh, Brolin, P250. I mean, Renegade's looking good. I kind of wonder where this team was when it came to Dust 2, though. I mean, if we also look at, like, what, the Astralis Cloud9 match, Overpass was one-sided 16-7, and then we went on to Train. And Cloud9 actually had a lot of life in them. It seemed to have woken them up after map 1. Maybe it's the same kind of case here for Renegades, as Brolin's able to get the first kill onto Inns. I mean, he gets himself a Mac 10. Not the most ideal weapon to have. He's being flanked from behind. He's got players to the front. And now he has no head left to fight with. So Renegades now to 14, 2 away from taking us over to Overpass. But Fnatic, still not the best of buys for them. They don't really have the great money to invest into the utility they need on a map like Inferno.
Sorry, just counting how many wins on Overpass in a row it actually is for Renegades. 10. Granted, it is versus, again, like, a lot of the time smaller opposition or local opposition. The only real one, again, we talk about is going to be Cloud9, but it definitely leaves for what could be a fairly interesting finale if we get there. Bear in mind that Cloud9, I believe, were on a 12-map streak before Renegades ended it, so...
Jeez.
It was a battle of the Titans on that map. Either way, In's already going to be tagged relatively low. The nade damage able to do something initially. Again, though, there's still not quite enough utility available, or even maybe weaponry for Fnatic to properly take control of the banana. They're still going to take the risk, though. Now, I'm less of a fan of this kind of 4-1, when Golden, all he can really hope for is footsteps on banana. That's all that he can get from information, because he's not peeking deep enough down. So you'd normally maybe have the AWPer just around a wall, or even a player jump spotting into banana so that you can make sure that this rotation doesn't happen. So they're just going almost off gambles. Now, JW finding that peak and not really spotting anyone else could force Flusher back. You can see he's tempted already to try and make a play back towards the B site, and that is the right call to make, because they don't really know where the Renegades currently are. And the fact is, they're right on their front door. That smoke timing, though, that's an issue.
Oh, Golden. It's actually going to fall back with the flashbang. Gets the first, though. Sprays another second. Connects, though, for some decent damage. That's down to the 2 players with 20 seconds left to get this bomb down. Flusher plays this one perfectly, trying to wait for reinforcements. Yeah, let them get the bomb. They have the money anyways. We need to win the round, and he gets the kill. There we go, Fnatic. Again, pulling off these rounds with some scrappy buys. Gets him a 7th on the board, and really credit to Flusher with the smoke. The rotations coming through to really buy that time and buy that separation they needed to force out these like 1v1s or 2v2s.
That timing was perfect. Like, I think it came down to just sort of watching the clock and realizing after JW peaked that, okay, they haven't taken upper mid control. If they're going to go for an execution onto the A site now, they would have already had that upper mid control. Like, you can assume at least. So that gave the clue, okay, I need to get back to banana. And again, that smoke went down with roughly 30 seconds on the clock. That means if they were going to wait for it, they'd have just over 10 seconds. So they had to go through it. And, well, because of that, everything went wrong for the Renegades. Golden's able to get a couple, and Flusher does the same. So good work from him. But we'll see if that's something that can be replicated. Like, as said, that timing really was on point. T-side now come up with a better buy themselves. Dexter, those are those risky plays I talk about, though. Peeks through the smoke into a Molotov to try and get a kill onto Flusher. And Flusher, he's waiting.
They're able to get some decent damage done though, wow. With a grenade, I believe that was on a Flusher and Golden. So at least punishing them, doing about, almost the equivalent of 100 HP in damage. So Fnatic have a long road ahead of them. And early on in the round, by the way, JW was peeking in towards second mid. He got very aggressive with the help of the Molotovs thrown down towards T stairs. Took it potentially for another peek yet again. Catches on Malta right when the smoke dissipates. So again, man advantage being maintained for Fnatic. You said before, I mean, you can't really count them out, especially on a map like Inferno. And they're starting to build into these rounds as if they can pull this one back. They still have, 6 rounds to go after this one if they can close it out.
Once again, the worry for me is just looking at the time on the clock once again. The nade over to Flusher. He is lucky to be alive. I really like that boost. Just to line that up, and Inz actually pre-fires into the coffins. Smoke's gone down. There's still a lurk in the form of hats around the other side, but it means that there's a 2v2 as they look to entry onto the site, and they've only got 10 seconds. They need to get their move on, and quickly. And Golden, he's just trying to spray through, looks for the bomb, but he doesn't quite deny it. It does manage to go down. However, I don't think it matters here. Hats, he can't sprint because they'll know he's there, and he just has to try and save his gun. So a bomb plant at least will give some extra finances. But again, this is starting to work really well for Fnatic, where the time just ticks and ticks and ticks. And by the time Renegades actually go for some sort of execution, it looks like it's too little too late. And in that scenario, unfortunately, their offense was split. So they were basically going into a site on a 2v2, and the CTs knew, okay, stay alive, hold on, we don't need to do anything.
I still really like the nade, as we pointed out.
Yeah.
I mean, Flush had 5 health. It just took 1 bullet out of Sicko coming around the corner to finish him off. No real utility being used out of Fnatic off the bat, though, on this round. I guess they're assuming there will be a save out of Renegades, which we can see is true. Nohats is able to maintain the AK from the prior round. And JW finally with the op here. This is where things are going to get really interesting for Renegades if they can dislodge him.
I'm just worried if they ever try and go towards pit now, because Brolin in the pit with an SG is just... you don't want to face that, ever. Like, he's just the last person. Either way. Utility being held by Fnatic. Again, they've been very good at delaying their opposition. Golden going to be waiting patiently. Nade to follow up absolutely ruins the remaining Ts, of course, without armor. They didn't really stand much of a chance, and Fnatic, this is another opportunity to keep things nice and clean, even still. Flusher. It's going to go down. It only leaves 1 man on the site. If they can somehow overwhelm it, Golden, that's a bit of a whiff spray, but he stays alive more importantly. And now the utility can follow up, and considering how low these remaining players are, there doesn't seem to be much of a chance. Dexter hoping to double up, but he's not going to be able to. JW with the triple to close out the round, but this is where things get back into the action as the Ts have another purchase.
I think Fnatic's really showing like a true masterclass of like utility usage here. I mean, in that round, they could have thrown everything early on into the bomb banana to get the early control, but knowing they're up against most likely a save, you might as well save it for later on when they try to actually execute into the site to make it even that much more difficult. If Golden didn't fluff his shot there as they started to push in, like that would have been way more dominating than it actually turned out to be. And Renegade's gonna be missing a couple of pieces of utility. JW goes for the shot up against middle. Not able to quite connect onto Sicko, who's waiting for the return of JW. And it looks like banana control will be, I was gonna say, will be gained for Fnatic. However, Dexter.
Was that just straight through the smoke? I think it was. That's a painful one for Flusher. Especially his reputation around smokes. I think that's 2 rounds in a row he got killed through a smoke. And then the 3rd one, he got dunked by an nade and killed through the coffin. So not having the best of times.
He just wants to play the game.
Dexter has come into his own once again. Flashbang over the top gives Golden 1, but it also gives a lot of information. Not only do the Ts know that JW's over on the B site, which is something that hasn't really happened too often throughout the match, but it means there's a maximum of 2 on the other side, or at least they thought. JW's taken the all-in gamble as he rotates to join the rest of his team. The B site now left completely open, but the Ts are none the wiser. And as the push comes in, I think they've timed this quite well, as JW's no longer going to be able to do too much unless he hits something straight through the smoke. Brolin, however, as said, from that pit, I think this is going to be so difficult to clear him.
20 seconds left. Trying to boost up to see into sight. JW back towards B. Nice little jump around as well. He's going to take it down. Brolin's there, but Brolin's only able to get 1. Crims, though, gets the avenging kill, though, with the Molotov. And now it's going to be JW up against Sicko. Op versus Op. Bomb now down. Renegade's looking for a minimum of an overtime. Unable to quite connect the shot for both oppers here. Incendiary comes in yet again to force Sicko off and back into a different position. Comes around the corner. Smokes there. JW doesn't know where Siggy's going to be, but he still connects a shot nonetheless with the pistol. Trying to jump through the smoke here. Trying to connect a single shot. Time is starting to tick away, and JW just going back for the reload. The smoke will dissipate. Throws the op at him. And Sicko's playing this perfect, playing it down to a T. JW will get the kill, but the defuse, will it be there in time? Oh my gosh, if Sicko just held a little bit longer. JW gets the last laugh and keeps Fnatic in this one.
I didn't think he had that.
Neither did I.
In my mind, I was just like, nah, there's no way. I thought that was so well played by Sicko. He baited down the time, and then just at the last second, JW just runs in, gets the kill, and gets the defusal as well. That one's going to sting for the Renegades. That really should have been their round to take. JW, plenty of mind games in that battle. Now he's the only one with the AWP. Tees will have an investment once again, and with only one player surviving, they're going to try and at least damage that CT side economy further, whittle away at it. But over the last few rounds, they've been able to build up. That is actually a nade that's bounced over the top, which has done a lot of damage onto Malta and Inns as they try to line up their grenades. A good HE coming in from Fnatic, and a Molotov actually going to go just as they pop their flashes and throw the smoke. So that's a lot of initial damage and a lot of utility expended by Renegades. And as of yet, they've achieved absolutely nothing. JW is going to get that opening pick. His CT side AWP has been fantastic. In fact, both CT side AWPers were performing well. But now they look to break past Brolin once again. They've been able to get trades the majority of the time, but it's just taking him out without a response. When you're already a man down, that's tough, but Sicko's able to do it, but even still, Brolin gets a kill. And do they know that Crims is still lurking? They don't. He gets one, but that's all. Again, effective trading, but there is the man renowned for playing around the smokes, and he'll manage to find one through it, leaving Malta alone, just 2 HP. He needs instant headshots, and it's not going to happen. Fnatic are clawing their way back into this match as they get further into double digits.
I know, looking back at this now, there's like so many opportunities potentially that you're seeing where like if they just played things a little bit differently, Renegades could be on to map 3 right now. I mean, if Sicko was able to delay just a millisecond longer in that 1v1, they would have had 15.
That's the tilting thing, is that if you're a Renegades fan right now, I don't necessarily think the Renegades are doing a lot wrong. It's just that Fnatic are just a little bit ahead of them.
Squeaking by.
And that's all it is. It's like milliseconds, it's slight details, but that is enough to keep Fnatic in this match, which could have easily been over by now. But the worrying thing is the longer this goes, the better Fnatic become. Like, this is where they're in their element, where they're up against the wall in a map. And for Renegades, a less experienced side, I don't think anybody's doubting that, will the pressure get to them here? They're going to go for a quick wraparound. We've seen them do the work with the pistols before, but Crims, clinical as ever, is going to clean up those first 2 remaining players. JW, maybe not so much. He's going to miss his shot, but is there with a P250, eventually pressured down, and Malta still fragging along, but he won't be able to do anything more. Crims now starting to step up to the plate as Fnatic continue this comeback into the match.
12-14. Timeout coming in. Much needed timeout, I say, for Renegades. They got the money to buy, but they need to find that magic equation, that magic formula to close out this map, potentially. Every round that goes by is just putting them closer and closer. What's up?
It's 6 rounds in a row now. 3 of them had bomb plants, and that was not... Well, actually, no, it was including that 1v1 clutch as well. So there's been a lot of opportunities now for Renegades to take this map over the line, and I do start to worry for them. This is easily where the pressure can creep in. You're up against a titan of Counter-Strike for who even knows how long at this point. Like, it's getting to a ridiculous margin how good Fnatic have been and for how long. The question is there going to be a breaking point? Is there going to be someone to drag them through? We've seen great performances pretty much across the board. They always say that the best series end on this map, but as a second map, it seems to be pretty good as well. Smoke deep into Banana. And an initial 3-man stack, but mostly that's just in case there's an aggressive rush and also just to expend some early utility. You can see Crims, he threw his smoke deep so that he can now wrap around and they can use theirs later on if they need it. Brolin also up in apps. He's not been here before, and Hans is not going to check it. That's the bomb down early on. They need to trade this out, but Brolin gets away with 3. That is far more than he ever should have been able to achieve, and they're still looking to see if he's there. Flusher now gained some space because of it, and Sicko, he's not going to be able to do anything here. It's play after play coming up from Fnatic, and this time it's the youngster once again. A position not played previously. And Fnatic, they're just 1 round behind, Jason.
Yeah. And I mean, what do you do here if you're Renegades? Like, the money wasn't terrible, but it necessarily wasn't enough to be able to buy fully into this. And it looks like they will go for the save here. Just a couple of pistols, a little bit of armor here or there. Maybe the fast play could be exactly what they need. I think Fnatic's going to have to definitely respect that. I think like we saw with early utility usage in the round prior. Okay, another incendiary being thrown straight down towards the bottom and middle. And here they come, rushing straight towards the B side. Flush is waiting though, and Flusher gets himself a nice crisp little double. And a third. And a fourth. Not going to happen as Zen's going to finish him off. And now Golden, he's got to hold steady. He does have Crims there to back him up, however. The bomb's still down towards the top of T-mid. And it looks like we might be seeing a 14th on the board here.
We've had a few spray downs like that now. Like Crims did it a couple of rounds ago. We've just seen Brolin as well pick up a quad kill. Now it's Flusher's turn. Like, it seems like everybody on Fnatic has started to wake up. JW had himself a wonderful little clutch not too long ago with milliseconds left on the clock. It basically means it's Golden's turn.
Way to put the pressure on him, Tom.
How much damage can Dexter and Inns do here? The chance to win the round is slim. They've retrieved a rifle at least. They're actually going to smoke off the left side of the bomb site. It leaves Crims without vision. The nades onto the player on Coffins have been doing a large amount of damage throughout. Inns actually going to be able to sneak his way around in towards the church, and he's praying that Crims is not looking in that direction. He's not. That will be the clinical kill. Now they just look for Golden, who's going to be lurking at the back of the site. He's been spotted out. Both players with M4s. But still 20 seconds left, and the rotations now come in. The bomb not in the hands of the remaining team, but pretty damn close. But I think they've missed their chance here. Inns left completely blind, and Golden will close out the round. A double for him. Wasn't quite as much as I'd like, but you know, that was a decent play.
I like
to hold on to the site.
Gets the first kill, knows there's only one player left, knows exactly where he is. Just wait for the reinforcements to get there. You don't need to go for the hero play, and now Fnatic are on the edge of getting their 15th round on the board here in a situation I didn't really expect to happen, considering how Renegades started things off. It was 10-5 first half, and Renegades have been on 14 for what, the last 8 rounds now?
Yeah, it's been a long streak from Fnatic, and we said it at the time, you can never count out the Swedes. Just for anybody wondering where the Wheel of Fortune goes, it is now for JW's turn again. Hey, after Golden just gets the double, oh, okay, yep, there we go. It was bound to happen eventually, where I call someone out and go, oh, it's their turn, and they die.
So this is 2020, Tom. 2019, Tom was very, very careful.
What's the point in being careful? There's no fun in that. Either way, the early aggression out from JW is actually going to fail miserably, but they do still have 3 players left defending this site. They leave Golden alone. He's got a smoke available, but at the same time, he can easily be isolated out of this B site. This is the opportunity that the Renegades were looking for. They've got that opening pick. Crims is in the corner once again. They seem a little bit more wise to this position. They also have a couple of incendiaries. It's just whether they want to use them for this exact purpose. They know that they'll need one for the pit when it comes to the execution. And actually, the players rotated off Arch, so Crims is on his own. Dexter has been looking here for the majority of the time, so if this is not checked, I may actually cry. Smoke going to be going down. Flusher leaves Crims completely isolated, and Dexter checks the corner. Not going to allow for this again. He does get traded out, but even still, that gives them far more of an opener. But they've got to clear Brolin, and once again, he steps up. It's a triple kill off the back of the SG. As said, he's a player that's tough to clear as it is, but having that SG in hand is always so difficult. Hat, he's managed to kill, but he's got 9 seconds and about the same HP. Brolin, another 4K, so I'm sorry, the wheel... I don't even know. Maybe it was his turn. I've lost count at this point. But how many big plays? That's basically the point I'm trying to make. I get that it's a stupid analogy, but how many individual big plays have now come out of Fnatic? 3Ks, 4Ks, be it a defuse in the last second. Fnatic have just had these players stepping up exactly when they need them, and we have gone from what was a dominant position in the opposition's favor to now Fnatic just 1 round away from 2-0ing the series.
Just having that advantage too. So unfortunate for Renegades not to be able to close that out, all because of one player in the pit. And let's see though, can they throw it into overtime here in round number 30 on our second map? They're by. There's really not much to be said about it, unfortunately.
I think this was 14-6.
It's not good. Spray down Brolin again. Does this guy miss many shots with the SG? Finally one comes through, but the damage has been done. Smoke comes in to delay any sort of push out of apartments. You have Inns flanking him from behind, which might have an opportunity, but JW quickly shuts that one down, and it's all on Malta and Sicko to keep Renegades' hopes alive in their opening match of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice as they come out of apartments and straight into the welcoming arms of Fnatic.
that was impressive. Like, that was like a vintage Fnatic comeback. This is something that they've been doing for years and years and years, but either way, what a way to close out the series. We're going to be back after what is a short break, and we'll be breaking this one down.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship. Jason Kapp and Tom Biz, if you just joined us, you missed out on Fnatic's excruciating comeback that came into a victory for them to pull off a 2-0 up against Renegades. And we're going to break down the match a little bit more before we do bring in our lazy other casters who had to sleep in the hotel, just walked in their PJs 20 minutes ago. Now, they've been here for a while. We do have Vince and Wolfie coming up next, but that was a crazy game. Honestly, Brolin, I was looking at like the overall, like, you know, KD from the entire series. He finished at plus, if I can read correctly, I don't have my glasses, 19. And then you had JW at 21. But Brolin continuing his streak is what I was going at from their last 4 tournament performances, where he's plus 135 overall. So he's really carrying his weight in Fnatic, 100%.
Yeah, like he was one that before he joined the team was basically sought after, and when he joined, he basically proved why. And he had a great series, but I think the bigger talking point is ignore map 1. That was a blowout. That was just Fnatic all day long. Map 2, it was Renegades. It was their map. Like they should have taken it. They were 14-6 up, and they lost 16-14. They lost 10 rounds in a row, and like it started off as a point where you could be quite forgiving. Like you could go, okay, that could have gone their way. That could have gone their way. This could have gone right. Towards the end, they weren't even like able to trade on like frags. Like we were talking about the wonders of how Fnatic were playing. Like we were saying, oh look, this player got a multi frag, then this player, then this player, then this player, and it literally went round in a circle so that every single player on Fnatic had like a clutch play, and then Brolin went, screw the circle, I'm just going to kill everyone now. And it was too much. Like if 1 or 2 of those happens where like there's a mistake, or you miss like a trade, or you don't check an angle properly or something, or maybe there's not a Molotov for Brolin or something like that once or twice. But when it happened like 6 or 7 times out of 10 rounds, and then the other rounds are basically up against pistols, that's where I think they're going to watch back this demo and go, okay, we could have won that round. We could have won this round. We could have done better in this round. Yeah. Which obviously you can take in terms of the grand scale of things as a positive. You can go, they should have won that map, which if you're looking at Renegades going into the tournament facing off against Fnatic, you're going to give the favor to Fnatic, no matter who you are, really, even with how well like Renegades have done at building up and getting better and better with their new player of hats. But at the same time, you then have to look at that and go, okay, yeah, sure, if we'd won a map, that would have been a benefit. That would have been a good showing from us. But if we throw away a map in the fashion that they did, I think they're going to be disappointed. At least the thing is, going into the lower bracket matches, they can go like, right, these were our mistakes. This is where things went wrong. If we'd done this differently, we could have won it. And I mean, speaking of the lower bracket, we have to remind you that they play against the loser of Na'Vi and FaZe. Oh dear. So it's going to be just as hard, if not harder, potentially for them. And looking at Inferno in particular, like again, like, as you're pointing out, like they lost 10 rounds straight, right? But there were so many opportunities within those rounds that they could have like won. Like just thinking back, not to like harsh on him too much. That 1v1 with Sicko against JW. If he just hides a little bit longer, I think he maybe misjudged the time left on the bomb. Then he would have won. To be fair, so did we. Yeah, so of course we did, yeah. I thought he'd won that. So it is one of those, like that one. I actually don't. I'm not going to ever blame him for that scenario. Like, if you're less than a 1v1 and it comes down to 0.1 of a second defusal, like, that's unfortunate. Like, that's unlucky. Yeah. The thing that got me about the last few rounds, at least, was just how the aggressive peaks that were coming in from Fnatic went unpunished. Whereas, if you look at the earlier rounds, they were much better at, like, shutting down those plays. They were good on Banana. They actually had some really good plays. So I'm looking forward to seeing them later. The unfortunate truth is, if anything, the next match will be even harder. Yeah, and I'm also looking forward to our final match of the day. Mousesports up against Tai Lu. I'm curious to see how Zeta can do within the team, since he's only been in there for about a month's time. They've been able to boot camp here in Europe, over in Kiev. But that's going to be brought to you by Vince and Wolfie. We're done for the day. We're going to go home. Well, I'm going to go home. He's going to go back to the hotel and relax. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. But make sure you stick around for our final match of the day here on the B Stream. Mousesports and Tai Lu.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top
of... Let's get Australia in the arena.
Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartentennis spielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights and honey.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 coverage here on the B stream. Jason and Tom did an excellent job, but they're done for the day. And myself, I'm Vince, I'm going to be joined by Wolfie, his debut for Katowice. It's going to be awesome. You've got to be hyped for that.
Very much so. It's absolutely insane to be here. The studio is awesome. Everything about this experience so far has been awesome, and I'm hoping the CS will live up to the hype.
I think this first match may not be the closest, but it may be exciting, it may be entertaining, because we do have Mouse Sports against Tai Lu, and it is a bit of a David versus Goliath story here, let's be honest. Mouse Sports up there, ranked the very top of the ESL rankings. Tai Lu have been slipping and sliding for quite some time. Blair, I know you're watching, brother. I know you've had a love-hate relationship with Asian CS, and it may very well continue today, because the big story here is Ben Tet. He's no longer with Tai Lu. He has moved on to greener pastures. He is doing very good work elsewhere. Yeah. So Tai Lu, there's a question. Can these guys still deliver? They've got Zeta coming in. How's he going to fare?
It's an interesting one. I've seen a lot of people getting very hyped up about Zeta, and honestly, I don't see it at this level. It looks a little bit like I think he was a 1.0 average against top 50 teams in the last 6 months. He sort of performs really well when he's coming up against lesser opposition, but we haven't seen him playing at this level against teams of the caliber of Mousesports as well, right? Currently #1 in the world by ESL rankings. They are a class roster, and Tyloo, I think taking a map is going to be a success at this point.
I think that's fair. If you look at the likes of the odds, etc., it's heavily in favor of Mousesports, and for good reason. I think when we look at the map pool in particular, something that you've highlighted, we talked about this as well off camera. The map pool for Mousesports is just so much better. They can feasibly play almost any map, whereas Tyloo, it's a little bit more limited than that.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse, they're incredibly strong on 5, and then they've got 2 that they're happy to play as well. So they've essentially got that 7 map pool, whereas Tyloo, they're comfortable on 4 and they'll play a 5th. They've got 2 that basically they're never going to play. They've got their Nuke and their Vertigo. That just isn't getting played under normal circumstances, which really puts them at a disadvantage in the best of 3 as well, right? They've got to be on one of those maps. Surely Mouse are going to pick the weaknesses of their opponent, get some practice, because Mouse, they're not amazing on those maps, but they're going to be feeling confident against a team who have 0 and 1 map on those respectively.
Absolutely. Speaking of the veto, we do have it available now to have a quick look through to see where this match is going to come down, the battlefields that we can expect. So the bands of Nuke, Overpass, Inferno first pick from Tyloo, historically a map that they do have some success on at the very least, and then Mousesports going for the Dust 2 pick.
It sort of reads how you'd expect it to be played. Interesting that Mousesports are happy to leave Vertigo in this late, and they're thinking about it for the last one as well, but it's statistically still very much Mousesports' pick, and it's very much their stomping ground to get through this one, and arguably they're picking D2 as a little bit of a practice, right? They've got about a 75% win rate on it on LAN in the last 3 months. Get some practice, get some experience against a team who are known for being those high fragging players, and then maybe later in the pool you're going to feel way more confident as the rounds go on.
Sorry, I got distracted by the bald head of Tom in the background. I mean, I've got a little bit more than him, so I can make fun of him. That's how it works. I think him and Moses, the only people who have less hair than me in esports. I'm going to hold on to that for as long as I can. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Maybe it is a chance of trying to get some practice in, but I will also say Tyloo, historically, yes, different rosters, yes, different circumstances, but going back to the likes of DreamHack Masters, Malmo, a team that turned a lot of heads, caused a lot of upset, they are a best-of-1 specialist team. On their day, they can knock down some significant teams, and they have done so in the past, but the best-of-3 element here just adds to the doubts in my mind whether they can actually pick this up against Mousesports. I suppose if we look at the optimistic side of things, we try and play devil's advocate, it's the first game for both these teams. Maybe it's going to be a slow start, although it's not the first game of the day. Plenty of time to wake up. Plus, only having that one game to prepare for Carrigan, you better believe he's done his homework on this Tyloo side.
And it absolutely looks like he does in every way. The veto's played out near enough as expected. He's played to his team's strengths and also still managed to pick up some of Tyloo's weaknesses, which is always going to be key when you come to these best of 3s. And as I said in the pregame, they are the best of 1 specialists. I think taking a map is going to be significant for them, just getting on the board, because they didn't actually qualify for this event. They came in because Vici had visa issues. So just take a map, give yourself something to believe in, and then maybe as they start dropping down into that lower bracket, we see them putting up some serious fights against other rosters. But I don't see this going any other way than Mousesports.
Yeah, the last game they actually played was against Vici, and they suffered a pretty significant loss. It was a best of 5. They did start, it was a weighted best of 5, so they started with a 1-0 lead, but they blitzed it 3-0. It was very, very comfortable. I believe, though, we are very shortly getting into the game, so we're going to have some awesome Counter-Strike coming up very soon. So in terms of how many maps do we think Tyloo are going to get? I know you said if they can pick up 1, it's going to be a good news for them. Do you see that being a possibility, though, with Inferno and Dust 2 up first?
The maps just don't play to them. That's their problem now. The maps that have been picked up aren't their favourites. They aren't ones... Yes, they've stolen them away in best of 1s, but in a best of 3, with Carrigan having, as you said, this to prep for. This is his day done after he takes out Tyloo, so I don't see a world where they take this. I've got to go with the Mousesports 2-0.
Cool, yeah, I definitely agree. I think this has got 2-0 written all over it. I hate to be like the bringer of bad news. I hate to be pessimistic, but you just got to be realistic. You just got to be real with this. Would be a huge, huge upset if they're able to somehow get this win. But, of course, if they do lose, it's not all over. The way that this tournament is stacked is more of a double bracket elimination system, so you go into a lower bracket. It's not all done. Whoever loses this game, Mousesports will likely move along to the upper bracket, and we already have some pretty solid teams out there waiting for them. We've already seen Fnatic, for example, claw back. What a strange previous game that was. What was it, 14-6 at one point, I think, to Renegades, and then they just seemed to choke it. Crim's had one of the worst performances I've seen from him in a long time on Inferno, and they still won. So you've got those kind of teams waiting for them in the wings if they do win.
Yeah, and I think that really has set the benchmark for the quality of CS we're seeing. Right, Renegades, they got absolutely stomped on map 1. They came back and they looked so good for so long, and then it just fell apart at the seams, and everything Fnatic did seemed to be touched with gold, and it was just perfect across the board. Several players picking up multi-kills, and of course, Brolin just going absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those scenarios as well where we're at the start of the year. We did have the player break. Yes, we've had some events. You've had the Blast, you've had DreamHack Leipzig, which is obviously part of the ESL Pro Tour now.
Yep.
And the rankings of Anaheim are also starting to take shape with some very young, impressive players like Obo from Complexity. He didn't quite make it, but still looked incredibly good in the process. All these rankings are kind of shaping into position. You have Mousesports, top of the ESL rankings. Whether they're top of the world or not, in most people's eyes, is yet to be seen. Astralis, obviously, are definitely up there. One of the best teams of all time, some people would argue, and I'd certainly be on that side of things. But this is a chance for Mousesports now to really stamp their declaration of intent onto the battlefield and say, look, come at us. We are the best team. You have got to beat us. You know, we don't have a point to prove here. You've got to come take this crown from us. So let's hope that Mousesports do come out swinging here and they don't stumble.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They've got to put their marker down. They've won a couple of smaller events. They obviously want to be carrying on that momentum from Pro League Season 10 as well, coming into map number 1 here. And it's just going to be about, can they put that early stamp on, put a big performance in against Tyloo, see some of those individuals turning up early, and really just say to Astralis, we're here and we're here to fight as well.
Well, here we go. Inferno, the first battlefield of this best of 3. And we're getting things kicked off, although it may not be live just yet, as I can see Chris J's chilling at spawn.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be waiting a little while longer. Everybody just taking a quick breather. They got us all excited for that, and then everything just slows down to a grinding halt. But hopefully we'll be back into things very shortly, and gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to talk about the new boy Zeta. And it's an interesting switch as well, because with Bentech gone, they lose their caller. So it's going to be, oh, they're thinking about it.
It seems we are actually live after all. Maybe just a bit of confusion from Chris J at spawn there, but they are playing as though this is live. So they're going to be rummaging up on Banana. 3 players there from Mousesports. Still 2 smokes and flashes, so Tyloo can try and sell a fake, especially considering they have Freeman over on the A side of the map.
He's thinking about the lurk, but 4 players just going to barrel in towards this B bomb site and try and take it clean. Frozen still alive towards the back boxes, and now they swarm into the site. Somebody in Zeta, though, able to find a frag apiece, leaving Carrigan all on his own. Nothing he can do. A little bit of a team kill coming in as well, but the 2 players trying to rotate in as the bomb goes down in a 4 versus 2. And how was that so clean for Tyloo?
That is a question that Mousesports and Carrigan will be asking themselves, but this round isn't over just yet. Rop's still alive alongside Voxic. Plenty of ability between the 2 of them. Rops has already chipped in, but his compadre has gone down in amongst the ruckus, and he's going to be a laboured tapping duel against somebody who uses the USP against the CTs. And Tyloo do claim first blood in the best of 3.
I think importantly as well, somebody shows up immediately and gets on the board, and Zeta as well finds himself an early frag as they push into that B bomb site. And it was a 3-man hold from Mousesports. They had 3 players who rotated into the site, and they just got absolutely demolished. So for Tyloo, a little bit of a confidence builder, perhaps coming off the back of their boot camp, of course, as Mousesports go immediately for the force buy, fairly common on the CT side at this point. Plenty of utility to back it up as well, and 5 deagles across the board.
Definitely not lacking in the ability to push Tyloo out of this round, but Tyloo, 2 assault rifles to their name, and they're playing this one slowly, not giving anything away just yet. Starting to make a move up Banana now, 3 players strong, but the bomb is dropped back towards T-spawn. Declaration of intent, they're not going to go aggressive anytime soon.
Understandable as well. Just send a few of those SMGs out, get the information, try and make sure the CT side aren't getting too aggressive and can pull off a stack and try and put 4 players towards a bomb site you're heading towards. So Banana control taken. Now they'll slowly explore the apps through Summer and Freeman, just clearing all of their angles. Tyloo, time on their side with 1 minute and 5 still left on the clock. Bomb still all the way back in spawn, so absolutely 0 risks being taken as they look to meticulously clear their way onto one of these bomb sites.
Slow and steady wins the race as far as Tyloo are concerned. They're still not entirely sure what Mousesports have in store, but now they know. Voxic delivering the deagle first class into the head of Summer. I know you have a few points to raise about him. We'll get back to that in a moment as Freeman has to just try and traipse over middle. The bomb is still dropped at T-step. Someone's going to have to go back and pick that up, and it will be Freeman now. So it looks like they've completely banked all in. They've put their chips on the table, Wolfie, and they say B is the site to go.
Frozen and Carrigan with a huge job to do that. 1D has just forced Tyloo in towards this B-bomb site, and now the play comes through. Frozen with the spam, able to get the first, coming out with the second Deagle headshot from the coffins as well. And Tyloo, they just don't look like they know where to go now. Freeman, an attacker, bailing out of the play with 10 seconds left on the clock. The round surely is over as Freeman even going to go down to Rops at the very death of things. An attacker, nothing he can do with the AK-47. All 5 players on the CT side stay alive with just Deagles. They dismantle Tyloo.
That's a whole bunch of weaponry that's going to trade hands. A huge economic boom for Mouse Sports. Tyloo, they've got to twiddle their thumbs and figure out what to do from here. They may even force buy. They're in that very awkward position of being around the $1,400 mark, where you can't even feasibly save and get a buy in the next round. So you may as well just have another crack at it now. This does put them down to just Deagles and 1 flash on their T side. Not even a single smoke to play with.
How do you look to get any map control with no utility on Inferno? Somebody going to be completely locked out of Banana with the mollies and the smokes, and that's going to give Mouse Sports even more information to work with as Summer is desperate to get something going, but teammates falling around him, somebody taken out by Carrigan in the early engagement, and immediately a 5-on-4 for the T side to deal with. They are looking to group up towards this A bomb site, as Attacker does manage to take down Chris J, and Woxic, with just a Deagle to his name, is going to back off, switch out to the MAC-10 to try and take things a little bit up close and personal.
The 2 teams clashing heads, but deciding to back out of their Tyloo. Frozen by himself on B, taking a more forward position with his UMP. He's just hopping for information for the time being, allowing the rest of his team to go towards A. Carrigan, the linchpin of the rotation, thinking twice about this, because now Frozen's seen them. Smoke goes out, he's going to be chased down, goes in for the repeat with the UMP, but comes out completely empty-handed. Did significant damage to Summer, but that's not enough to stop them from getting onto the bomb and getting this planted down, and Carrigan needs to wait for the rest of his team to arrive. He actually goes out there prematurely, does drop Zeta in the process, goes back in for seconds, and for thirds, Carrigan leading by example with the AK-47, and only Summer remains with a measly 20 HP. And it won't be happening for him. It was looking like it slipped away from Mouse Sports, but they are going to get the defuse.
Tyloo looked like they had half an opportunity there, but Carrigan showing up in a big way, the fragging IGL, a triple on the AK-47, just to lock things down and just to restore a little bit of order to Mouse Sports CT side. It's going to put them in a great position again. That economy just not there for Tyloo, as once more they're going to be looking at Deagles and a couple of upgraded pistols, all they can really afford, and it's Mouse Sports who will come out better from the early engagements, just starting to build their half. It feels like they've got 3 rifles on the board. Now Chris J still with just a Deagle in his hands, and Woxic sticking around with the MAC-10 as they look to farm a little more cash off of what ends up to be just 4 Deagles for the T side.
I suppose if you were trying to look at the optimistic, positive sides, they didn't have much better of a buy last round. They nearly made it stick. This is something that may be reverbing in the back of Mouse Sports' minds as well, collectively. This time, Carrigan is over with Frozen to start things off on Banana, but it's almost an identical play. He smokes down to the bottom of Banana. Frozen stays in position, this time with the M4 as opposed to the UMP. Chris J being pressured, being pivoted on, but he comes out swinging with the MAC-10. Plenty of damage has been done. Voxic missing all the bullets, and Summer and somebody both chipping in with 2, but this is where the superior firepower will rise to the top alongside Mouse Sports for a 3-1 lead.
Carrigan helping himself to all the eco frags, isn't he? 7 in quick succession, the quad kill on the spray down, and it was kind of unfortunate that Chris J and Woxic, with so little firepower to work with, ended up being the first players to take the contact there. It gave a couple of frags to Tyloo, helps them build up a little bit more bank, but it's still not great as they do go for their first buy on Inferno. Just the 1 Krieg being brought out as well. A decent bank of utility to try and find and execute somewhere, but Freeman yet to get himself a single kill on the board as the full buy comes out, and of course Woxic immediately gets the AWP into his hands and training down spawn as a fast play towards top Banana comes in. Tyloo looking to up the pace as they're known for, but the counter nades are decent for Mouse Sports. They find a couple of chips of damage. The Molotovs buy them a little bit of time to rotate back towards the bomb site. And now Tyloo just looking to bail out of things, but Carrigan swings and catches somebody in the middle of no man's land. That's an easy frag to find, and Once again, Mousesports with the man advantage, and Tyloo looking a little bit lost. They're playing very passively, and they're just taking that top banana control, but they're getting picked apart. Woxic has found another one with Rops, so advanced in the apartments here. Freeman doesn't expect it. He's taken out, and Zeta and Attacker, they've got to try and take this B bomb site all alone in the 5-on-2. They're slowly creeping their way in, but are they going to expect this boosted angle from Karrigan as the push starts to come? They're slowly jiggle peeking every possible angle. Attacker is going to find the first, but the trades are immediate. Frozen, then Woxic, and that's how you hold down 2 bomb sites. Mousesports absolutely perfect, just losing the one man and really starting to build up that CT economy.
They sure are, while cutting short Tyloo. They are into a position where pistols and not much else will likely be the order of play. Now, I know you wanted to kind of highlight the leadership aspect of Tyloo, and seeing as this round is a half buy and unexpected. Actually, they're putting more into this than I was expecting. Somebody down to $1,100. I thought this would just be Deagles, not much else.
It looks like they've got a really specific plan to this round, and hopefully Summer's leadership is going to work out as somebody takes the early tag through the floor down to 23 HP, but they've picked up a lot of utility coming into this one, and you did highlight it. Of course, with Bentech gone, they lost their IGL Tyloo, and they've forced Summer almost to become the replacement as they bring in Zeta to give them a little more firepower. And they've boot camped with him for a little while, a couple of weeks at best, and you do wonder that's such a seismic change for a team to have to deal with, and if the calls are necessarily going to be up to scratch coming into this one. And honestly, this round looks like a pretty good example at the moment. Full utility brought out with just the half buy of pistols, plenty of early damage done, but perhaps still an opportunity to get into this A-bomb site. 3 players in the apartments, and it's going to be Chris J to draw first blood onto somebody straight through the smoke. And is the plan going to fall apart with a man lost as Woxic finds the second on the AWP, and this half buy is falling apart at the seams. Woxic looking for more, does take the dink, and Attacker will finally find the frag, but that's all she wrote. Just the one frag from such a heavy investment on Tyloo's side of things. They are going to be able to buy, but is that the right call?
I would say in this kind of a situation with the round loss bonus, they may feel like they have to. They're going to have to turn the tides quickly. They've got max round loss bonus coming up, obviously, on the T side. You can really afford to go in for those full buys that much more than the CT. 2 SGs as well, even though it did get a minor nerf, I suppose, being buffed up by, or nerfed down, I should say, by $300 extra investment. Hasn't really affected the Ts whatsoever. And I love this play from Karrigan. He decides, let's just go straight up and meet the Ts where they live and try and evict them. He does get a kill, more information gathered, but Voxic's also chipped in with a frag. So just keeping Tyloo on their tiptoes, keeping the man advantage in favor of Mousesports.
That second frag from Woxic was absolutely crucial. Just gives Mousesports that room to breathe and the room to play the CS they want to play. Because you're right, that aggression, not exactly normal to say the least, but Karrigan happy to get aggressive, knowing that the AWP is going to be backing him up. But now the pressure starts to pivot and it's going to head back towards the B-bomb site. Frozen with the smoke and the timing. Will be able to take down the first, but Summer straight through it will find the refrag, and that's an open B-bomb site as well. Fast rotation starting to come through, but they're not going to catch the bomb. It will be able to make its way across onto the site with Woxic. A huge job to do. Oh, he almost spots out Freeman, but bomb will go down, and a 3v2 retake, in fact, for Mousesports to try and contend with.
The post plant is looking very doable on Mousesports. They still have a HE, a couple smokes and a couple flashes. Tyloo segregated, opposite sides of the site. Smokes being tossed down into ruins. Chris J now taking the inroads, trying to regain what was once theirs, trying to cultivate the clutch, but Summer says no. Smoked off on the coffins, but he's allowed the opportunity to start to make a move around the side. Meanwhile, his teammate's gone down, and Mousesports will be successful with the retake after all. It's a valiant attempt for Tyloo, but they just come up short in the end.
Just not quite able to make it happen, and it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication. When the first player finds that first frag, you're thinking 2-on-2, great, they've got the B-bomb site on lock, the crossfires are here, they just need to hold their nerve, but 2 quick frags from Mousesports, and it all falls apart. And of course, on that maximum loss bonus, as you said, Tyloo, they are going to be able to keep buying into this one, but it's at the sacrifice, right? Somebody's just got 1 flashbang to his name. The rest of the teammates are able to pick up the utility and perhaps compensate, but you've got to wonder, what's the strategy coming into this round? Where do you look to go? Because Mousesports at the moment, they are pulling your strings like a puppet master, and Woxic, again, fancies the peak, and that is one hell of a shot to open things up. Zeta goes down, and the new boy is already lost for Tyloo.
He has been lost at sea, and Freeman is capsizing time and time again. Still yet to get a single kill on the board as we move into round 8. Is that sad statistic going to continue, or can he change his fortunes round? Attacker, next player to fall. It's all been Mousesports. Remember, Tyloo won the pistol. Since then, one-way traffic, and Mousesports barreling down the freeway, out of control. Freeman 007, he has been added to the agent's list. 7-1 Mousesports. Can Tyloo feasibly even get back on the board? This is looking so brutal now.
It has to be time for a timeout, right? They have to take a 30-second pause because after winning that pistol, as you said, everything has gone wrong and Mousesports just look like they're running away with it at this point. So for Tyloo, I think in the next round or so, you have to be taking a timeout, thinking about it. Maybe even use this round as your timeout, right? It's a half buy. You've only got the pistols to work with. Your utility is limited. Just have a discussion. How do you start to pick apart this Mousesports defense that is just looking way too strong at the moment and way too confident as well, as Frozen helps himself to a freebie, taking banana control away and taking out Attacker in the process.
Does feel a bit like deja vu. Mousesports take banana control. Tyloo are battered where they stand. And Freeman at least has got on the board. Not that it really matters much. Feels like a drop in the bucket. Mousesports continue to apply the pressure. And yeah, again, Tyloo, they've got a bye coming up. This has got to be the time you call a timeout, surely. There you go.
There we go. They have to do it, right? They're 8-1 down. They know they've lost the lead at the halftime. They know everything is looking just awful for them at the moment. So take this time out. Take time to mentally reset. Basically start again. Go, it's 0-0 now. We can take 6 more rounds. We can come in with a decent half and head on to that CT side because statistically, Tyloo were always a T-sided team, right? They got aggressive. They went fast and powerful and they took teams just by surprise, and that hasn't happened so far. And in fact, arguably Mousesports have been taking them by surprise.
Yeah, that Karrigan push down middle has really been the lock and the key of Inferno so far. Completely agree with you. It was always Tyloo's unpredictability that caused so many issues for teams. But again, this is why we go back to what we said earlier. It's a best of 3. Karrigan's had time to fully prepare just for this matchup. So any kind of unpredictable plays, you know he can read off a script from miles away. But let's see if Tyloo are going to change anything. Their timeout comes to a close. As you say, the timeout maybe can start the ball rolling. We just saw on Inferno Fnatic pull off a sick comeback. So Tyloo have got to take motivation and inspiration from that.
Maybe Zeta on the AWP can be the catalyst as well, as once again, Mousesports, they want this banana control. And Karrigan, he's heard the footsteps for the flash. That's good, and somebody will capitalize. Somebody actually going to find a quick double kill, as Woxic, perhaps a little bit too keen to peek down banana and support his IGL, gets taken out, and now Frozen with a huge job to do. Able to find the first, and the damage is significant onto Attacker, but there's so much support, and Zeta, he wants to get his name back on that board. 1 kill at the moment, and he is going to help himself to a second, taking down Frozen and forcing a full CT rotation as well. Mousesports fully gambling on this B bomb site, and with the bomb all the way back in spawn, Tyloo, they've just got to loop around, go back towards A. They've got Summer and Freeman set up for the execute, and the round is theirs.
It really should be theirs. This is their round to lose at this point. I can at least respect, though, that Mousesports, after the timeout, still tried their shenanigans. They still tried to mess with the minds of Tyloo by playing in Banana. And you better believe, as this half continues forward, Tyloo are not going to be certain about anything. They're going to have to expend a lot of utility. They're going to have to go for these shoulder peaks, which could move into grenade stacks, could move into being AWP'd from the likes of Voxic, peeking down Banana. So I like that Karrigan is this game of chess. It's his mental game where he's trying to position Tyloo where it gives Mousesports the best opportunities to exploit them. So watch for that going forward, even though, as you highlighted, it's a gamble stack on B. It's not going to work out for them, but at least they can save these guns.
Not that they really need to. The cash is so good on that CT side. They are going to be able to buy fully. Although I take that back immediately because I've just noticed it's 2 Kriegs.
Yeah.
And you would sell your mother for having 2 Kriegs on the CT side. It's absolutely incredible what this Krieg can do for a CT side. But as you said, Karrigan, he's happy to get aggressive and just put that doubt in Tyloo, which again, I think comes back to Summer being relatively new to this IGLing role. This is the first time he's really had to do it at a big event. And then Karrigan just constantly applying that pressure and making absolutely sure that he can't settle in, right? He can't start calling the calls. He knows because Karrigan's pushing down mid and they're trapping them in spawn, so he can't set himself into the game. And I think that is going to be really important moving forward as Tyloo do get their second round. And I expect we're going to see the same again from Mousesports coming into round number 11, just pushing, getting aggressive, and just trying to catch Tyloo off guard.
I suppose another issue for me, and I'm not sure if maybe you know the answer to this, but with Zeta coming in fairly recently around January, I assume he speaks Chinese. I mean, he's South Korean, so Does he only speak Korean? Does he speak Chinese? I know that Tyloo have had issues with communication barriers in the past. You mentioned before Ben Tet, they've had other players come in that couldn't all be on the same page. So maybe a bit of a query and a question mark out there as to how Zeta will fall in.
It's an interesting dilemma for a team that has always traditionally been a Chinese roster, right? You lose one player, then you pick someone up who doesn't necessarily speak the language, and what do you do then? Do you try and make Zeta learn Chinese, or do you go to a common middle ground and have sort of mediocre English? As Zeta taken out almost immediately, so we won't find out in this round. Rops gets the second as well onto Summer, and the aggression still coming through from Mousesports, not willing to let Tyloo breathe. Frozen gets a third, Banana Control is gone. And Freeman and Attacker, again, just left trying to save the situation.
Freeman and Attacker, hot off the back of being successful after their tactical timeout, are backs to the wall and nowhere to run but forward, and that's into Carrigan's arms. He used to be an AWPer in the bygone age, and he will not miss that chance. Attacker has been eradicated, and Tyloo only have Freeman to stand off. A measly 1 kill to his name is not going to be added to. Mousesports going to keep that total of rounds to Tyloo just to the 2. And this is starting to get a little bit out of control now.
Out of control train, it really is. And Mousesports, you can just feel them growing in confidence as well. As Tyloo, they're just not stringing anything together, and it's very difficult to put it any other way. They've not got that player who's dragging them back into things, who's at least keeping Mousesports' economy honest, right? Carrigan is the only player below $10,000, so their buys are assured until the very end of this first half, and that puts them in such a strong position, and it gives you confidence to go for the more aggressive plays, including nade stacks all the way into spawn as somebody takes a couple of tags, and it just gives Mousesports this freedom that you don't otherwise find yourselves having. They know their buy is set for the rest of the first half, so why not get aggressive, right? Why not try and find that early frag for your team? And actually this time they start to fall back a little bit. Frozen happy to hold towards top. Banana, they've taken the control with utility, but not opted to push it, and it has still funneled Tyloo in towards this A bomb site.
Just posturing, pontificating in the apps, waiting for the green light. They have that MAC-10 in the hands of somebody, maybe the first player to dart out and give his life for the cause. Mousesports playing more aggressively, actually, not having anyone in pit or on site graveyard. None of these backward positions. Now Chris J, as a result of all the smokes and flashes, going to be starting to make a move around. Still 50 seconds. They may think this could be a potential bait, but at this moment, they're now hearing the footsteps. They're hearing the players drop, and Rops picking up the frag onto somebody lets them know exactly what's coming up, but Rops is going to get caught in transition from the Boiler playing Summer. They still haven't fully committed to the site, but now they're going to go for it. Into the arms of Chris J's SG, and he keeps landing headshots. Only Freeman stands between Tyloo and another round loss. It could be double digits for Mousesports. He has to retrieve the bomb, and in the process of doing it, he loses his head. And Mousesports already in such a commanding position with Tyloo on the back foot once more.
It just fell apart yet again, and that one was just down to fragging power. That was the problem. Mousesports just had everything going their way. Chris J comes up with a couple of huge headshots, but I thought it was really interesting to see Tyloo going for the full execute. Summer, as I said, as soon as he was given a little bit of room to breathe by Carrigan, he's called the full-on execute, full utility, and they've actually gotten into a bomb site, which is the first time in a long time they've achieved that. Granted, they don't manage to get anything more from it, but at least they get into a bomb site. The execute comes off well, they get a little bit of map control, and if a couple more frags go the other way there, then perhaps you find yourselves picking up round number 3.
That is often what CS comes down to. It's a matter of millimeters, milliseconds, woulda, shoulda, coulda, but Mousesports ultimately have just been that step above, that rung of the ladder above Tyloo, and keeping them submerged for the duration of this map. It's a miss from Carrigan, who, by the way, 14-5 over 100 ADR. Does land the leg shot onto somebody, but not the outright frag. And now with the flashbangs, Frozen has to fall back to the site, allowing the T's to push him. But be careful what you wish for, Tyloo. There is some help from Chris J to be found lurking around. Coffins, Rops actually backs outside the smoke. On the fadeaway, connects the headshot to somebody, which drops the bomb down in an awkward position. Rob's now going to be pushing through the Molotov and smoke, relocating to take a more forward angle. And now the situation is pretty much turned. It's Tyloo that have to now try and play a bit more defensively and wait for the oncoming CTs. Voxic shows too much, and he's dealt with by Attacker. And now it's all on Rops. Last seen around Ruins. Can he pull off the 1v2?
Holding his angle, holding his nerve, making absolutely no noise towards Banana, but he can't find anything at all. Attacker with a swift headshot to get Tyloo. Round number 3 on the board, and that was much better from Tyloo across the board. They managed to take down Karrigan early, and then they just rush on that play and trade efficiently. That's all they've needed to do. And for the first time, it pans out. They managed to get that round, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be coming up against a full buy for the CT side immediately afterwards.
That is the nightmare of allowing Mousesports to just run rampage so many rounds. There are no easy gimme rounds from here on out. They're going to have to be beating full purchases on Tyloo. And when you consider that the bulk of Mousesports are over 10 frags, it doesn't bode well. However, somebody going to create some light at the end of the tunnel with a headshot delivered with his AK-47.
Able to find something of an opening pick as Frozen again look to try and take that banana control, but it doesn't quite pan out, and Mousesports on the back foot for the first time in a while. Karrigan switching back to the M4A1 as Tyloo, they're still holding on to this banana control. 3 players looking to re-aggress as Woxic, perhaps thinking about the peak, is just going to hold the angle, wait for somebody to walk into him, and all the timing on this. He spots out Attacker, can't quite find the shot, but on the second time of asking, he will, and he's looking for more. Woxic, the Molotov, will finally dissuade him. Karrigan going to have to stick around behind the sandbags, but Tyloo, they're done with the B-bomb site. They're going to try and head instead back towards A, and there's very little firepower here. Just Rops on the M4A4 to try and hold it down. Sets himself up in a very passive angle to allow Chris J to rotate in, and Tyloo, it's not like them, but they're a little bit slow into this bomb site, allowing Karrigan to get 1 on the backstab, traded immediately by Summer. And 3-on-3 now. How do Tyloo get into any bomb site? Their information is limited. And with Woxic with the AWP towards B, Rops and Chris J on the A bomb site, Mousesports, they could be perfectly set to stop this one.
It just seems like death by indecision from Tyloo so many times. They get into these good positions, as you highlight, and then they slow down to a stroll, to a crawl. And Mousesports just execute them on the approach time after time. Now the crossfire's been established and there's no hope. There's no way. Tyloo have been thwarted once again. If they just push behind that initial gut instinct from Summer to go for the hit, it would have been Rops, you say. Maybe Rops pulls the cat out the bag. Maybe he goes crazy and gets a triple spray down. But more than likely, Tyloo get that site.
They had every opportunity to take that round. They were in the perfect position. Everything was panning out for them. They'd found their picks, and it did just feel like they were hesitant to go and hesitant to believe that they could find the frags. They wanted to hold back and wait for an execute, some utility to come over the top. And that's not the Tyloo we know, right? They were always the aggressive team, the big pushers, the ones who just went fast and furious and just relied on themselves. And is this self-doubt starting to creep into Tyloo now that Bentet's gone, one of those big fraggers for this Chinese roster? Is this the self-doubt, and are they just starting to think, maybe we're not going to hit these shots without the utility there to support us?
I hope not, because as you say, they're only here due to Vici's issues with visas, so you've almost got nothing to lose. You're the heavy underdogs. No one's expecting anything of you, especially after the roster changes, so you may as well come out here all guns blazing. Just go for broke, go swinging out, just like Freeman does. It's good to see him pick up the slack. He had such a poor start, but now he is starting to find his way. As are Tyloo, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Chris J closes the door, quite literally, of Boiler in the face of Freeman, and able to start to traverse back towards the site, but he is isolated. He is behind enemy lines now, and nowhere to go but for the jugular, and he's not able to pounce in time. Summer will claim his number. Last round of the half. Mousesports going to go for this, have an open and AK to play with.
You couldn't ask for a better retake squad than Frozen and Woxic as well, as bracket controls taken. And how do they look to play this retake? Woxic thinking about the apartments, going to switch out to the AK-47, but Zeta has got Short on lock, and Woxic might be able to keep him out a little while longer with the smokes as they start to use whatever utility they can scavenge to try and get back into this one. Zeta going to be smoked off, has to try and relocate, but over the top of all of them will be able to take out Frozen. Woxic with a 1v3 and AK-47 and nothing he can do. 11-4. Tyloo at least managed to scramble a semblance of control in that first half.
Tyloo start the half with the pistol. They end the half with a win, and the filling was all Mousesports. We'll find out if they can get the second pistol after this short commercial break.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the
A rough, turbulent half for Tyloo at least ended and begun with victory. They're going to have to do more of the same if they want any hope here on Inferno. Mouse Sports, they look prolific there, Wolfie. They were in just a different class.
It just looked all too easy for them. Everybody showing up. Karrigan, the IGL, leading the way with a 99 ADR. And the stats can't be argued with. Nobody went positive for Tyloo, but it's a question of can they hold their own on the CT side as Mouse Sports looking to up the pace very early on, but somebody with the fadeaway will be able to open things up onto Chris J, and it's actually just slowed them down and made them rethink this pincer. Bomb going to make its way back through the library and look to reapply the pressure onto Freeman and Attacker, but Attacker with a quick headshot, able to take down Rops, and this is good for Tyloo so far. Attacker with another, and Freeman finds one more. Woxic all on his own on the bomb site, absolutely trapped in, and that is more like it from Tyloo. The aim of the individuals just showing through, and it almost looks too easy. It looks like a completely different team as Freeman finishes things off, and it's near enough flawless for Tyloo.
I don't think they could have asked for anything better. I mean, Freeman lost a bit of health, that's it. Like that, if you're going to mark that, it's an A+, right? Just an A+ round. And this is one of the win conditions for Tyloo. We always say this. Individually, these guys are very talented. Can they land their shots? It really comes down to that, because tactically, they're pretty inept.
Yeah, it really is. They are just the aim squad personified, right? They just need to hit everything, and they do in the pistols, so they win in stunning fashion as well. Just everybody looks incredibly crisp, and it's going to give them a bit of a platform to build onto as they do go for the buy, and of course, Mouse go for the force into round number 2. Without the bomb plant, though, that T-sided utility, very scarce indeed. And interestingly, Summer looking to emulate Chris J here as he picks himself up the MP7, and Mouse Sports look for a little bit of banana control.
Pushing up there with the 2 smokes. One can go CT and Coffins. You'd expect if they do fully fledge behind this B hit. They're also sending out Rops and Chris J as the scouts through middle can try and look for some information, maybe cause an over-rotation, but Karrigan dropping somebody. That is going to be a weapon trading hands, and it's a UMP, which can shred through armor. That is not insignificant. Plus, it forces Zeta to go round for the rotation. This effectively stacks it a 2-2 formation. Mouse Sports looking like maybe there's going to be another twist in the back of Tyloo. Maybe history will repeat itself. Remember, they won the first pistol, then instantly lost, and lost 8 rounds in a row.
Firepower starting to come through, though. Attacker with a quick double before he's traded out. The M4, A4 making it work. Finally, Frozen able to take him down, but with the majority of firepower over towards this A bomb site, it looked like Tyloo were going to have the hold, and indeed, Mouse Sports just looking to recover what they can as they loop around through A long, and Limited map control to work with. Frozen and Woxic thinking about where they want to go with this one. Freeman using one of his own smokes to give himself some room to breathe, as Woxic should be able to get this bomb down in the 3-on-2. And if there were two players you'd want, the firepower you want to try and pull off this clutch, it is Woxic, and it is Frozen up on top of the graveyard looking for the shot, but Summer rips his head clean off, and Woxic on the Deagle needing a 1v3, finds the first, knows Freeman's position, but there's still the unknown factor. Zeta looking to make the rotation. Woxic onto the UMP, gets the second, and Zeta in the 1v1. Woxic needs the headshot, and he'll get it as well. Woxic with the 1v3, and the A-bomb site is held strong by Mousesports, and that is exactly what Tyloo didn't need.
The catalyst of Tyloo's demise of history has repeated itself. Lightning has struck twice. And you feel like that was the last lifeline that's just been cut away and floats into the nether for Tyloo. It's hard to see how they'll come back from that. That was their hope.
That was everything. That was their buy. That was all they had to work with. They'd won the pistol. They'd made something of it, and they perhaps had an opportunity to start stringing some rounds together as well. Just put a little bit of pressure on Mousesports, but instead, Woxic comes up huge with a 1v3, and now, once again, Tyloo on the back foot. Nice nades to take Chris J down to 20 HP, and the CZ of somebody desperate to capitalize, finding so much damage, but nothing he can do as the reload has to come in, and Karrigan capitalizes. 5-on-4 again for Mousesports, although Frozen and Chris J both very low on HP, as Karrigan looking to do it all alone. We'll find the second onto Summer, and he has been great at picking up these pistol frags so far. Zeta just spraying through like crazy. Woxic takes down Chris J in the chaos, but the frags are still going Mousesports' way. Very little health, but they look like they're set to find round number 13.
Yeah, because Attacker also very little health. No ordnance whatsoever to speak of. So, you know, if he has a HE or something, maybe he can just throw it in the perfect position. Maybe he can pull off the dozier. Not going to be happening here. I think he's going to be more than happy just to save one to his CZ, his Kevlar, his smoke. It gives him something at least to play with. Maybe he can try and have a look after the bomb detonation to see if he can find a stray weapon somewhere that's been blown into his path. But it's basically feeding off scraps. In terms of the round, it is done. Mousesports will have a 13-5 lead. It was close. It was chaotic. But again, they got the job done.
And again, Tyloo just not quite able to hit their shots. It felt like there was a couple of CZ sprays there where you felt like that just had to be a headshot, right? They had to find the frag, and perhaps that would have slowed down Mousesports because they just barreled into that B-bomb site after finding the initial pick because the reload has to come through on the CZ, and it just all starts to fall apart around that, and Tyloo at 13-5 down with no economy to speak of. It's going to be Attacker with a CZ who has to find something, perhaps try and scavenge one of these SMGs or a rifle away from the T side of Mousesports and give yourselves something to work with to stop Mousesports from just running over you in map 1.
Mousesports certainly picking up the pace in their bulldozer, and Tyloo trying their best to just build some foundations. Attacker needs to be that man, as we said, saving the CZ and the Kevlar. Other than that, it is full USPs. Nothing at all has been invested into this round. That it's more of a slaughter. Karrigan with 2, Robson, Chris J picking up the pieces, and somebody is going to be rotating around. If he's not careful, Frozen will get him in the back with the Mac-10, and it's looking like that's exactly what's about to happen. Although, he's gone Speedway, so maybe he was the player that's going to get caught after all. Indeed, he shall. Nicely done by somebody. It is kind of sad when we're trying to hype up the fact that he's got a kill with a USP when they're still going to lose the round. They're 14-5 behind. It's been that kind of game, though, Wolfie.
It's one of those ones where you've got to pick any shred of hope out of it, and any slight frag that comes the way of Tyloo, you've got to hype it up and you've got to give them something, because at the moment nothing is going their way, right? 2 more rounds for Mousesports to take map number 1, and you just worry for Tyloo at this point. They are going to be able to get the buy. It's going to be 5 M4s, but look at the utility again, which is such an integral part of Inferno. When you can't pick up a lot of utility, you don't win rounds on the CT side.
It really is as simple as that. Only smokes, no incendiaries, which are a huge part of that puzzle that you're painting beautifully. As Karrigan tagged down in Banana, he's going to be throwing a grenade of his own. Somebody stands tall, does deliver the fatal blow, and no one's there to counteract either or avenge Karrigan. So it's a bit of a slip-up. Maybe that's one way back in for Tyloo if Mousesports start to get a bit complacent. Take them lightly.
do worry for Tyloo if that's the only way they're getting back into this, is Karrigan starts making mistakes and players start falling. But Frozen's going to wander his way in. Somebody with a nade out gets caught in no man's land, and that's an easy frag. That's going to loop into CT. Summer at least able to find one in response. Gets tagged by the AWP of Woxic, and he's got to try and stay alive, but nothing he can do. Woxic with the wall bang, and the rotation's looking to be cut out by Rops as he's going to go straight through this smoke and hope that he catches a timing. We saw this in the last game as well, but Hats couldn't quite find it. Frozen grabs the first on the Krieg, and at range, he's just looking to take all the advantages he can get over these M4s. Spots out the second player. Rops not quite able to find the backstab, so still a 2-on-2, but with Woxic on that AWP, trained in towards CT, and just the one smoke left for the CT side. How do they get into this one? Woxic with the first, and the last man alive, Attacker, trades 1-for-1, spots out Frozen, but can't quite find it. Mouse Sports will have map point. And don't forget, this is the map pick of Tyloo.
It is, depressingly. It is their choice of map, Wolfie. I'm really trying to clutch at straws here for positives, but at the end of the day, it's a 15-5, and Tyloo won both pistols.
Yeah, I'm not making it easy for you either, am I?
No, I mean, you've got to be honest, right? At the end of the day, Mouse Sports, we came into this game, we even discussed this before we went live. We were like, look, Tyloo heavy underdogs. They're probably going to get battered. They're probably going to get absolutely ravaged. That's precisely what's happened so far.
And Mouse Sports, worryingly, have made it look quite easy, right? They've just torn Tyloo apart, and their T side is always going to be very impressive against Tyloo. As Attacker actually able to get aggressive and find the first onto Rops, but the T side have just swarmed all around them. They've gone straight past the CT defense and into this A bomb site. So Freeman with a huge job to do. Nothing he can find. Attacker desperate to get aggressive, but Chris J will help himself to a second. And the CT side, you saw what they were trying to get done with the aggression, but they had nobody there to cover their backs. So Mouse Sports get a free bomb site. And at 15-5, Tyloo, they've got to try and go for this one, but Frozen is already in position to cut it out. He'll get the spray down onto the first. Zeta at least able to trade on that scout, but still a 3 versus 2 for somebody in Zeta as the Krieg is recovered. So Tyloo, they're not out of this one yet, but they got to start winning some aim duels as Karrigan takes down somebody, and Zeta's cleaned up. 16-5 the scoreline. And man, oh man, Mouse Sports, they just make it look easy.
Both pistol wins to Tyloo, and Mouse Sports still comfortably get out ahead 16-5, as you said. Blinking, you would have missed that map, but we're going to go to a quick break and allow Tyloo a bit of a detox period, so we'll be right back. Your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors, that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on our baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Well, it was quite the demolition derby, wasn't it? As Mousesports completely manhandled Tai Lu. They won both pistols, only got 5 rounds in total. There's not really that many optimistic or positive things to say from Tai Lu's perspective, but all praise for Mousesports.
Yeah, you've got to feel that Mousesports did an incredible job of exposing Tai Lu's weaknesses, right? They took advantage of everything they got. Carrigan topped the scoreboard 24-11. That's going to be a big confidence booster for him. And For Tyloo, I want to try and take some positives out of that game. I want to say some nice things. Attacker went 16-16. That's the best storyline you get out of that. There's lots of worrying things to talk about. Summer not having a great performance as his first outing in a serious event as an IGL. XIV, bottom of the scoreboard coming into this one. But to be fair, barely had his hands on the AWP, so can you blame him? And you hope that going into Dust 2, it's fraggier than Inferno. Maybe we're going to see something, but at the same time, you feel like Mousesports are just in Tyloo's heads right now, right? This game feels like it's done already.
Sure, I mean, Dust 2 is one of those maps, it's kind of a cliche, it's more of a pug-centric map, right? But you're against Mousesports, one of the best teams on Dust 2 in the world. I've been saying this for ages. Voxic, for me, one, if not the best AWPer in the world on Dust 2. This is his playground. There's no hiding for Zeta now. You got to put up or shut up, basically. This is a map he will get the AWP, you assume, if their economy is kept in good shape. Again, this is where winning the pistols and then losing the second round really hurts the AWP more than any other gun. At no point did it feel like they had the economy to justify giving him the AWP. And then Inferno is historically a map where on the T side, it's difficult to AWP anyway. You're not going to get that many chances, especially when Mousesports are constantly knocking the door down of Banana and taking control of it. So I completely agree. Zeta, sure, he's bottom in terms of stats, but you can't really blame him. As a cohesive effort, it wasn't good enough from Tyloo.
Yeah, and the one thing I hope, above all else, is that Summer is talking to Zeta and saying everything you just said right now, because first major outing for him, first time on this Tyloo roster, coming into Katowice, and it just falls apart. He has an awful game, largely not by his own fault, but if he starts beating himself up over it, and then he comes into Dust 2 and he's coming up against Woxic on the AWP, it's going to be a rough start for him. So I hope, beyond all hope, that Summer has identified it and just gone, look, that wasn't your fault. We all played badly. We didn't give you the situations to make the most of the AWP when you had it, and we forced you to not have it a whole bunch of times. So hopefully that conversation's had and Summer can bring something to map number 2, because I want to see Tyloo fragging out. I want to see those individuals like we saw in the second half pistol.
No, exactly that. It was a 5-man clean sweep. Not a single player lost. I think it was only Freeman that lost a little bit of health. But apart from that, it was so straightforward. And you're thinking, okay, there's a Tyloo that we know. And then they lose the next round, and it's more of the same. Exactly. It was off the back of a sick Voxic clutch. Yeah. But it still was a round they should never be losing in a million years. And they'll be beating themselves over that. Now, if somehow they do manage to navigate through Dust 2, it doesn't get any easier. Then it's Mirage.
Yeah, there's nothing good coming out of this for Tyloo, is there? Everything feels worse and worse and worse. And Mirage, a 44% win rate on LAN in the last 3 months. That's not good enough on Mirage. That's not going to get you past a 72.7 for Mousesports. That is just not going to happen by any stretch of the imagination. So for Tyloo, I hope they come into Dust 2 swinging, because I think, as I said, a map is a success for them. If they take Dust 2, they start to maybe get a bit of momentum and then head into that lower bracket where teams perhaps aren't so prepared and don't have the strategies to perfectly counter them, as we saw Carrigan doing on Inferno.
Sure, I think it's a case as well of gaining that respect from Mousesports. You know, Carrigan, very respectful guy, great guy. But you give him an inch, he'll take a mile in game. We saw him push down middle a number of times with the M4A1S. He was leading the charge, by the way. 24 kills, as you said, 99 ADR. That is insane. He's not the player that you're looking at to be the top fragger either. So they have so many more gears to go. That's the other bad news for Tyloo fans, as if you haven't had enough. Look, I'm a Newcastle fan. I get it completely. But if you look at Dust 2 as well, recently, Mousesports have beat teams like Mad Lion 16-4. This is a team in form, so even if you look at the recent stats, it doesn't bode well.
It just gets more and more painful for Tyloo the more we talk about it, doesn't it? And you want to draw positives, you want to say something nice to give somebody a hope that Tyloo can take this, but everything points Mousesports' way. Everybody's showing up for that Mousesports roster as well. I haven't seen very many missed shots from them. Woxic was looking hot on the AWP. As I've said already, Carrigan was really great. Frozen had a good series as well with a 1.36. So 3 players showing up, and then you've still got Rops and Chris J coming into D2. So if you lose 2 players, if 2 players go completely mental and just don't frag out at all, you've got Rops and Chris J stepping in, experience and talent combining, and everything feels like it's weighted towards Mousesports at this point. I just hope that Zeta gets his hands on the AWP early, gets a little bit of confidence, maybe go T-side, get a pick through the doors, something like that, something silly that just gives him that belief in himself that he can then sort of springboard into the map from.
I suppose one thing, if we're looking at optimistics, they won both pistols. If they can continue that on Dust 2, they're always in with a puncher's chance of maybe taking it close. If they can get an inspirational play like the Voxic play, for example, I think it was just the final nail in the coffin for Inferno.
Yeah.
But if somebody from Tyloo can do that, who knows, maybe that opens the floodgates. They can start to really pivot off that and make some plays. But yeah, it is looking a little bit ominous. I know that we're about to jump into this second map, by the way, so you won't need to wait too much longer. I know how Twitch chat is, start the game already. Like, we just love hearing ourselves speak. So we're like, nah, we're cool, guys, we're cool. But yeah, I mean, in terms of Dust 2 then, we mentioned Zeta before as the AWPer, but who else do you really want to see step up to the plate here and deliver if they want a chance?
I want Summer to bring back his old form. That's the big thing for me, because I spoke about it in the pregame as well. Bentet, he was the IGL. He was the caller. They put Summer on that role now, and he used to be pretty much consistently top 2 on the scoreboard. He was always matching Bentet or whoever else popped off on that day, and was always sort of that anchor they relied on to bring them frags all of the time. And you worry that he goes IGL, he can't hit those shots anymore. He's too busy concentrating on the big picture and not focusing on his game, and then it falls apart. So I think for Summer, it's really important for him individually. If he just shows up, even just go level pegging, just don't have a negative KD. Give yourself something to work with and go, okay, so I still can frag, because he went 9-18 in map 1, and I think that is a big problem for Tyloo.
Now, of course, we are running 2 streams simultaneously. We're on the B stream, the A stream in Katowice with some amazing talent and teams, of course. Oh, yeah. You've got Na'Vi and FaZe. It's currently 1-1 in that series. At least that's what it says here in front of me. So FaZe started the first map, winning, I think it was 16-9, somewhere around that mark. Na'Vi bounced right back. Actually, I'll give you the exact statistics, so I'm not guessing here. So yeah, first map was 16-9. That was over on Nuke. Second map, Dust 2, 16-14 to Na'Vi with overpass to play. So if you do want to hop across there and watch that best of 3, by all means. If you want to stay and chill with us, watching Mousesports, probably back to Tyloo again, then by all means, stay here with us. We have been told it's going to be very soon until we get into the next map. So, I mean, in terms of your experience so far coming through here, I mean, this is kind of uncharted territory for you, right?
Yeah.
How are you finding it so far?
A little bit terrifying. There's 3 cameras there and they're all pointing at me, and it's a little bit weird to say the least, but I'm enjoying it. It's a really awesome experience, of course, and just being able to watch Tier 1 Counter-Strike and just talk about Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and these are the teams, obviously, I've been watching for years, you know, your Mousesports, your Astralis. I grew up with those teams becoming what they are now, and being able to be here and commentate them is just awesome.
It's an incredible feeling, but it is a little bit surreal at the same time. Yeah. Apparently, a player had some FPS issues, but they have been resolved. So Dust 2, hopefully, fingers crossed, will be on the horizon very, very shortly. This is the pick of Mousesports, as we highlighted, so assuming that Tyloo will be starting on the CT side. It is a map, though, that itself, I think, is very close. I mean, in a lot of games, it's the T side that typically comes out ahead, especially if they can keep the economy low of the CT side because of AWPs being so prevalent. Plus, something we actually haven't mentioned here, for one of the longest times, Chris J was the best scout player in the world. This is a map you see a lot of scouts picked up on for obvious reasons. So, oh man, I'm depressing myself. It's like every time I speak about Mousesports, a little bit of me dies for Tyloo, you know?
Yeah, I know the feeling. And you're sat here looking at the stats going, where's the good storyline? Where's something that plays to Tyloo's strengths? But take a map, honestly, get 10 rounds, get to double digits in this one. Then you've got a map's worth of score across 2 maps. Maybe you can build off the back of that and just start to feel your A game again, because we saw it in the second half pistol, but after that, it just disappeared once again. And everybody was missing shots. Nobody was really trusting themselves. And that's always been something Tyloo have just had intrinsically, right? They've just trusted their ability to frag out in the server. And if they lose that, you feel like the team is just nothing anymore.
That is very true. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much of a plan B or a plan C. And that's been an issue with them for the longest time. We kind of touched on this before with the whole Bentet thing. The fact that they did used to have so much firepower, so much ability in previous iterations, where they kind of came out of nowhere. Not many people knew much about them. Then DreamHack Masters Malmo all the way back in 2016, I think it was, or 17. They ended up getting a couple of shock results. I was actually a part of that. I couldn't believe that it was actually happening in front of my eyes. It happened. These were best of 1s, though. Again, we go back to that point when it's best of 3s, and you can't quite cheese the same way. You can't catch a team off guard a few ways. This is, in some ways, the downfall of Furia. Once Art starts to get red with his crazy, audacious pushes through smokes, especially with the AWP, things start to go a bit pear-shaped. And I think that's the same issue that Tyloo ran into. Now they don't have that incredible firepower. They still do have some, but not Bentet levels. Very few teams in the world do, to be honest. Where's their plan B? If they're not landing shots, They don't have a tactical mastermind there. They don't have the kind of strategical play to back it up. They're not like a budget Astralis, for example, which, by the way, is a compliment, not a negative. Being compared to the best team in the world is definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But you get into this position with Tyloo where you kind of wince while you're looking at the screen if their initial push doesn't work. And we saw this a few times as well. If their initial charge is capsized or repelled, they kind of just stay around middle and don't really know what to do next. They're kind of lost. And this happens so many times on Inferno.
Yeah, they always were the team with one plan and one plan only, right? And I was hoping that with the boot camp and with Summer taking over the IGLing and they've got a coach, maybe there comes a second strategy with that. There comes a couple of basic executes wouldn't have gone amiss there. Just something to mix it up and not just go, you need to frag up banana, you need to go to bracket and find a kill. Otherwise, the round is done and we're going to sit in mid and just not know what to do. So hopefully that's something they can work on a little bit. It's not particularly difficult to pick up a few executes here and there, learn a couple of smoke lineups, give yourselves another weapon in your armory, because if Tyloo have that second weapon and they start hitting their shots again, they're going to become a force to be reckoned with very, very quickly.
Oh, certainly, but we'll have to wait and see to see if Dust 2 can be that. I mean, it is like kind of aim as paradise map, so maybe this is where things start to go more than their favor. I don't necessarily think so, but I'm trying to be optimistic again. We have been informed, just to give you a little bit of an update, that there were some FPS issues, and the PC is going to be replaced. So I think we're going to cut to a commercial break while that gets fixed, and fingers crossed it'll be ready soon and we can get into map number 2.
I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on the B Stream. I'm Vince, joined by Wolfie, and we have good news. The PC has been replaced, and we are moments away TM in brackets from starting map number 2 on Dust 2 between Mousesports and Tyloo. If you missed the first map, I'm going to be honest, other than a sick Voxic 1v3, you didn't miss much. It was a bit of a bloodbath. It was pretty straightforward. And let's see if Dust 2 can be a different story.
Let's hope Dust 2 can be a different story and Tyloo can come out the gate swinging, give us something to believe in, as we are going to get immediately into the action with the pistol round. Plenty of utility picked up by Mousesports, who opted to start on the T side of things as the push starts to come in from Frozen. Zeta, that's a lovely flashbang, and finally some frags going to come through. Somebody looking to back him up and hitting some heads as once again Tyloo doing the work in the pistol round. A 3v2 now, and Mousesports with a P250 and a Glock to try and make it happen. Chris J taking yet more tags. A one tap to the head from Summer leaves Chris J completely isolated. He's at least going to find one more. The dink and the follow through coming through onto somebody, and a hectic start to say the least, but a 1v2 for Chris J to contend with.
It's going to be at that range as well, the exact same position where Summer connected the one tap onto Long. He is sat again, and it's the same outcome. It's not quite the insta-frag with the headshot, but he gets it done anyway. And Tyloo, 3 pistol rounds played, 3 pistol rounds won.
Can't complain about that. You just need to start working on the rifles as well. Mousesports, they don't get the bomb down, so the cash isn't the greatest in the world, but they're still going to buy, and Woxic's going to pick himself up the scout. We're not going to see Chris J's antics on that just yet, and for Tyloo, they just need to get out of this round cleanly, right? They need to keep the M4 up on Summer. They need to just keep those FAMASs, MP9s viable, and just hope for the bonus round coming into round number 3 as Woxic desperate to get something going down mid, but not going to be able to spot anybody out. And the early nade's going to get a couple of tags onto Carrigan around the edge of the smoke, but Tyloo, they're not looking too keen to aggress just yet. Now they do, and Carrigan not quite able to connect on the Deagle as Zeta helps himself to first blood, taking down Rops, and actually going to get a second onto Woxic as well. Is he finally showing up in the server as Frozen at least able to get one back for Mouse?
Goes back in for seconds. It's a couple of whiffs from the FAMAS-wielding somebody, but he still has his life. 14 HP separating him and his demise, but Mousesports have Chris J with the scout, doesn't need it for the first kill, and we'll be switching across to the FAMAS. Scout shot whizzes by his ears. Still has plenty of time, and he realizes his flank is a very distinct possibility. Now, Chris J, he's been here so many times in the past. He wants that smoke, and he's going to find it for the cross. So at least he does have a little bit of utility to play with. Plus, with his time, the player that was flanking Freeman has got to respect the fact that Chris could still turn tail and run around the back. Now his footsteps are being heard, though. He can make a move on towards short. The bomb going to get faked, draw the players out into the open. Chris J swarming, swelling with CTs is the sight. Hefty damage inflicted to Freeman, but he doesn't get the kill, and thus he is entirely encircled. It's going to be the 2-0 after all.
They keep the firepower up as well, which is really important for Tyloo there. They managed to keep themselves the FAMAS, the M4, and the Scout. That gives them a little bit of a building block coming into round number 3, where Mouse, of course, they're going to be down to about the 2K mark, going to buy whatever they can afford, but largely just going to be Deagles, so it's cash farming time for Freeman and Attacker on those 2 MP9s. Just get yourselves about a K if you can find a few frags, get some money flowing into that bank account, and start to shore up your buys for the remainder of this first half. Zeta's going to get the early contact and a quick headshot to take down Chris J as well. That is a lot more like it from the sniper, as now Mousesports a man down and got to try and find a way to take out this scout at range.
Well, we said, can they get some inspiration early on? So far, so good. Zeta is having quite the impact with his scout. He's had 3 or 4 kills with it so far. Summer, in the meanwhile, with his M4, is going to go to task. Freeman holding off the aggression from Carrigan. And it's all going the way of Tyloo once again. It's going to be a clean sweep of a round with Zeta switching to his sidearm. 3-0 start, nearly equalizing their grand score on Inferno, as sad as that is. But at least Tyloo now showing us what they're capable of.
I mean, Zeta's only 3 frags behind where he was for the entirety of map 1, but he's starting to look a lot better on that scout, and he's going to upgrade as well, picking himself up the AWP coming into round number 4. And there's going to be nothing available for Mousesports. They'll go on to the Kriegs, 3 of those, a couple of AK-47s, and plenty of utility as, again, Chris J's going to try and take that long control to open things up, getting around the smoke, dodging the worst of the nades, and perhaps looking to catch somebody off guard here. Will take the follow-up to the chest, down to 62 HP, but for the time being, he's alive and kicking. He's buying time as well as somebody looks to make the rotation down into the pit. They still don't know he's here, Chris J. And now he looks to tap away. Can't quite connect on the headshot and will wisely retreat before he gets taken out. Mousesports with mid-control to work with as they look to plan their execute, and it looks like they're thinking about a mid-B.
It's a good counter flash tossed in. Does stall them a little bit. But their bit is firmly between the teeth, and they are looking to push on to B. 2 players strong. It's a bastion. It's a real fortress of a site to take, but now Attacker putting his MP9 to use onto Voxic may have completely thwarted this attempt. There's a rotation coming through as well from somebody round the back who is looking, anticipating a peek, but everybody that he goes to look at just dies ahead of him. The thing is, though, this is a play that can go for again in the future. If he doesn't show his hand, it is something that you can go for. It's a bit of a gimmicky play. A lot of teams will go for this. Now somebody going to start to move on catwalk, and he may even go for the knife. No, he decides against it. Carrigan is a dead man, whichever way you spin it, and our Ropt of 30 seconds is going to look to potentially save the SG.
Try and keep something up, because the economy's on the rope for Mousesports losing that round. They're going to go 4-0 down, and Tyloo, they look like they've got their confidence back. They're hitting their shots again. Zeta's picked up the scout, followed by the AWP, and has found some nice frags with it as well. And everybody's showing up. I said Summer needed to find some frags. He's 7-1 at the moment as somebody just cleans things up onto Rops to make it 4-0. And this is so much more like the Tyloo we wanted to see, the Tyloo we believed could come out here. And hopefully they can just keep that form up on D2.
I mean, this is almost a resurgent team that, like, we just didn't see even a glimpse of this in the first map. It's great to see. Again, going back to maybe what I said before, they don't really have anything to lose in this tournament. No one expects them to make a deep run. No one expected them to even be here in the first place. As it was Vici pulling out that afforded Tyloo the chance to get to Katowice. So any maps, any head-turning moments is a massive benefit and bonus, and maybe Mousesport's going to be on the receiving end of another bit of a battering in this round. They don't have too much to their name in terms of utility. They've got a few pistols, and that's pretty much it. Kevlar for Voxic, if they can get a weapon into his hands, maybe there's an inroad back in.
Walking into that CT, Krieg as well, Attacker up in Goose with it, and that will just tear heads apart as Mousesports look to plan this execute. Dropping down into CT, looking to catch somebody off guard, but he's there and he's able to find the frag. Traded immediately by Rops to bring us back onto the 4-on-4, but it's a nice adjustment by Summer to find even more damage. Yet to find the frag, but so much damage done. 20 HP between Rops and Chris J, and Mousesports, they're trying to make their way in towards B. Finally, Frozen opens things up with the 1D, and Summer in a desperate position to try and recover. Traded 1-for-1 and 3-on-2 now. Zeta and Attacker. That's a tag through the door as Woxic makes the transfer, but he's managed to pick up an M4 in the meanwhile. And can they get back into this bomb site? 2-on-3. They've got to clear Rops first of all. He's just hankering in this corner, but Zeta's got the shot. The AWP's finally starting to show up. 2-on-2 now. That bomb's starting to tick down, but both Zeta and Attacker have diffusers. They've got time to play with as they look to make their entrance, and oh, this is going to be tight. Frozen with the M4. Org in the hands of Woxic, but so little HP to work with. Attacker swings, manages to keep his head hidden. Finally, the frags come through, and it will be Mousesports with just Deagles to work with, who find round number 1, saving a couple of rifles, including that AWP onto Woxic as well, and that could be absolutely crucial.
A Frozen 4K finalizes the round, and Mousesports welcomed to the scoreboard. Better late than never. It is going to be another AWP for Zeta, but this is really testing the economy. The accountant on the CT side not happy to see there's basically nothing in the bank account other than $1,500 on Attacker. So if they were to concede this round, it's been a great start, but things will slip away. Zeta, though, is going to say no to that as he claims onto Chris J early doors through the middle doors. And now Mousesports on the back foot, though, will swing out with a kill onto Freeman, equalizing at 4v4.
Lovely little boost over the smoke there. A little bit of an innovative play by Tyloo, and somebody wants to get aggressive off the back of it. Frozen with the timing. Oh, he just looks the wrong way. Somebody even spots the bomb as he finds that frag, and Zeta helps himself to another, taking apart Woxic for Mousesports. And now it looked good for Mouse. They'd found the refrag, they had the opportunity, but Zeta really starting to come into his own on the AWP, finds his 3rd frag of the round, and Rops, he's been here before, a 1 versus 4 to contend with, and with 1 minute and 3 left on the clock, the odds of him managing to keep his hands on the Krieg for this long is very, very slim, especially considering somebody's still on that UMP.
Carrigan may just say to him, look, do as much damage as you possibly can on the way out, because Tyloo's finances aren't great, as we touched on before. So if he could take another kill or 2 out of this on his way out, that could be enough. That could be enough to put Tyloo into a bit of a rough position. Keep in mind, the Mousesports do still have some round loss on the horizon. They do still have $6,000 for Voxic. Chris J and Frozen can buy next round. Rops is going to be close to being able to afford as well. So it may not be paramount importance to save the SG necessarily, but he has whittled away enough time now that it could be a possibility. 20 seconds to go, plus Ty Lue's situation suggests they may not charge down too much and chase for this SG too much, knowing that it could do more harm than good. And now Rops is going to start to make a move. It's just of paramount importance he doesn't die after time. That's all he's looking for here. Somebody round the door. Does he go for the peak after time is the question that I'm curious and finding an answer for. You can see that Summer's gone up through the T-spawn, so he's got some information for his teammates. Rops just catches the shoulder, and they're both happy to allow each other to just sail by and keep their weaponry. Ty Lue, though, 5-1 in the lead.
And this is what I wish Ty Lue had done earlier on in map 1, is take that timeout and just reset yourselves. Mousesport's going to go for it on this occasion, as they are just starting to slip behind, and Ty Lue starting to find some of that form of old that we spoke about, that we longed for in map number 1. And with the economy as it is, Mousesport's with a big decision to make. They are going to go for the buy. They're going to try and string it together. Woxic's going to get the AWP, but short on utility again. As Ty Lue looking to hold on to what they've got. Somebody going to stick with the UMP. Zeta, of course, on that AWP. Currently 9-2. He's got more frags than he found in the entirety of Inferno, so really starting to feel it now.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubting that at all. And you just have to look at Mousesports now. How is Karrigan going to counteract? They've not been under any duress, any pressure whatsoever in the duration of this best of 3. This is the first time where Mousesports have been forced to sweat a little. There's the timeout. Let's see how they engage afterwards. It's going to be a hefty tunnels push, but it's into the arms of somebody, but he comes out second best, barely even scraping Karrigan in the process. That is just what Karrigan was hoping for.
It's just what Mousesports needed, an opportunity, half a chance as Rops. He's going to go up on the head of Chris J and not spotted out. Freeman's going to be taken down. He had no idea what hit him. That's the B-bomb site, completely open bomb. Still all the way back in spawn, but Mousesports finally starting to find some of that form from map 1 as Woxic finds another onto Summer. And Zeta and Attacker, you said their economy was absolutely busted, and they can't really afford to go for this. They need to save that M4 and AWP. Otherwise, they're looking at a very rough buy coming into round number 8.
And so much firepower to save here as well. And with Zeta playing exceptionally well here on Dust 2, you want him to have the AWP as much as possible if you're on Ty Lue. So I'm sure Summer made the call. Save, save, save. Do whatever you have to. Even throw Attacker under the bus if you need to in order to save that AWP. So I'm sure Attacker will sacrifice himself. Although actually they are pretty much separated. Attacker's on long, with Zeta with the AWP on the short side, just peering down from catwalk, taking the aggressive angle. Obviously, what you'd like to do is take the shot from the little alcove, then drop down into CT spawn, but they don't have control of that. So he's playing a little bit more static and more stationary, trying to be a little bit more defensive. Mousesports, additionally, their economy's not great, so they're okay to save by and large. So we're going to have this stalemate situation, but Mousesports, after the timeout, again, it proves to be magical as they double their digits to 2.
It looks like it was exactly what the doctor ordered. They just find another level, and frags just suddenly start going their way. It feels like Inferno all over again as Mousesports get their second on the board, and they really put Ty Lue and especially Summer under a lot of pressure here. How does he call this round? They've got 2 rifles saved up. It looks like they're going to go for the buy down to about that 2K mark as Summer and somebody pick themselves up deagles respectively. And this is a damage limitation exercise now for Mousesports. Just try and keep those rifles available. Just make sure you don't lose too many players to this kind of a buy, because otherwise your economy is going to be in a lot of trouble. Fast play towards long, but there's no real contest here from Ty Lue. They know they haven't got the firepower and they haven't got the utility to be going into these positions.
Simply put, they have to just respect this and hope for the best. Cross your fingers, go for that gamble on A. If Mousesports overstay or overextend, you can maybe start to try and rummage together a comeback, but by and large, I'm okay with this. Keeping Zeta's AWP in the B tunnels. It's not going to see action anytime soon. The bomb's already making a move out of long. They're just making sure all these angles are accounted for. Throwing the Molotov down onto Car will draw out any pesky CTs that are hiding behind there. Meanwhile, also tossing one up onto the long side. Someone just watching from the elevator. He will see action momentarily, more than likely, but you better believe there's going to be a smoke wall there to greet him.
A little bit too much aggression from Zeta on the AWP as he's taken down by Rops, and that's a lot of the firepower lost immediately for Ty Lue. The AWP is down. Freeman might be able to recover it. He doesn't know, though, that Rops has escaped from the B tunnels as Summer at least gets a 1D onto Frozen to try and open things up. Carrigan steadies the ship with another onto Attacker, but the trades are still coming through. Somebody able to take down Carrigan, and Summer sneaking through the smoke finds another isolated on the bomb site. He's got Chris J as well. And Rops, he was all the way over towards the B bomb site but a moment ago, and with 18 HP, he's got 3 players to contend with for Tyloo. The half buy has gone perfectly, and they've even managed to salvage themselves a couple of AK-47s.
A bit of a misread there from Carrigan. We'll get back to that in a moment once we see if Rops can keep his life ticking forward into round 9. It's looking likely. I think Tyloo we're going to be occupying, happy to save these 3 guns and get the round under their belt. Rops shouldn't be extending now. He doesn't want to die after time. But when they know that Zeta is over in a very unorthodox position with the AWP, you've got to assume that there's a gamble stack on A. I'm very surprised they still hit A after getting that intel. There was still 30 or 40 seconds left. They could have rotated.
They had so many options to play with, and they just went for the wrong one. Carrigan, that's got to be a misread, a missed call, and perhaps a missed opportunity as well, as Tyloo will get their 6th on the board, and once again, the economy for Mousesports will start to creak. They are going to be able to get the buyout. They will be able to get the AWP onto Woxic, but if this one goes wrong, they are in a lot of trouble yet again. No boost over the top of the smoke this time for Zeta, as he just looks to hold around the sides and add to his tally. 9 to his name at the moment. He's just holding passively, not too interested in the peak, as Carrigan gets some free control towards short and starts to bleed out that CT utility. Early Molotov goes down, and Mousesports, where are you looking to go with this one?
Well, they have their options available again, as Tyloo on their CT side have played aggressively when they've had lower weaponry, like SMGs, for example, but when they've had these very stationary defaults, it's typically been off the back of AWPs and M4s. So they're going for it again. They're giving up long control. They're giving up catwalk by and large. But now Carrigan's going to get tested, and he passes with flying colors as he passes a bullet between the eyes of Attacker. Somebody, though, is holding the line with his AWP. 2 kills to his name. Narrowly missing out on a 3rd, but he's going to get pushed by 2 sides. He's still alive. He's still kicking. And he has batted down Mousesports. A solo effort from somebody. What a ridiculous play that actually is. 7-2 lead to boot.
And the timeout immediately called by Mousesports. And again, just feeding the secondary AWP one by one, wandering into the crosshairs, and it's just all too easy for him to pick those frags up. Yes, he finds Woxic initially, but then Chris J out in the open, that's an easy frag. Players just peeking him one at a time, and nobody ever able to find the frag to take him down. Because if he's gone, that A-bomb site's looking relatively open. It's an easy enough take for Mousesports, but instead, Tyloo find themselves round number 7. They save that double AWP setup as well, which is critical given their economy, and they put Mousesports in a really awful position.
I'm somewhat amazed that we're in this position right now, Wolfie. If you'd said to me that Tyloo would be winning 7-2 on Dust 2 after that Inferno game, I'd have called you mad. I would have been calling the doctors for you, but here we are. Tyloo in command. 12 kills Summer, 12 kills somebody. Zeta with 9. Freeman's a 1 and 4, but he hasn't really been called upon. Keep in mind, he's one of the B players, and the vast majority of these hits have been A in middle. He is going to be called upon now, though, to try and repel this pistol-wielding Mousesports, but a good Molotov put into position is going to stop the initial charge, and he just has a smoke out there to toss in afterwards. Do Mousesports go for the aggression behind this? You better believe they do, but he heard the pins being removed. He sprays through the smoke, and he gets the ultimate reward. But Rops and Carrigan going to be shimmying in for 2 kills, and now Tyloo is stuck on the A side of the map and maybe looking to save.
It's looking like the long game play here from Tyloo. They have to save as well. The economy, I said it was all right. It's not that good. They can't afford to go for a 4-on-3 retake into the B-bomb site, knowing full well that Rops, Carrigan, and Woxic, they've managed to recover rifles. They've got Kriegs. There's an M4 picked up on Woxic as well. It's just all too easy for Mousesports to get into that B-bomb site. Yes, Freeman finds one through the smoke to open things up, but it's 2 quick trades found by Mousesports. The execute works out to perfection, and Tyloo just really didn't look like they had an answer. When that full execute came out, the smoke went into CT, and there was nothing doing for them as Mousesports get a free entry, a free round number 3, and a free rifle onto Woxic as well.
So both of their timeouts have proven to be invaluable for Mousesports, but it's quite the turnaround considering that they are fighting clawing their way in for any scrap of a round, whereas Inferno, it's like the rounds were just coming to them for free. They're not having to really work their backsides off to get anything done in this. Tyloo, double AWPs in play once again with M4s. Yes, they have depleted their funds on the bulk of their team, but they're still in this round to stand and fight until the bitter end. Mousesports, in the meanwhile, Rop's logging in his smoke towards the Xboxes. And in the meanwhile, Chris J tosses one down to middle, so they're going to try and fend off Zeta's presence in mid for the time being until they push into long, which is a fair enough tactic considering how prolific these AWPs have been here, Wolfie, on their CT side.
They've been incredible. It's been a complete change-up. Nice flashbang through. Chris J able to trade 1-for-1, but not expecting the second player in the form of Attacker. And with that bomb down towards long as well, all Attacker has to do is stay alive, but he'll help himself to another frag. Frozen, the unfortunate soul who wanders into his crosshairs, as Karrigan only able to get one jumping down into CT, leaving Woxic with a 1 versus 3. I liked his first on Inferno, but he's not going to be getting it this time. Attacker quickly puts an end to things. And Mousesports, they look like they wanted to up the pace out towards A long. It did not work whatsoever.
3 AWPs now on Tyloo.
I mean, you can never have too much of a good thing, right?
Especially on a map like Dust 2. This definitely does support 3 AWPs. It does leave them susceptible to aggressive plays, but after thwarting Mousesports' aggression on long, do Mousesports go in for another rush? Maybe not. Their money situation is a little bit on the rough side, though. Mach 10, AK, and SG. 4 players strong pushing into the tunnels. But there's that same Molotov again.
Just waiting it out. Mousesports know they've got to go quickly with the firepower they've got. Summer wants to find that opening pick for his team. Might just get a little bit too aggressive here, or might catch what's here with a nade out. So much damage. A 3-man collat as he tags up 2, and the nade will follow through. Summer gets the second, but now the flank from Karrigan comes in, and a quick double on the B-bomb site opens things up. Karrigan helps himself to a triple, and Tyloo falling apart at the seams as the bomb is finally going to make its way in. The Molotov keeping Rops at bay for so long. But how has this retake come about? Frozen and Karrigan finished things off, and it was such a good hold. Summer got so much damage out of that AWP, but the flank through mid just uncovered. Karrigan helps himself to some freebies, and Mousesports, again, with a minimal buy, managed to get their 4th round.
Karrigan has picked up on a weakness, and that is their middle control. This is the same way that Mousesports got their last round as well. Their last 2 rounds have been off that almost an identical play, where even though Tyloo, remember last time it was Freeman, got a kill through the smoke onto Chris J, they get the first kill, they get a hefty amount of damage, and then it just goes nowhere. So they're going to be plugging in that middle gap. There's way more manpower, grenades, influence over middle, but it's at the cost of elsewhere on the map. They've given up B completely. Look at Tyloo. This is such a ballsy play, but it's going to work out for them for now.
Mousesports, with no information about it whatsoever, are going to head up A long. Unfortunately, Tyloo just starting to rotate players in towards middle, so it's going to be Attacker on this A bomb site with the P250 to try and find some damage. Rops helps himself to the first frag, and Attacker will be taken down by Karrigan. The stack not quite working out as Rops grabs a quick double, and Woxic finishes things off, and it could have gone so much differently, though. Mousesports, again, looking like they're making small mistakes, not exploring that B bomb site at all, and not getting the information that there's nobody home for Tyloo.
That's the thing with gambles. When they work, you look like a genius. When they don't, you look a little bit foolish. But it's an understandable gamble to take because they may have assumed that Karrigan would just rinse and repeat the same play until Tyloo did start to make some changes. Woxic through the middle. Another statistic that I'm simply baffled by is that Woxic, a player that is normally utterly dominant on Dust 2, is on 2 and 9. He's had no impact on this map at all. In any way, shape, or form. I am perplexed by that.
He's having a really rough start to it, isn't he? And you've got to wonder if Zeta just picking up his game on the AWP, and somebody even coming in with a huge secondary AWP as now it goes towards Summer, is having somewhat of an impact. Mousesports, though, they're going to go fast up towards the A bomb site, and the short play has left Tyloo absolutely stranded. The bomb's still on the back of Frozen, but they're just about going to manage to get it across, and Tyloo, with no presence at all, they've got to go for a 5-on-5 retake here. If they want any chance of getting into this bomb site, they have the utility to do it, but a call needs to be made very quickly because the rotation's got to come through.
It's a 5-on-5 retake with 2 AWPs. That is far from ideal, and a UMP. So everything points towards Mousesports getting the job done. but the way that Tyloo have been playing, you definitely couldn't write them off. Incendiaries tossed towards the back of the site. Thing is here for Tyloo as well, it's almost like they're on a ticking time bomb. Do they even go for this? Their economy's not great. If they lose this round, then Mousesports likely will just cruise to an 8-7 deficit. Nate starting to connect on the back of the site. Carrigan trading out frags. Attacker comes straight up and is going to be able to get the 2 kills, but Voxic from the car is going to shut the door on any possible retake with giving Mousesports a 6th round, and this is where the economy catches up with Tyloo.
This is where it starts to feel like it's going wrong for Tyloo. They look so dominant to start with, but Mousesports, they've taken their time, sure, but they've started to find those weaknesses. We've seen the mid-aggression. Now they catch Tyloo with no presence on the A bomb site as they try and get aggressive towards short. And it's almost like Carrigan is slowly calibrating his IGL dial. He's slowly working out, okay, they're not taking this portion of the map. I'll just go fast there. As again, he's going to go straight out of the mid doors, but Zeta is there for the punish on the scout, finding some tags before he's traded out by Chris J. And again, it's this fast mid to B split being looked for by Mousesports. Rops thinking about going straight through this smoke. It's going to be all about the timing if he does. Freeman up close and personal with the MP9 can do some damage. Dinks coming through all over the shop, but Chris J still finding frags, and this is just a timing game. Rops is going to get Freeman, and although somebody, an attacker, will absolutely go for this retake of the B bomb site, it is looking nigh on impossible.
It certainly is, but last round of the half, they're going to be going in for this. Frozen will gobble up the freebie onto Attacker. And it's going to be more carnage, and it will end the way of Mousesports. Tyloo have won every pistol in this best of 3. We'll have to see if they make it 4 after this break.
On my own, when you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
We got what we were asking for, Wolfie, a much closer, more conflicted game than the Inferno. But Tyloo actually leading 8-7. They did let a mammoth lead slip, though. Mousesport shifting through the gears. And a stat I'd just like to bring up, Carrigan, in this best of 3 so far, he is on an astounding 36 kills. And considering the first map was 16-5, that is insane.
He's putting some serious numbers up the IGL, to say the least, and it really does feel like Mousesports are starting to accelerate, and they could keep it going with this pistol, although Tyloo currently flawless on pistol rounds. Somebody, first one round the corner, Pop Flash comes in for the peek, and Frozen can't quite find it. Zeta, fully blinded, will get the headshot, and Tyloo, they looked like they were going to up the pace off the back of that, but just slowing things down, waiting for the utility, waiting for the execute to be lined up. 4 players queued up towards short at the moment in the 5-on-4, but nobody looking to strike just yet with a minute left on the clock.
There's a lot of flirtation, but not much that came of it. Just Frozen losing his life, and now Voxic going to take some speculative shots through middle before he backs away. Another big storyline is he didn't really have any impact in that first half, but they always have that ace up the sleeve. If he turns on and wakes up with the AWP, things could get sketchy for Tyloo. They're going to look to try and take the side. Carrigan holding the line, holding this on his back, and now Chris J is joining the fray with his USP at range, is tapping, clicking some heads off. Voxic now, next up to the plate. And it's only Freeman that stands between them and their first pistol round of this best of 3. 23 seconds to play with. Freeman trying to use the USP against them, but it's Rops that connects the dots. And it's going to be 8-8. Mousesports finally on the board for a pistol round. And that's going to be worrying for Tyloo.
And you have to think that was crucial for Mousesports. This is the first time Tyloo have really put them under any pressure. And as of so far, they hadn't won a single pistol round. So getting that one on the board, it doesn't matter that it was close. It doesn't matter that there were mistakes made. They find the round. That gives them a springboard now. They're going to be able to buy. And without the bomb plant for Tyloo, their economy is looking very, very lackluster. Attacker picking up the Zeus is going to be the only upgrade across Tyloo. How do you get into a bomb site with nothing but a Zeus and Glocks?
I don't have the answer for you, Wolfie. That is a good question. Smarter men than I probably don't have the answer for you either. I think you just hope for the best and hope that Mousesports maybe get overzealous, push out and give you a weapon. That's really the only hope. And a team under Carrigan's tutelage is not going to be making these kind of mistakes. They do have this bait crossfire set up. Voxic going to try and draw them out into the open, soften up the targets, and then Chris J will do the rest. Deagle's not the perfect weapon here, but he's going to make it work anyway. Sticks the landing on Summer and Attacker, and that's the round that should be subsiding and slipping away as a result. Rob's just going to spray down, and Mousesports don't lose a single player. Great news for their economy.
That's a really nice round, and it's going to build up that bonus round coming into the third as well. They just clean things up, not losing a single player. Chris J using that Deagle a little more like a shotgun, but he makes it work and he finds the frags, and that's the important thing at the end of the day. Now Tyloo go for the full investment. They've got the AWP, Kriegs and AK-47s coming out, and this is where it starts to swing. If Mousesports can get away with this bonus round, if they can find the success with just the MP9 scouts and a couple of rifles, then it really starts to fall apart for Tyloo as Mouse. They're going to go fast towards short. They're going to try and catch Freeman off guard, and they will achieve it. Frozen finds a second as well. That's 2 Kriegs lost near enough immediately as the round falls apart as soon as it began for Tyloo. Summer, the next one to try and recover things from mid, but Chris J's going to find him straight through the smoke. 5-on-2 for somebody in Zeta. They've got 1 minute and 25 left on the clock, and arguably they need to try and save already.
Yeah, it's a pretty depressing situation they find themselves in, but Mousesports know exactly what is coming up, and they've already sent the flank. They've already sent Rops. They've unleashed him. They've told him, go kill. Take these weapons away from Tyloo, but he's having a whiff. He finally salvages it all. We'll just pretend the first 5 bullets never happened, Rops. Don't worry. No one saw that. And now Zeta, with his AWP, is unsure as to what his options really are. He's got 1 minute left. At the very least, he can try and strangle a couple of players on his way out, I suppose, at range. Tries to flick across to Voxic, but he's going to double tap him with the scout in the end. 2nd consecutive rounds without any casualties on Mousesports.
And they got away with the bonus round as well. It's going to put Tyloo in an awful position, and they've just upgraded across the board, right? They've got 3 AK-47s. They've picked up a Krieg. Woxic was so close to getting the AWP as well, and just completely equipping the T-side loadout for the CTs, but not quite able to achieve it. And Tyloo, they'll go back down onto the pistols. There'll be Deagles, 1 CZ for Zeta to really just do whatever you can, right? How many rifles can you take away from Mousesports? How painful can you make this for the CT side as the early Molotovs come through, and Summer and Freeman are going to eat a lot of early damage?
It's worthwhile keeping the scout as well. There's only 3 of them that have armor. It's almost like a moped AWP. I don't know, it's super fast. You can nip around there, get on that scooter, pop some heads maybe. Although Rops is just doing all the damage right now with the AK, so he's probably not going to be called upon. Carrigan also chipping in with a frag, and it's more of the same. Our Mousesport's going to pull off 3 consecutive flawless rounds is the only thing left to answer, and they've answered it emphatically. That is a yes.
It just looks all too easy, doesn't it? And I'm never going to call it a scout anymore. It's a moped AWP for the rest of my casting.
Only when they don't have armor, though. Otherwise, it's basically a pea shooter.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. But Mousesports, they make it look very, very simple again. And Tyloo, is this the wheels coming off? Is this the same as Inferno? Is it going to fall apart? I think this round is really important. This is the swing for them. Zeta gets the AWP out once more. He went a bit quiet after the opening rounds on the first half, so hopefully T-side, traditionally Tyloo's home ground, maybe they can start to find some consistency here as they are starting to target B, and Rops is currently completely alone.
Outmanned, never outgunned, though, is the young Estonian. And he really is alone, basically. He's on a planet in a different solar system compared to the rest of his team. But now Frozen's going to try and get into Stellar and bridge the gap with his SG. Watching through middle. This is the kind of angle that can actually bypass the smoke that's tossed in depending how deep it is. So a bit of a sneaky, cheeky position that he's got for himself. But Tyloo not going to be opting for middle anytime soon, it would appear. They're actually playing more of an anti-eco setup here. They may be anticipating that Mousesports, as they did on Inferno, once all the chips had kind of settled down, do go for that aggression and try and keep them off guard. So this is almost like the Inferno tactics. It's reverbing and coming back in a cycle.
Yeah, I think Carrigan has learnt his lessons on that one. It went beautifully on Inferno, but he's giving Tyloo a lot more respect on Dust 2. And that was something we spoke about, right, was them earning the respect of Mousesports. And it feels like they've done that now. Sure. They're 11-8, down short, but they were up at the half. They made a really good run of it, and they have just lost their first pistol. So fair play to them. They've started to earn their respect, and now it's about how much more can you get. They've got the full buy. They're starting to run out of utility, though, as they go for the drop down in towards CT. Frozen going to be held off by the smoke as the A hit starts to come in. Woxic still on that scout, only able to find a tag as the push comes through. Chris J still not cleared in Goose. Oh man, he whiffs the spray though, and he can't get anything at all. That was awful. He had to find those frags. Those were 2 absolute freebies, and Rops and Frozen, perhaps in shock that he went down that way, are going to be bailing out of the A-bomb site and trying to keep a hold on these 2 rifles. A Krieg, of course, absolutely crucial on the CT side at this point, but oh man, that miss from Chris J.
I can just imagine the spam in Twitch chat right now with J's all over Twitch chat. That was unreal. You could see what he was going for. He wanted to deny the bomb plant first and try and spin in for the second frag. But you need to finish your meal before you can have your dessert. He tried to go straight for the pudding. That's not how it works. Don't get greedy, Chris.
You do wonder if it's when he puts that bomb down and the head just goes, and from behind, sometimes you can't quite see
the
it.
hitbox
It looked like he was going for the one tap
Sure.
there. He just looked like he wanted to finish the headshot and transfer, but of course it doesn't connect. And then you're in the awkward position when your crosshair's halfway between 1 and 2, and where do you go next? And it just all falls apart. And perhaps that's what Tyloo needed, a little bit of luck, a lucky break and a slightly whiffy hitbox to give them an opportunity to get back into this one. 11-9 the scoreline. Of course, Mousesport's going to be on a full buy, and they are hitting the double AWP panic button here for Chris J and Woxic. You spoke about him in the pregame being somewhat of a scout master. Let's see what he can do with the AWP.
Well, he's absolutely no scrub when it comes to AWPing either. Of course, historically back before the likes of Oscar in the team, he was the primary AWP for quite some time for Mousesports, and he posted up some very, very good performances with this very gun. I mean, that's the thing with Mousesports. They're just so spoiled with all these sick AWPers. Carrigan can even use it. Rops can. Frozen can. Like, all this team, honestly, can AWP on their day. But right now, it does fall to these 2, and they haven't really been engaged upon early, haven't been called upon to do anything. But they may get peeked from Zeta if they're not careful through middle.
Everybody just waiting for something to happen, it seems like. Mousesports, they've got long control. It's going to be at the consequence of short, though, with Woxic holding that one down from the ramp. And Tyloo yet to really aggress anywhere. A very similar strategy to the previous as they look to almost replicate their Inferno hold and just sit back, wait for the aggression from Mousesports, but Nothing forthcoming, so with 50 seconds left on the clock, they've got to try and find some kind of an execute. 4 players queued up towards short at the moment to put that pressure on Woxic. We know he can hit the shots when he's given the opportunity, and he might get one hell of an opportunity coming up once that smoke fades for the CT side. Now comes the execute. Tyloo with all the nades in the world to try and make this one work. Woxic with the Molotov will slow them down, however, and you can see Tyloo just stalling, dropping down into CT, putting even more pressure on Woxic. In the meanwhile, the support trying to come in as Woxic finds the first, still stuck on the angle towards the A-ramp. Attacker still in the elevator, able to find one more, but Woxic, he lives. He finds himself a second, still scoped in, finally taken out. Summer gets the frag, and Frozen with it all to do from A-Long. The rotation from Rops is so slow. He's desperate to try and take out Freeman, but with that bomb planted for short, he's got to wait for the support. Somebody takes a couple of tags, and 2-on-2, that bomb starts to tick down.
Freeman in the nuts position. All he has to do is wait. Hope that somebody can stay alive long enough to install them long enough to pounce off. Rops is caught in 2 minds. He's anticipating this catwalk peak. They're going to tickle the bomb. Freeman comes out. He's going to prioritize the diffuser first. And to make matters worse, Rops is dropped down. And that's the round that goes with him. Into the abyss. Freeman chases, gives charge. They want to take all these guns away. Mousesports have more than enough finances to support a rebuy, but Tyloo making a real go of this.
It's more about the statement than the finances at this point. Tyloo just putting it out there, finding themselves these rounds and really starting to just step up to Mousesports' level, it feels like. They're starting to frag, they're starting to hit their shots, and the trades are looking really efficient as well for the Chinese side. As Mousesports, they used their 3rd timeout. They didn't use a single one on Inferno, so perhaps looking a little bit rattled, finally starting to see the potential of Tyloo coming through here. And honestly, there's a world where they win this now. They're 1 round behind. The economy, while it's good for the time being for Mousesports, is going to start to falter as these rounds string up the way of Tyloo. And it's the T side for Tyloo, right? They have always been a T-sided team.
Historically, they have been a team that certainly excels when it comes to T-sides if they're on form. And it seems like they've woken up from that deep sleep that they were on in Inferno. Maybe their toes did get burned after all. And now on Dust 2, they're here to stand and fight, but this is a huge round again. This is a bit of a fulcrum point, considering that Chris J, Carrigan, and Voxic have very little money if things go pear-shaped. If they just get steamrolled here, Tyloo can really take a stranglehold over this map. This is a huge round with so much on the line.
The pressure really is on, and it's all about which team rises to the challenge. Mousesports not going with their default hold, 2 players into the B bomb site and leaving mid a little bit open. We saw Mousesports exploiting this on their own T side, and they're leaving the door ever so slightly open, although now Frozen and Woxic will readjust their attention down towards CT, and indeed somebody is going to make his way out of mid relatively unopposed here. Tyloo getting plenty of information as Frozen now starts to make the rotation. Zeta, though, on the angle, eats the dink and finds the frag for his troubles. This hold is looking troubled indeed. Rob's thinking about the peek out of the window, but with the AWP absolutely trained on his position and even the shoulder peek spotting him out, he's got to find the frag, and he'll do so. Somebody on low HP, so Robs gets a second, looking for more. He's going out of the window to find these frags. Robs with a 3rd, and Summer sneaking onto this bomb site has got to do it all alone. Nothing doing. The B bomb site is closed for Mousesports. An attacker finds the first. 1v2 still in his hands with 45 seconds left on the clock. I might have gone a little too early there as he starts to take the control in towards the tunnels. Bomb dropped on the site. Can he make his way in?
That's the key point, though. It's the bomb drop that is an absolute nightmare. A fortress, a bastion of hope for Mousesports is the B site. Attacker has the utility to feasibly go for this. Maybe he can smoke off and try and take 2 separate 1v1s, especially considering that Rops is actually just sat on 13 HP. But time itself is becoming an enemy. Time itself is a nuisance. He tries to dry peek it, and Rops on fine form connects another one. His 4K in the round, and he deserves a standing ovation from the rest of his team. One hell of a round from him.
It's really boosted his stats as well. 22 and 9. He's picking up where Carrigan left off in map 1 and really dragging Mousesports to this victory as finally Tyloo take their first time out of the game, and you can understand why. You look down that right-hand side of your screen and the economy is a little bit jumbled, to say the least. Somebody in Zeta nearer 2K than 3. 3 players who could feasibly buy, but no real cash available to be dropping your teammates. So at best, this is a 3-rifle buy, as somebody does go for the Deagle and armor. So perhaps we're going to see the Force and indeed an attacker immediately picking up the creek.
Go straight in. They're not going to be slowing down. They're going to continue to turn up the pace. They feel Mousesports are still shaky, still wobbly. They landed the jab. They've somewhat stunned Mousesports. Can they go for that killer shot now? That's what they're hoping for. They still have plenty of firepower to go behind, and we've already seen Zeta with the scout is no slouch. This guy, if you give him a chance, he will be popping off those heads. Rob's going to be on the cross. He gets across there safely. Tyloo not giving this away either. All they've done is throw smokes down. This could still be a pistol rush as far as Mousesports are concerned, hence them throwing the Molotov and a smoke onto B already.
Baiting out some of that early CT utility and just looking to give yourselves every possible opportunity. Rops, a little bit isolated towards that B-bomb site again as 3 players look to wander into his crosshairs, except this time he has the Krieg to his name. And that's going to make this push very, very complicated. He's got the fast rotation from Frozen towards the doors from middle as well. So the setup's good for the CT side. It's all about the fragging now as Tyloo, they've only got 1 hit on their mind, and it is this B-bomb site. Flash fully blinds Rops. He's got to retreat behind the triple box. He's waiting for his timing, but he's going to be taken down. Frozen at least able to trade 1 for 1 as the cross comes through from Tyloo. But this B-bomb site's so difficult to retake, and it's going to have to be a 4-on-4 as the bomb gets planted. Lovely nade onto Summer, but can Mousesports get back into this? Somebody is still up towards short, looking to catch Woxic off guard, and actually a missed shot from the AWPer may mean the end of it all. There's a second player looking to hunt him down now in the form of Chris J, and have Mousesports given up on the chase here? Somebody finally going to be taken down, but they don't look like they're too convinced about this. Going to throw some utility in and start to believe perhaps they can get back into this B-bomb site. Frozen desperately waiting for the rotations as Attacker starts to burn down to 25 HP. The trades come through for Mousesports, and somehow they get back in. 3 players, 3 frags, and Mousesports have round number 13. They left that so close, but the bomb just not quite quick enough.
That was a matter of milliseconds away, and I thought for a moment Attacker was going to get saved by that Molotov. It sounds like a strange thing, but it was tossed in. It didn't quite extend enough, so he was able to sit in there, almost shielded him off. Molotovs have this weird effect in game where it almost acts as like a smoke wall at times. I was thinking he could maybe line up 2 or 3 plays and somehow clutch that round, but Mousesports, by the thinnest of margins, take the 13-10 lead. As you said, it was like a strange, disjointed retake. It seemed like half of them wanted to and half of them didn't want to, and that nearly is what was a determining factor. But now Tyloo into another scout, into more pistols, and they are running out of time. They are running out of rounds.
The opportunities are starting to run out, and as Woxic finds the opening pick onto somebody, this becomes a very one-dimensional attack. 3 players looking to make their way up towards short, and with Frozen there, he just shoulder peeks that angle. Attacker tries to go straight through the Molotov, but that's an easy enough frag to find, and as the nades follow suit, the damage is done for Tyloo in this round. 5-on-3 with just 2 deagles and a scout remaining, and what little utility they have starting to burn dry. The CT side hold at the moment looking strong as a missed run boost comes out. You can see what they were trying to go for there, and they're going to give it another crack. Second time a charm perhaps, and indeed Zeta is going to make his way past, but he's just going to feed Carrigan. That's all too simple. Summer getting the reload in on the deagle as Carrigan goes straight through with a pistol. Can't quite find it, but Mousesports will find round number 14. Just the 1 frag from Tyloo, and it's do or die time now.
And the nightmare scenario there is actually that failed jump boost let him know there was at least 2 players on short.
Yeah.
So he's like, cool, I'll just sit in position, I'll wait, and then just pounces and gets 2 frags, and that's the round done. As you say, 14-10, Tyloo, 2 rounds shy of losing their very first game here in the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. They'll move down to the lower bracket. Mousesports anticipated to win this, and they're very close to doing so, but that's a freebie. The flashbang's not going to do enough to deter Zeta, and he's going to pick up the kill. Frozen's going to try and return the favor with some aggression, but he's walking into Freeman. Freeman's had a bit of a stinker of a best of 3, but he is going to still put the bullet between the eyes of Frozen. And now Rops may move out into a trap as well, but the aim was too high from Attacker. His crosshair not quite placed perfectly.
That's going to give Mousesports a lifeline here. It looked like the aggressions were just going to be pushed back everywhere from Tyloo, but at least 1 works out, and that gives them some time. The flank's starting to come in from Chris J. Woxic knows he's got to buy as much time as possible. The Molotovs, the nades, everything being thrown to allow this flank from Chris J to come through. Zeta executed out towards the pit. And now a 3-on-3, and look at this from Tyloo. They don't know where to look. Robs gets a second through the edge of the smoke onto Summer. Woxic not quite able to hit the shot and gives Tyloo their lifeline back in a 2-on-2 as the Molotov goes deep, and that might just burn Freeman alive. Chris J takes advantage. Somebody has got to play the range game here. The bomb planted for him, and perhaps he can find a frag as Chris J just toys with his own Molotov. Smoke goes in. Molly to try and push him off it, but that's not going to work at all. Rops will find the final frag, and Mousesports, they have map, and indeed they have series point 15-10, and they're looking good to finish it here and now.
outright sound of disrespect as the Molotov extinguishes off the smoke. And at that point, he knew the round was done. Mousesports 5 match points. Tai Lu going to be digging deep, scraping the bottom of the barrel and seeing what sticks. They're going to have no AWP, which is sad times for Zito, who's had a lot of impact when they've been in his hands, but plenty of SGs, 4 in total. Mousesports nearly over-aggressing into their demise in the last round, but Rops again, who's just been in such fine form, well over 20 kills to his name here on Dust 2, a huge factor as to why they've been able to come back. Remember as well, Wolfie, at one point, this was 7-1 to Tai Lu. That's how much this has changed back in round in Mousesports' favor.
And it's a map where typically we see T-sides being a little bit dominant and starting to find their consistency, especially with the Kriegs in the way they are now. It's such a T-sided map in D2, and the opportunities are there for a T-side to just run away with it economically. But instead, Mousesports have slowly but surely reeled Tai Lu in. And with 4 Kriegs and an AK-47, it really is do or die time for Tai Lu. They know there can be no more mistakes, no more slip-ups. And Mousesports currently with 2 players towards that B-bomb site, so it will be a 5-on-3 as Tai Lu look to hit up towards shore. And a long rotation away from Carrigan as well. So Frozen and Woxy with a huge job to do here as they look to hold down this A-bomb site.
As you say, the final curtain starting to come down. Will Tai Lu jump out? Do they have that second wind? Is the adrenaline going to spike, or are they going to be laid to rest by Frozen? The Undertaker himself rises up and smites down Tai Lu. And now somebody has got to somehow get them out of this predicament. It's a good tap onto Chris J. His position now compromised. 23 seconds to go. Bomb down in an awkward position. And to boot, there's a flank coming in from Carrigan. If somebody doesn't get a move onto the site, this should be all over. He's trying the off angles. He's trying every trick up his sleeve. But Voxic is still going to put him down with authority. And Mousesports will take this matchup 2-0 in the end. It was labored. They get it done. We're going to break down all the action after this break.
Until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped.
Well, Tyloo put up a fight. They didn't go out completely with a whimper, but at the end of the day, I think they'll be a bit disappointed because Dust 2, I believe, was there for the taking. They were 7-1 in the lead. They won the first pistol again. They had everything going their way, and then that capitulation came back in again when it was their T side. That's the strange thing. The T sides today were their weaknesses.
Yeah, you do worry for them a little bit. It looked like the nerves just set in again, those same nerves we were seeing on Inferno where they weren't trusting themselves, they weren't trusting the individuals to hit their shots, and they came into Dust 2 and it looked like they'd just gone, well, we've lost the first map massively, we may as well just try and frag out. And it worked beautifully. They were 7-1 up, as you said, but then that doubt looked like it started to creep back in again. Players started missing shots. Individuals started just not performing. And again, Zeta went a little bit quiet on the AWP.
He really did. And there were moments, as you said, of inspiration. Zeta landing some pretty slick one-taps with the Scout of all weapons, actually. It wasn't even the AWP, I think, that was his most impactful gun. I think it was actually the Scout. Maybe that was more towards Mousesport's misfortunes and some of the calling not quite being on point. There were a couple times that we talked about in particular when Zeta, aforementioned, got caught in B tunnels and they still hit A, even though it was pretty obvious it could be a stack. But it seemed like it didn't end up matching at the end of the day. When they were on the CT side, it was just business as usual. Voxic, I think, picked 2-3 kills up in the first half, which I can't even remember the last time he had a Dust 2 that poor at the start of the game. But then on CT side, it was like the old Voxic all over again.
Yeah, they just showed up again, and there were a lot of players who put out outstanding performances. Carrigan being one of them, 42-28 across the series. That is not numbers you normally see an IGL putting up, and that's absolutely huge, right? When your IGL's fragging like that, the players follow behind them. Frozen, 36-25. Everybody showed up at some point for Mousesports, and I wish I could say the same for Tyloo. It just didn't quite come out. Summer came back into his own on Dust 2, and I'm really pleased to see him fragging out as an IGL again. But some of those other players, Zeta, Freeman had a stinker of a best of 3, as you said, and it just looked like it perhaps wasn't quite clicking for Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, he got 12 kills in 2 maps. And sure, the first map was 16-5. You can let him off, but the second map, he didn't really have impact either. So it's pretty rough going, as you say. But look, they go to the lower brackets now. Speaking of the brackets, we can just have a quick look to show you guys basically the movers, the shakers, and obviously, unfortunately, the teams that didn't quite make it in the brackets here. So you can see Nip and Cloud9 at the bottom. Renegades against TBD, which I'm assuming would be the loser of Na'Vi and FaZe, which is still going on right now.
It looks like, I'm going to go out there and say Na'Vi have won it.
They've actually won.
Just now.
Just now won that. Okay, and that's quite surprising. Yeah, we have just been confirmed by production that is the case. So FaZe won the first map, 16-9, and then end up losing the second 2 back-to-back. Obviously, we didn't see what happened as we were busy casting our games, but that is quite the surprise. So that means that FaZe go down into the lower brackets. They'll be playing against Renegades, and obviously Nip and Cloud9, as we just highlighted. Any results really standing out to you there, Wolfie, or all pretty much as you expected?
I'm surprised Nip didn't take a map off Vitality. That being a 2-0 is always a little bit of an odd one. Obviously, Na'Vi taking out FaZe Clan, that's huge in its own right, and I think Na'Vi are going to be incredibly pleased to be going through the upper bracket. And it's just unfortunate for Renegades, right? They're going to be facing FaZe in their lower bracket elimination. It's just, all that hurts.
It does hurt, and they're a team. Look, I've got a lot of love for Dexter, so in particular that is painful. I wouldn't completely write them off that, though. I've got to be honest there. I think Renegades could cause a couple of upsets. Here is the other group, Group B. Obviously, we just saw Mousesports. I don't want to necessarily say manhandle. The first map was, Dust 2 was a lot more sketchy in places. So Tyloo will be dropping into the lower bracket. Then obviously we've got the likes of 100 Thieves, G2, Team Liquid VP, which I believe we'll be casting tomorrow, and then Mad Lions and Evil Geniuses. There's a lot of stacked teams here at Katowice for sure.
To say the least. And I think Liquid, they're going to be happy that they got that VP matchup, right? It's going to be incredibly difficult for any team to be making their way through the upper bracket in this series. Mad Lions, Evil Geniuses, I think that's a game that's going to be going the whole distance. And 100 Thieves G2 as well. I mean, G2 are coming off the back of a stormer of a performance at Blast, and now they're coming up against the 100 Thieves roster who kind of have something to prove as well.
Absolutely. That's a weird position, isn't it? Because I think a lot of teams have a lot to prove right now. We're in this weird flux period with Counter-Strike where the teams are so close to each other in terms of skill, especially with the rankings and the ESL rankings playing such a big part in terms of invites and all that sort of stuff. So a lot of teams with a lot of points to prove. Speaking of those teams, though, we do have the schedule to bring up as well to show you guys which games will be taking place when tomorrow. We do have plenty of Counter-Strike coming up from you on the B stream and, of course, on the A stream as well over the duration of Katowice. So that'll be coming up shortly. There you go. Tomorrow's schedule is Liquid versus Virtus.pro. You just mentioned that before. Cloud9 against NiP in that lower bracket game. And then the TBD versus Renegades, which we've just highlighted is going to be FaZe. So sad times for Renegades fans.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I think NiP Cloud9 is going to be one hell of a game as well. Cloud9, they looked good in places against Astralis earlier today. We got to watch that one back at the hotel, and they looked like they could be a team that could step up to that next level. And with NiP picking up Nork recently, perhaps there's some room there for Cloud9 to really start to exploit the new players, exploit those new angles, because NiP, they're going to be juggling, right? They're going to be adjusting around it. So potentially upsets coming into that lower bracket.
And these are the games on the A stream. So that's Evil Geniuses against Mad Lions, the game that we think could be incredibly close. Astralis versus Vitality. That's going to be a banger of a matchup. And then TBD against Fnatic. Would that be Tyloo, I'm assuming?
Na'Vi. Fnatic beat Renegade, so it'll be Na'Vi.
Oh, Na'Vi. Okay, there you go then. So it's going to be action-packed on both streams. We will be back tomorrow, of course, casting that alongside Tom and Jason. But any final sort of thoughts or any feelings towards the games that we've casted today or the games that you've seen on the B stream?
We've had a fantastic first day at Katowice, to say the least. There have been some incredible matchups, and I can't wait to go back and watch that FaZe Na'Vi game later on tonight. And it's going to be huge going into day 2. I still think and I still believe Tyloo can make a lower bracket run if they're given the opportunity and just given that freedom to play the style of Counter-Strike that they're known for. Otherwise, it's going to be very rough. And Mouse Sports, they really put a statement out today. They trashed them on Inferno. Dust 2 looked a little bit wobbly, but I wouldn't expect that one to be coming up so much for Mouse Sports as the bracket gets further and further in. A lot of teams like to ban that. So I think Mouse, they're looking at a very deep run in this series.
I'd certainly agree. I think there were some shakes, he said, on Dust 2, but that's on the proviso that Voxic has another very off performance, which is going to happen very rarely. So I think that might actually be a little bit under the radar. Maybe some teams will look too much into that. But guys, that's all from today from us on the B stream of Katowice. All the games have come to their conclusion. We've had some twists, we've had some turns, we've had some absolute stomps as well, with some great plays sprinkled in. We'll tune in again tomorrow, hopefully, all of you, for the A or B stream, as we have plenty more Counter-Strike coming up. So we'll see you then.
on Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm not a savage, you've been distracted, your best my average. There's a reason for that's a fact, so they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that, outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work hard.